The legacy lives again.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei was the reincarnation of Lincoln movie. Before we start, please go support Roberto Torres 769 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Lincoln dies due to bad luck, but a mysterious man tells him that if he wants to have another chance and get revenge on the Louds, Lincoln hesitates at first but finally accepts, and he arrives in a new body that is Issei Hyoudou, a 5-year-old boy who entered a coma since he was 2 years old. Chapter 1 My Death. At the Loud house, the 12 Loud sisters were having dinner with their parents, but where is Lincoln? Well, he's in the backyard, very hurt, lying on a tree trunk. Lincoln. Looking at the fourth wall, hi guys, how have things gone for me? Not very well. Well, you might say why I'm here. Well, that was my sister Lin Jr's fault. And you might say how, he said, telling his story. Lincoln. You see, in a big family like mine, having time for myself is very difficult since I have to go to one event or another to support my sisters, but well, you will say what is wrong with it because sometimes I wanted time for myself, but I couldn't, so that day where everything changed was when Lin Jr asked me to go to his baseball game, he said with hatred. Lincoln. That day I told her no, but she threatened me with her baseball bat, so I had no choice but to go, but that time they lost. It surprised me a little, but that time instead of accepting her defeat, she blamed me for bad luck, she said with hatred. Lincoln. That time I didn't take it seriously, but then Lin Jr told everyone that I had bad luck. I saw it as an advantage to have time for myself, but after 2 days they started to be more distant than before. Even my parents, being damn mature adults, believed that stupidity, and Lisa also believed that nonsense, she said with more hatred. Lincoln. After a while those bastards kicked me out of the house, leaving me in the backyard, and they only fed me once a day with a simple bowl of cereal, but then my sisters started hitting me saying it was my bad luck, he said sadly. Lincoln. To stop the stupidity, I decided to go to Lin Jr's baseball game dressed as a squirrel so they would realize that bad luck doesn't exist, but it was the worst mistake of all, he said with hatred. Lincoln. Well, when I proved that I was in the game and she won without problems, that bitch Lin Jr told me that since I had the squirrel suit, my bad luck became good luck, she said with more hatred. Lincoln. Well, they forced me to wear this suit that I have without taking it off, and also to go to all their events, but the worst thing was that Lisa made a bucking theory that I caused everything bad that happened was my fault. He said, getting sad. Lincoln. They made me go to school. With this I was the laughing stock of everyone except my friends, but somehow Chandler said the thing about bad luck, but for me Stella and Jordan believed that. My friends and I broke off our friendship with them, but they didn't care, he said sadly, remembering Stella and Jordan's words. Lincoln. I've been like this for a year, receiving beatings from school, from the street and the worst of my family, he said, starting to cry. Lincoln. And they will ask themselves why I didn't escape. Well, I tried, but Linka and Liberty discovered me, and I received the worst beating of all and the worst pain, he said, crying, remembering that. Flashback. Lincoln was tied up by his hands and feet, face down. Lincoln. Please just let me go, I won't say anything, he said, crying. Lin Sr. And tell the police, forget it, he said, kicking him so hard that he knocked out 3 of his teeth. Lincoln. Please, I just want to leave this damn hell I call home, he said, crying. Lin Jr. You will never give us all the good luck you have, he said with his titanium bat. Lin Jr had an idea to prevent him from escaping, so he started hitting him so hard that something was heard breaking in his back. Lincoln I, he said, screaming in pain since Lin Jr broke his spine. Lin Jr. This way we make sure that bad luck never escapes, she said with a smile. Rita. Good thinking, honey, she said while walking into the house with the others. Lincoln just writhed in pain and screamed in pain. Findel flashback. Lincoln. That day my chance to escape was gone forever. When my friends saw me like that, they cooperated to buy me a wheelchair. I appreciate it. Those unfortunate people only used a chair with wheels that broke all the time, and they said it was my bad luck, he said with more hatred. Lincoln. After 9 months like this, my friends made a plan for me to escape from here with them, but it didn't work out like that, he said, crying more when he remembered that. Flashback. Lincoln's friends had everything ready to leave with Lincoln. They carried Lincoln, they couldn't use the wheelchair since it was in the Loud house, they had a shopping cart that was on the other side of the house to escape. They put Lincoln in with great effort and began to drag him. Clyde. I can't believe it worked, he said happily while dragging the cart. Lincoln. Now where are we going, guys? He said happily since he was able to escape from there. Rusty. We'll go to Texas and there we'll start a new life there, he said while dragging the cart along with Clyde. Liam. We'll never see those wretches again, he said happily. But then they heard a car horn. When they turned around they saw it was Vanzilla, so they ran faster, but then they heard a shot and it was Lin Sr. with a gun and he hit Zack in the head. Liam, Zack, don't go quickly, I'll distract you, he said running towards Vanzilla. Rusty and Clyde ran as fast as they could, but another shot from the gun was heard. Rusty and Clyde were running dragging Lincoln, but Rusty made a decision. Rusty. Clyde takes Lincoln as far away as possible, I'll distract them, he said as he approached Vanzilla. Clyde shed a tear of pain as 3 of his friends had died. He ran along with Lincoln and they were already at the bus stop, but Clyde was shot in the stomach before he entered with Lincoln. Lincoln. Clyde knew, oh, he said while shedding tears. Clyde. Lincoln, I won't be able to go with you, our plan failed, but I want to tell you that you are my best friend in the world and that no matter what people say about you, you are special for what you are, he said, spitting out a large amount of blood since it hit him in the stomach. Clyde fell to the ground dead while the Loud family approached Lincoln, who fell from the cart and hugged Clyde's body while he did not stop crying. Lin Jr. hit him on the head to knock him out and they took him away and left so they wouldn't be arrested. Findel flashed back. Lincoln. That's how I lost my friends, and to make sure I didn't escape again they put a chain on my foot, sighs while wiping away tears. Lincoln. I just hope they kill me so I can join them, he said looking at the sky. The day had passed and it was night in the Loud house and all the members of the family went out to see Lincoln. Lin Sr. Hello, error failed, guess what day it is, he said with a winning smile. Lincoln. It's the day you become even more of an idiot than you already are, he said mockingly. He then receives a blow to the face that knocks out 4 of his teeth. Lin Sr. More respect, damn squirrel, and it's not the day you die, he said with a big smile. Lisa approaches him and puts a metal box on his chest and she says. Lisa. You will feel a very painful death because you deserve it, bad luck, she said with a psychopathic smile. Lisa. Big sister Lin, would you do the honors? She said while handing her a button. Lin Jr. Of course, but first we have to say a few words of farewell, she said with a malicious smile. Lin Sr. Yes, good idea, well me first, he said while taking a breath. You are a damn mistake, for me I am ashamed that you have the last name Loud, he said with disgust. Rita. You should have died the day you were born and then Linka and Liberty wouldn't have a useless triplet like you, she said with disgust. Lori. You are literally a mistake for this family because of you, Bobby broke up with me, she said with hatred. Leni. You are a mistake for this world, my designs are a failure because of you, she said with hatred. Luna. It's your fault Sam broke up with me and my songs are disgusting. I hope you rot in hell, she said with a lot of hate. Lewin. My boyfriend Benny broke up with me because of you and I also have to do community service because of you, she said with hatred. Linka. You are a parasite for this town because of you. Chandler always harasses me day and night because of you, she said with hatred. Liberty. You are useless to this family, my photos always come out horrible because of you, she said with hatred. Lucy. My poems are horrible because of your bad luck, she said with hatred. Bola. I always end up in second place because of you and I'm banned from several places because of you, she said with hatred. Lana. My pets escaped because of you. I hope you get the punishment you deserve, she said with hatred. Lisa. My experiments always go off with a bang and I owe $500,000 in a science lab because of your bad luck, she said with hatred. Lily was just sitting on the grass crying for the words that said to her brother, something that hurt Lincoln more. Lin Jr. Well, as a final note, I can say that I enjoyed killing your friends, just like Mr. Complainer, and I can tell you that from now on, our lives will change forever, she said, pressing the button. Lincoln, feeling how the squirrel suit pierced him, screamed in pain while a large amount of blood came out of his body and he screamed at the top of his lungs while the Louds just laughed at seeing the scene. Lincoln. I'll join you friends, Mr. Wine and Grandpa, he said with a smile as he fell to the ground dead. Chapter 2 Darkness. Lincoln was in a dark place, there was nothing, it was very quiet that even his breathing could be heard. Lincoln. Hello, is anyone here? He said while walking. Nothing was heard along this path for a while until I heard a voice. Hello Lincoln, it's a pleasure to meet you, said a dark voice. Lincoln. Who's there? He said while looking around. Sorry Lincoln, but you can't know who I am at the moment, said the voice. Lincoln. Then I can at least know your name, he said while waiting for an answer. Of course, my name is Great Red DXD, he said proudly. Lincoln. You have the name of my sleigh that I had, you know, he said seriously. Big Red. Sleigh offends me you know, he said angrily. Lincoln. Sorry, but you know where I am, he said confused. Big Red. You are at the center of life and death, he said seriously. Lincoln. Center of life and death. He said confused. Big Red. It is common that no one knows this place. You see, here come the souls that were pure and good-hearted, but arrived here because of an unjust punishment, he said seriously. Lincoln. Then I'm here because I had a pure heart, he said seriously. Big Red. Yes, but may I know why you received an unfair punishment? He said seriously. Lincoln. Well, you see, that's how he told him about the bad luck, the humiliations, the death of his friends, neighbor and his grandfather, and that's all, he said, shedding a few tears. Big Red was silent until he heard a scream from him that even shook the place. Big Red. Damn humans are parasites, he said, very angry. Lincoln. If it's true, I want revenge. I want revenge for what they did to my friends, my sister Lily, and especially to me, he said with hatred. Big Red. I understand, you know, I'm going to give you another chance to get revenge, he said seriously. Lincoln. How? He said confused. Big Red. Well, from what I heard, it's impossible for your soul to return to your body because you would be too weak, he said seriously. Lincoln. Then how? He said confused. Big Red. You see, I'll take you to the body of an undead, he said seriously. Lincoln. What is an undead? He said confused. Big Red. You see, they are those who are dead, but their body is not, to say if a person is in a coma for many years, about 15 years old, he is an undead, he said seriously. Big Red. You see, I'll put you in the body of a boy named Issei Hyoudou. This boy suffered a car accident at the age of 2 and has been in a coma for 3 years. That is, he has been dead for 3 years, but his parents deny it and have the slightest hope that their son will wake up, he said seriously. Lincoln. So I'll be 5 years old again? He said in surprise. Big Red. Yes, but I know you have a lot of hate now from women, isn't that right? He said seriously. Lincoln. If they made me suffer hell in person, I will never trust another woman again, he said with much hatred. Big Red. I understand that, but I want you to promise me something, he said seriously. Lincoln. And what would that be, he said confused. Big Red. Don't hate your new mother or your new father, they suffered day and night because of your coma, that man hasn't driven a car since his son fell into a coma, and that woman blames herself for having distracted your father while he was driving, he said seriously, but with pity for them. Big Red. They've suffered enough and it would kill them if their own son hated them, so promise him, he said seriously. Lincoln thought about it for a moment and accepted since they were not Lin Sr. or Rita, so he would give them a chance. Lincoln. Okay, I'll give them a chance, but I won't trust women again, he said seriously. Big Red. Okay, you'll wonder why I took you to Issei Hyoudu's body, he said seriously. Lincoln nods. Great Red. You see, that child has the power of the Red Dragon, he said seriously. Lincoln. Red Dragon. He said confused. Big Red. You see, I have a lot to explain to you, he said, telling him about the supernatural. He told him about the supernatural, about the war of the 3 factions, the death of God and the original legendary demons, and about his endless fight against his rival the White Dragon. Lincoln. Wow, that's a lot to process, but I accept it, he said with a smile. Big Red. I'm glad, but first I have to teach you so you can be very smart, he said seriously. Lincoln. For how long? He said seriously. Big Red. 20 years, he said seriously. Lincoln. But if you take me to that boy's body, he would already be 30 years old, you know, and those unfortunates Lin Sr. and Rita would surely be dead by now, he said seriously. Big Red. Don't worry, in this place time is slower, that is to say 1 year here is 12 hours in the human world, he said seriously. Lincoln. Incredible, then hurry up with a bad move, he said with emotion. Big Red. That's the spirit, he said with a happy tone. He taught him mathematics, languages such as Spanish, Chinese, Japanese, Italian, French and others. Then I teach him about demonic and angelic writing. Then I teach him about the Red Dragon's abilities and how to use them. Then he taught him to fight through holograms, and Lincoln was able to learn a technique that he called infernal caresses that even affected immortals. This surprised Big Red, but they continued with that, and Lincoln became 10 times smarter than Lisa, because if we compare him with Lincoln, she would lick his feet. After 20 years this had a great learning and training. Big Red. I'm surprised by you Lincoln, I have a gift for you, he said as a green ball appeared in front of him. Lincoln. What is this, he said taking the ball. Big Red. You have proven yourself worthy of having the Aztec powers, he said proudly. Lincoln. Aztec powers, he said as the ball he had entered his soul. Big Red. Well, I'm not the one to tell you about those powers, but I'll call a friend to train you in your powers of the Red Dragon and the Aztec power, he said seriously. Lincoln. Very well, thank you very much, Big Red said bowing. Big Red. Well, it's time for you to start your new life Lincoln loud or rather Issei Hyoudou, he said proudly. At that, Lincoln's soul becomes a shining sphere and leaves in search of his new body. Big Red. He has great potential, it was unfair that he suffered that, but Lincoln got revenge on them, he said as he disappeared into a portal. Japan Kuoh City Hospital. In a room there was a 5-year-old boy in a hospital bed. If it was Issei Hyoudou who was slowly waking up. Lincoln. Wow, Great Red Sama wasn't lying if I'm back, he said with a smile. Lincoln. Thinking, Lincoln Loud is dead and from his ashes Issei Hyoudou was born, he thought proudly. So now Lincoln, who is now called Issei, will begin his new life away from the Louds and in the future he will take his revenge. Chapter 3. My New Parents. Lincoln, now known as Issei, was looking around and then a nurse came and saw Issei. Nurse. Either for God or for God, doctor, she said in her Japanese language. Issei understood what he said thanks to Great Red who taught him several languages. Then the doctor comes in and sees Issei awake. Doctor. Oh my god kid, are you okay Issei, he said looking at the report. Issei. Yes sir, he said looking at his hands and feet. Doctor. Wow Issei, I didn't expect you to wake up, but I'll do some body tests to see if you don't have any body problems, he said seriously. Issei. It's okay, doctor, he said seriously. Doctor. In the meantime, nurse could call his parents so they know about their son, he said while taking out a small flashlight and a popsicle stick. Nurse. Okay, doctor, she said as she left. Elsewhere, Kuoh City Accounting Building. There was a man at a computer writing some reports. He had a very unfriendly face and it's easy to see he is Mr. Hyoudou. Upon learning that his son would be in a coma, he blamed himself for everything to the point of taking his own life, but he was saved by his wife, who was also in the same situation as him. He had a great trauma for cars to the point of selling his car and using a bicycle to go to work. He was very afraid of a car or bus because it reminded him of the accident he had. He was writing this while he waited for the day to end so he could leave and see his wife to continue suffering his pain. At that moment his phone started to dream and he took it out and saw that it was the hospital number. He wasn't surprised since they called him once or twice a week, but normally it was to give his son's report that they would change his IV or he wouldn't pay the hospital bill. Mr. Hyoudou. Hello, he said emotionlessly. Nurse. Mr. Hyoudou, I have something to tell you about your son, she said excitedly. Mr. Hyoudou. What do you have to put on it now? He said emotionlessly. Nurse. It's nothing like that. I have to tell you that your son finally woke up, she said happily. Mr. Hyoudou, upon hearing this, his eyes widened and he instinctively began to shed a few tears. Mr. Hyoudou. Seriously, he said while shedding more tears. Nurse. Yes, Mr. Hyoudou just woke up 15 minutes ago, he said happily. Mr. Hyoudou. I'll go there right away, he said as he stood up and went to his boss's office. He hung up and ran to his boss's door while all his coworkers looked at him. It was not common for him to do that after learning that his son was in a coma. He had a cold and serious attitude with him. He knocked very quickly and his boss told him to come in and he saw that it was Leon Hyoudou, a worker he had. Boss. What can I do for you Hyoudou, he said calmly. Leon. Sir, I ask your permission to leave right now, he said desperately. Boss. Why? He said confused. Leon. My son just woke up, she said while a happiness that her boss hadn't seen for 3 years reappeared. Boss. Go with him immediately, I'll give you 2 months of rest with luxury pay, go, he said surprised. Leon. Thank you sir, said bowing and running. His boss understood him since he also has children and knew what it felt like when they were in the hospital, but he would never feel what it felt like if one of them was in a coma. All of his colleagues were on the other side of the door and heard their conversation and couldn't help but be surprised by what they heard. Leon left the office and ran as fast as possible, while his colleagues applauded him and congratulated him for hearing the news. Leon went down to the parking lot and took his bike and went as quickly as possible to the hospital. Elsewhere, Kuoh's fashion designer building. In a room there was a lady who was separating fabrics and she had a cold and pained face. If she was Mrs. Hyoudou who was knowing that her son was in a coma that hurt her to the point that even her job position was lowered now being a fabric separator, but she did not care, she wanted to have her baby in her arms and call him mom. She cried day and night in pain. She did not blame her husband, she blamed herself for having distracted her husband with news that did not make sense. She had a low-ranking position with a regular salary, but she just wanted her son to wake up and have the happiness he lost that day. Then her phone rings and she sees that it was the hospital, which surprised her a lot since they never called her unless they called her husband. Mrs. Hyoudou. Hello, she said with a cold voice. Nurse. Mrs. Hyoudou, I have news about your son, she said happily. Mrs. Hyoudou. What is it? She said coldly, waiting for an answer that her son had died and that would hurt her soul. Nurse. Your son just woke up, she said happily. Mrs. Hyoudou's eyes widened as tears flowed out of her eyes, surprising her companions. He dropped his phone while covering his mouth and more tears came out of his eyes. Nurse, hello, Mrs. Hyoudou, are you still there? She said a little worried. She picks up her phone with tears in her eyes and says. Mrs. Hyoudou? I'll go there, she said hanging up. At that moment, one of her companions approaches her and gives her a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Miku-san is okay, she said worriedly. Miku? It's nothing Yoshino, I'm happy because my son woke up, she said with a happiness that no one had seen in years. Everyone was surprised and started applauding Miku, since the whole building knew about her accident and how her son was in a coma and her job as a designer was reduced to being a fabric arranger. She ran to her boss's office and knocked where a pass was heard. Boss. What can I do for you Hyoudou, she said with a smile. Miku. I would like to ask permission to go to the hospital, she said desperately. Boss. Did something happen to you or your husband? She said looking at her. Miku. No, my son woke up from his coma, she said while crying with happiness. Her boss was quite surprised and she knew about the accident she suffered and the day she always gave her off was the day of taking your son to work since the first time she came that day, when her son was in a coma, she cried non-stop while her colleagues comforted her. Boss. Of course Hyoudou, I'll give you 2 months to make up for lost time with your son with pay, she said with a smile. Miku. Thank you Mrs. Michelle, she said bowing and running to the parking lot and taking her bike and driving to the hospital. After a while both parents arrived at the hospital at the same time and were surprised to see that they arrived at the same time. Leon. Honey, I see they told you about our son, right? She said running with the hospital receptionist. Miku. That's right, I came right away, she said doing the same thing as her husband. They said about their son and a doctor arrives. Doctor? Wow, you arrived very quickly. Mr. and Mrs. Hyoudou, come, I'll show you your son, he said as he walked and they followed him. They arrived at the room and saw Issei sitting waiting for his parents. Miku, upon seeing him, ran to hug him, as did his father, who cried with happiness at seeing his son back. Issei, feeling both hugs, opened his eyes wide. He remembered what Great Red said and he reciprocated, but he felt a warmth in his chest, a warmth that even Lin Sr. and Rita never gave him, a familiar warmth. When they separated, they saw their son with a smile, and Leon told him. Leon. Son, I'm really sorry about what happened that day. I'm really stupid, he said while bowing his head. At that moment he feels Issei hug him and he opens his eyes. Issei. It's not your fault Odo-san, you and Oka-san are not to blame for anything, he said while hugging him. Leon was happy to know that his son did not hate him and he reciprocated his hug. Miku also joins the hug and the doctor was just silent with a smile. Issei would give them the opportunity to be his new parents. He saw in their eyes and saw that they suffered day and night like him, but the difference was that for them it was emotional and for him it was physical, verbal and psychological. So Issei would meet his new parents. Chapter 4. Spending time with my parents. After that reunion the three had, the doctor told his parents that they could now take Issei home, which the two gladly accepted. They left the hospital and took Issei behind his father's bicycle. He did not complain and the trip was relaxing for him and his parents. They arrived at his house and he saw that it was a 2-story house. Leon. Well son, welcome home again, he said with a smile. Issei. Thank you Odo-san, he said with a smile. They entered and Issei was surprised to see his new home. This was bigger than the loud house, in case they were wondering. It was very clean, there were no stains on the walls, and there was no noise, just deep relaxation. Miku. And you like it, son, she said with a smile. Issei. I don't like it, he said seriously leaving his parents ad. I love it, it's perfect, he said with a smile. That relaxed his parents and they took him to his room. They arrived at a room when their parents opened the door. Issei was surprised to see his room. This one was 4 times bigger than the one I had with the Louds. It had a family bed, a wardrobe, a bookcase, a night lamp, a small screen and a video game console. Miku. Do you like it, son? She said with a smile. They saw how Issei cried and that worried his parents. Leon. Issei, are you okay? If you want we can change whatever, he said worried. Issei. It's nothing Odo-san, it's just that I'm happy to know that I have parents who care about me. I know I'm not the perfect son, but I'm very grateful to know that I have great parents, he said crying with happiness. Both parents hugged Issei to calm him down and he reciprocated. Issei. Thinking, proven they are cooler than those damn Lin Sr. and Rita, he thought happily. Miku. Hey son, what do you think about going to the mall to buy some clothes? She said with a smile. Issei. Sounds good to me Oka-san, he said with a smile. They went to the mall with their bikes and Issei asks them. Issei. Odo-san Oka-san, why don't we have a car, he said confused. Both were silenced by the question and they found the courage to tell him. Leon. You see, son, when the car accident happened when you were 2 years old, we didn't have the courage to have a car again, so I sold the car and used the money to buy bicycles for your mother and I. From that day on, we stopped using everything related to a car, like buses, trains, taxis, and others. Issei. Wow, it was hard, but I know they'll overcome their trauma, I'm sure, he said with a smile. Miku. Thank you son, he said with a smile. They arrived at the mall and entered where they went to the children's clothing store where Issei tried on several outfits and some evening gowns. Issei, like his parents, had several bags with Issei's clothes and his father says. Leon. Hey, what do you think about going for some hamburgers? He said with a smile. Issei and his mother accepted Leon's idea and went to a hamburger restaurant where they each ordered one. Issei ate very quickly and with stars in his eyes. Issei. Thinking, I forgot how a hamburger tasted, those damn louds only gave me oatmeal and water in a dog bowl, he said eating. Miku. Wow, son, if you were hungry you would have said so, she said with a smile. Issei. I'm sorry mother, but I didn't want to interrupt when they were buying me clothes, he said sadly. Leon. Okay son, what do you think if once we're done we go to the arcade here, he said with a smile. Issei. I would love to and I can ask for another one, he said while showing his empty tray. Miku. Of course son, he said with a smile. Once they finished eating, they went to the arcade and the three of them played different games. Leon. I'm going to beat you, son, he said while combining blows in a fighting game. Issei. Don't even think about it Odo-san, he said while making a special movement and defeating his father's character. Leon. Good job, son, he said with a smile. Issei. Thank you Odo-san, he said with a smile. They played different games like a dance game where Miku and Leon did an incredible dance, where more than one person came to see the dance and applauded for the dance. They were returning to their home where the three of them had a good time. Issei had a smile of happiness. He had forgotten what it felt like to be happy next to his parents, and he had had something that even Lin Sr. and Rita never gave him, and that was parental love. Issei. Thinking, without a doubt they are the best parents in the world, he thought with a smile. They arrived home and Issei was arranging his clothes that they bought for him in his closet. He thought about his training with Great Red and thought about releasing his power of the Red Dragon, but he would do it after dinner and his parents were asleep. He had dinner with his parents and once they finished they said goodnight. Issei. Good night Odo-san and Oka-san, I had a lot of fun today, I love you, he said with a smile. They gave him a smile and went to their room to rest. Miku. Isn't it wonderful, love? Our 3-year-old son finally woke up, she said while lying down with her husband. Leon. I'm happy too, honey. We have to enroll him in primary school so he can start his studies, she said with a smile. Miku. I agree love and I know that you will find your talent there, she said with a smile. Leon. Yes, I don't care if he is a chef, scientist, engineer, whatever he wants to be, I will support him, he said with a smile. Miku. That's why I love you darling, she said giving him a kiss. Leon. Me too, she said with a smile. They both started to sleep, but they didn't know that Issei heard everything and was crying with happiness. Issei. Thinking, thank you Big Red, I finally have the best parents in the world, he thought with great happiness. He went to his room to see his Red Dragon power. Chapter 5 The Red Emperor. Issei was in his room meditating when he remembers how Great Red told him to activate his power. Memory. Great Red. Very well Lincoln, to activate the power of the Red Dragon, you have to think of the strongest person or thing you have ever seen, he said seriously. Lincoln. Very well, think of the strongest person or thing I've ever seen, he said with determination. End of memory. Issei thought about his favorite hero Issei, and in an incredible moment he activated his Red Dragon glove, but it was very weak. Imagine what it was like as a child. Issei. So this is my Red Dragon power, he said surprised but fell unconscious. Inside Issei's mind. This is in his mind all dark without being able to see anything until he hears a voice. So you are my bear, I didn't expect that you would awaken my power at an early age, he said seriously. Issei. Who are you? He said seriously. Sorry kid, I haven't introduced myself, my name is the Red Emperor, or can you call me Drake buddy, he said seriously. Issei. Nice to meet you Drake and can you tell me where I am, he said confused. Drake. You're in your mind, you fell unconscious when you used my power for the first time, but it's considerable knowing that you're just a child, he said seriously. Issei. Wow, incredible Great Red, I wasn't lying, I have the Red Emperor in me, he said excitedly. Greg. That you met the big red one, he said surprised. Issei. Yes, well, you'll see how you are inside me, I think you have to know my story, he said seriously. He told him about his past life, how he lived day and night because of bad luck, how he was beaten day and night without any mercy, the death of his friends, how he died in the most painful way possible, how he ended up in the center of life and death, and how Big Red trained him and taught him several things so that he would be smarter than his ex-sister Lisa. Issei. And that's all, he said sadly remembering his friends. This one was quiet and this one screams at the top of his lungs. Greg. Damn unfortunates, how dare you, he said furiously. Issei. Yes, I know, and that's how I met Great Red, he said seriously. Greg. Comrade, count on my power to take revenge on those wretches, he said with a smile. Issei. Thanks Drake, said with a smile. Greg. And how did you end up in Issei Lincoln's body, I mean Issei, he said seriously. Issei. Well you see, this is how he explained to Drake how Great Red sent him to Issei's body which had already died, but his parents denied that he had already died and they hoped that he would wake up, but in the end, his soul was taken to his body to have a new life, and that's all. Drake. I understand, partner, I didn't know anything. Normally, my carriers always awaken the power at 15 years old, but you are the first to awaken it at an early age, and that woke me up from my great dream, he said with a smile. Issei. Yes, I would use your power to finish off White and leave the name of the Red Dragon high, but I will train to improve my power. Drake is not obligated to help me in everything. I will train to not always depend on you, he said with a smile. Drake was surprised by that, normally his wielders were always arrogant and asked him to give them their power, but Issei was not like that, he was different. Drake. Sure, buddy, I think I found the perfect carrier, he said with a smile. They practiced different things to get to know each other better, but somewhere else there was someone in a restaurant eating a steak and he felt Drake's power a little far away from there. It seems that Lincoln awakened Drake's power much earlier. Tomorrow I will go see Lincoln to teach him the Aztec power, he said seriously and eating his steak. Chapter 6. Meeting a carrier. Issei was waking up since he talked to Drake all night until 2 a.m. He was waking up little by little, and once he got up he changed and went to the living room, where he saw his father having breakfast. Leon. Issei, good morning, take a seat. Your mother will finish breakfast in a moment, she said, drinking coffee and reading the newspaper. Issei. It's okay Odo-san, he said sitting down. Then his mother comes in with a pot of food. Miku. Good morning son, I hope you like your breakfast, she said taking out some chopsticks and serving some stuffed buns. He bowed and ate one, making his eyes glow with stars. Issei. It's delicious, he said with stars in his eyes. Miku. I'm glad you like them, she said while eating. They were eating until Leon tells Issei. Leon. Issei, today we will go to Kuoh Elementary School to enroll you there, she said with a smile. Issei. It's okay Odo-san, said eating. They finished eating and went to Kuoh Elementary School to enroll Issei. 30 minutes later. They arrived at Kuoh's elementary school and he was excited about the place. They arrived at the principal's office and talked a little and told Issei to go outside to talk among themselves. He was sitting outside while waiting for his parents. Greg. You know, buddy, it would be fun if you walked around a bit to see the place, he said with boredom. Issei. You're right Drake, he said while standing up. When he was about to leave, a voice stopped him. Issei Hyoudou, right? Said the voice behind him. He turned around and saw a 20-year-old guy with black hair and a suit. Issei. Who are you? He said confused. Roberto. My name is Roberto Navarrete Issei-kun, or should I call you Lincoln Loud, he said seriously. He activated his gauntlet and got into a combat stance. Issei. How do you know that? He said still in a fighting pose. Roberto. Don't worry, I'm not here to fight, but to talk, he said seriously. Issei. What do you want to talk about? He said seriously. Roberto. Let's just talk, we don't have to draw attention to ourselves, you know, he said seriously. He thought about it and deactivated his power and sat on the bench followed by Roberto. Issei. First of all, how do you know my old name? He said seriously. Roberto. You see, Big Red sent me to train you to master the Aztec power, and he told me so, he said seriously. Issei. Do you know Great Red? He said surprised. Roberto. Yes, I fought with him when we were mortal enemies, but later we realized that our fight was pointless, and then we became friends, almost brothers, he said with a smile. Issei. Wow incredible, but who is stronger, he said with curiosity. Roberto. Big Red is, but there were times when I almost defeated him, but he surpasses me by far, he said seriously. Roberto. And before answering another question, how did you end up in the center of life and death? He said seriously. Issei. How do you know about that place? He said seriously. Roberto. Big Red and I, when we were enemies, used to go there so as not to affect other factions, and also not to attract attention, he said seriously. Issei. Incredible, well I'll tell you, he said, telling how he lived through hell because of his sister and how it ended there and Great Red gave him another chance and that's all, he said seriously. Roberto. I'll send my soldiers right now to kill those unfortunate loud slowly and painfully, he said with hatred. Issei. Please don't do it, he said seriously. Roberto. And why not, he said confused like Drake. Issei. I want to get revenge on them myself, so please don't do anything to them, he said seriously. Roberto thought about it for a moment and said. Roberto. Okay, it's your decision, it's your problem, he said seriously. Issei. Thank you Roberto-sama, he said with a smile. Roberto. You're welcome, and changing the subject, I see that you are the bearer of the Red Emperor, isn't that right? He said seriously. Issei. Yes, that's right and you have a celestial dragon, he said seriously. Roberto. Yes, I am the bearer of the Black Emperor known as the Black Dragon, he said seriously. Issei. And what can he do, he said seriously. Roberto. You see, my power can block the abilities that the person possesses for a time, in addition to the Aztec powers, he said seriously. Issei. Incredible, I can see a little of the Aztec power, he said excitedly. Roberto. Of course, and then I will teach you the power of the Black Dragon. I will only show you the weapon that you can summon with the training I give you, he said seriously. He concentrated a little, and then a magic circle appeared on the ground where a peculiar weapon came out. Issei. It's incredible, he said excitedly. Roberto. This weapon is known as Hyoudou, the sword of the Aztecs. This sword is even capable of killing demons, angels, fallen ones, and even gods, he said while showing his sword from head to toe. Issei. Incredible, one day I will have one like that, he said with determination. Roberto. That's the spirit Issei-kun, well I have to go, it was a pleasure meeting you. In 6 months I'll come for you to train you, so while you perfect the power of the Red Emperor while I'm gone, he said as he left. Issei. Are you Roberto-sama? We'll see each other later, he said with a smile. Roberto. Likewise Issei, he said making a magic circle and retreating. Issei saw his parents leave the office and told him that starting tomorrow he would start going to school, which excited the brown-haired boy. They went home to spend time as parents and son, while Issei thought a little about Roberto's power. Chapter 7. Something unexpected and the first day of school. Issei woke up little by little and went to the bathroom to get ready since it would be his first day of school, but when he saw himself in the mirror he was very surprised. Issei, screaming. His parents didn't take even 2 seconds when they saw their son. They were very surprised, even more so his mother. Issei had snow-white hair. Miku. Son, what happened to you? She said, looking at him. Leon. You don't feel well, he said worried about seeing his son's hair color. Issei. I'm fine Oto-san and Oka-san, I was just surprised to see the color of my hair, he said surprised to have his hair color again. Miku. Well, looking at it closely, that color suits you, you look like a cute rabbit, she said with a smile. Issei. Thank you mother, if you excuse me, I'll go change, he said as he went to his room. Issei went to his room and closed where he spoke with Drake. Issei. Drake, do you know why my hair is white now, he said seriously. Drake I see that the Aztec power that Great Red gave you fused with your body and that caused your hair to turn white, he said seriously. Issei. So now this is my natural hair, he said seriously. Drake. Yes, but I don't know what you're complaining about. You already had hair like that in your old life, he said seriously. Issei. It's true, but I'll have to hide it since I don't want to be the laughingstock of the school again, he said while taking a blanket and a cap out of his closet. This one put the parachute on his head and his cap on his head followed. Drake. Great idea mate, but well it's time for breakfast isn't it, he said seriously. Issei. Oh yes thanks for reminding me Drake, he said with a smile. Drake. You're welcome, buddy. I'll go to sleep if you need me, he said as he started to sleep. Issei. Rest Drake, he said as he left his room. This was with his parents and when they saw him they were confused because they saw Issei covering his hair. Miku. Son, why do you cover your hair? She said confused. Issei. Well Oka-san, I don't want to attract attention in class and I put it on so they wouldn't notice my hair, he said seriously. Leon. Good thinking, son, sit down, breakfast is ready, he said while drinking his coffee. He sat down and ate. Once he finished, he went to school, saying goodbye to his parents. He entered the school and went to his classroom, which was 1C, and he knocked on the door where a man in a suit told him what he wanted and he gave him a sheet of paper. He took her and told her to come in when he asked. Teacher. Well kids, today a new student will be with us, please come in, he said letting Issei pass. This one came in and everyone was confused because they had a cap and a parachute. Issei. Well my name is Issei Hyoudou, it's a pleasure to meet you, any questions? he said calmly. Girl. Why do you wear a parasol and a cap? Said a pink-haired girl. Issei. You shouldn't care, he said with a cold voice that even scared the teacher. Issei. Does anyone else have another question? He said seriously. Child. What comics do you like the most? Said a child with glasses. Issei. I like A-Savvy comics, that hero is incredible, he said with stars in his eyes. Master. Okay Issei, you can take a seat, said the master. This one took a seat next to the boy with glasses and a boy who had a shaved head on the other side. Classes began and Issei proved to be superior to anyone and also smart. When it was time for recess, the two boys approached him. Child. Hello Issei, my name is Mitsuda, said with a smile. Mitsuda was a boy with a shaved head and had some pimples on his face. BOY2. And I'm Motohama Issei, said another boy. Motohama was a boy with glasses and the same smile as Mitsuda. Issei. Nice to meet you Mitsuda and Motohama, I'm Issei, he said with a smile. Motohama. Well Issei, we wanted to know if you want to eat with us, he said with a smile. Issei swore he looked at Rusty and Zack for a second but then shook his head and looked back at Mitsuda and Motohama and gave a smile. Issei. Of course, why not, he said with a smile. They went to the cafeteria and once they picked up their food they started eating while they talked. Mitsuda. Well Issei, do you want to see something cool? He said while checking his backpack. Issei. Of course it is, he said while eating. Mitsuda. This, he said taking out a comic. Issei. What is the limited edition of A-Savvy vs the Muscle Fish, he said with stars in his eyes. Mitsuda. Yes, my father gave it to me as a birthday present, he said with a smile. Motohama. And look what I have, he said taking out a different comic. Issei. What is the Omni-Man vs Justice League comic? They say there are only 5 copies of them, how do you have it? He said with stars in his eyes. Motohama. Well, my mother has contacts and gave it to me, but it's a copy. I have the original at home so I don't lose it, she said with a smile. Issei. Incredible, I'm going to get along very well with you, he said with a smile. They were talking about the series they watched, but then they heard some voices where the 3 of them turned around. They saw that there were 3 girls in their class and each had a tray of food. Girl. Excuse me, could we sit here please, said a girl with 2 pigtails. DIRL2. Yes, all the tables are full, said a girl with pink hair. Girl 3. If we could talk peacefully and get to know each other better, said another girl who had 2 braids. Issei was going to tell them no, but he didn't want to be rude since he might hate women for what they did to him, but he wasn't rude. Issei. Of course why not, he said with great difficulty. DIRL2. Thank you Issei-kun, she said with a smile sitting down. The 3 of them sat down and started eating. Nina oh sorry Issei-san for not introducing us my name is Murayama, she said with a smile. DIRL2. My name is Kadis Issei-kun, she said with a smile. DIRL3. My name is Aika Issei-kun, she said with a smile. Issei. Nice to meet you, he said uncomfortably. They started talking for a while, but Issei was uncomfortable by the presence of Murayama, Kadis and Aika. Mitsuda. Well girls we have to go, see you, he said leaving with Motohama and Issei. These went to a corner of the school and this one says. Mitsuda. Very well because you are uncomfortable with the presence of the 3, he said seriously. Issei. I don't know what you're talking about, he said a little nervously. Motohama. We are not that stupid Issei, we know that the atmosphere when they arrived became heavy, he said seriously. He sighed and said. Issei. Promise not to tell anyone about this, he said seriously. They both nod and he takes off his cap and parachute, revealing his white hair. Mitsuda. Nice hair color, said surprised. Issei. Well, I trust them, it will be your problem if you believe me or not, he said telling his old life and how he suffered day and night for his sisters and how he ended up in the center of life and death and how he got to Issei's body and that's all. Note. Did not tell about Great Red Roberto and that he is the carrier of the Red Emperor. Motohama. Wow, that's a lot to process Issei, he said surprised. Mitsuda. Now we understand you, he said surprised. Mohatama. I believe you since I see that you are not lying, he said with a smile. Mitsuda. I still believe you and we will support you, he said with a smile. Issei. Friends, he said with a smile. The 2. Friends, they said with a smile. They heard the bell and they returned without before Issei put on his parachute and cap. Chapter 8 Training My Power. Issei was returning home since classes had finished and he arrived where he was received by Miku. Miku. Hello son, how is school? She said with a smile. Issei. Very good Okus and I made 2 friends, he said with a smile. Miku. That's great, son. Your father and I are going to the supermarket. "Are you coming with us?" she said with a smile. Issei. "No thanks Oka-san, I have some homework to do," he said with a smile. Miku. "Okay son, we'll be back in 2 hours," she said as she watched her husband leave the room and say goodbye to her son. This one being alone, he summoned his gauntlet and it speaks to Drake. Issei. "Well Drake, from what I know is that I can increase my power every 10 seconds, isn't that right?" he said seriously. Drake. "Sure, buddy, but you'll only be able to withstand 2 increases since you're still weak and your body won't be able to handle it," he said seriously. Issei. Well my parents are not here, I will start training my physical condition," he said seriously. Drake. "That's the good spirit, it starts with 20 push-ups, 20 squats and 20 sit-ups," he said seriously. Issei. "Hey, why is it that so recently when I was in the center of life and death, Great Red made me do everything 100 times, he said a little curious. Drake. "Well, you see, I'll make sure your body weighs around 150 kilograms so you can improve your physical condition," he said seriously. Issei. "Now I understand what I will do," he said while doing it and felt his whole body heavy. Drake. "Wow, you surprise me, mate. Normally, number 5-year-old child would support that weight," he said a little surprised. He did what Drake asked him and was sweating since his body was very heavy. Drake. "Very well, now summon your gauntlet," he said seriously. Issei summoned him without problems. Drake. "Very well, I'll tell you how this gauntlet works. You'll see that the feeling you have will be much stronger and it will respond much stronger," he said seriously. Issei. "Well, I will," he said thinking about everything he suffered with the Louds. Flashback. Lori. "You're an idiot, I wish you were never my brother," she said very angrily. Lini. "My designs are very horrible because of your bad luck," she said angrily. Luna. "It's your fault Sam broke up with me, you damn rat," she said angrily. Luan. "My boyfriend Benny broke up with me and Maggie ended my friendship because of you," she said angrily. Linka. "My paintings didn't sell because of you," she said angrily. Liberty. "I didn't get any good photos because of you," she said angrily. Lucy. "My poems are horrible because of your bad luck," she said angrily. Lana. "My fish friends are dead because of you, unhappy," she said angrily. Lola. "I came in 3rd place because of you, unhappy," she said angrily. Lisa. "My project exploded because of your bad luck," she said angrily. Lin Sr. "You would have died in the unfortunate birth," he said angrily. Rita. "I would have left you in an orphanage, damn mistake," she said angrily. Lin Jr. "Bad luck, without you all of us would be at the top if it weren't for you, bad luck," said while hitting him with his titanium bat. Vindel flashback. Issei was trembling with total anger while Drake just watched him. The gem on the gauntlet began to glow very brightly and he screamed at the top of his lungs. Issei, "I a damn bored, I will never forgive you for what you did to me, just like you," he said raising his right arm that had his gauntlet. At that moment the glove he had changed in a surprising way. He was surprised to see how he changed shape, but he fell unconscious because his body could not bear the power he released. Greg. "Wow, I can't believe what you suffered Lincoln, but only time will tell what you will do," he said as the gauntlet disappeared from Lincoln's arm. Chapter 9. Creating a comic. It had been 1 month since Issei improved his gauntlet, plus the training he had been doing, it could now withstand 10 increases which left Drake surprised. During this time Issei got along very well with Mitsuda and Motohama, but he was always uncomfortable seeing Murayama, Caddis and Aika because every time he saw them he remembered his ex-sisters and all the harm they did to him. They managed to make a kind of friendship with Issei since he greeted them and let them eat with him, but nothing went from there. Well, with Mitsuda and Motohama, he got along very well, although he didn't admit it. When he saw both of them he remembered Zack and Rusty every time he saw them. These two formed a very good friendship that earned them the nickname of the Comics Trio, since every time there was a break, there wasn't a single day that they weren't seen with a superhero comic. Issei also got along very well with his new parents. When he didn't have homework, he always spent time with his father playing video games and playing soccer with other children. He also got along very well with his mother since she took him to the comic store to buy a comic, but there was something that made him very angry since he saw the comic that he made and it already had Linka and Liberty as the main authors. Issei. Thinking, damn witches, I made that comic and you took the credit, I should be the main author, it took me 2 months to make it and just for you to take the credit, he thought very angrily. Greg. Calm down buddy, otherwise you will activate the boosted gear here and scare your mother just like the people, he said worriedly. Issei listened to him and calmed down and he thinks so that Drake can hear him. Issei. Thinking, I'm sorry Drake, it just bothered me so much that those witches took my credit. It took me 2 whole months without a break, so that in the end they took my credit, he thought apologetically. Drake. Okay, but who are the authors? He said, looking at the main authors. Issei. Thinking, they are my ex-triplet sisters, they took my work that took me 2 months to do, he thought angrily. Greg. What about you make a comic so you feel better? He said, calming him down. Issei. Thinking, it's not a bad idea you know, but what will I write and draw? I don't want to make another comic of the full deck, he thought angrily. Issei thought for a while until he thought of a great idea. Issei. Thinking, Drake already knows what comic to make and I will participate in the comic competition that will be held in 2 months, he thought with a great idea. Greg. Very well, I will support you, he said with a smile. He took the A-Savvy comic and went with his mother, but before that he signed up for the comic contest. Issei asked his mother if she would let him buy pencils, colors and white sheets to make his comic, which she accepted without problems. They returned home in a taxi as their parents were slowly coming out of their trauma and could now call a taxi and take the bus as well as the train. Once they got home, Issei went to his room to make his comic where he wrote the title of his comic. Greg. The rivalry of 2 dragons is interesting, he said while reading the title. He began to draw 2 dragons, one red and the other white, where they fought until the end. 2 months later. At that time, Issei's parents had to go back to work where, with Issei's help, they overcame the trauma of driving, where he helped them day after day with their trauma until they overcame it. Leon. Okay, son, we have to go to work. Be good. There's food in the microwave. If you're hungry, we'll be back at 8 p.m. He said seriously. Issei. It's okay Odo-san, I'll see you later, he said with a smile. Miku. See you son, she said giving him a hug. They left and so did Issei who had his comic in his backpack. When he arrived, he went with his friends where he told them he had a surprise. Their classes were normal and once finished they went to the cafeteria to eat and Issei had something in his hands. Mitsuda. Very good Issei, what comic do you have now? He said, looking at him. Issei. I want you to tell me how my comic is, he said while showing his comic that had a red dragon with a green eye on the right side and a white dragon with a blue eye on the other side. They opened it and started reading the comic and when they finished they were fascinated by every page of the comic. Mitsuda. This comic is incredible, he said fascinated. Motohama. Yes, it's true, I like the part where the red dragon bit his neck and then spit fire at him, he said, fascinated. Greg. This kid really understands that scene, it reminded me of when I fought Blanco the first time, he said proudly. Issei. There's Drake, whisper so no one could hear them. Mitsuda. And you're already registered for the contest, he said, looking at him. Issei. Yes, when I finish classes I will go deliver it to the postal service, he said proudly. Greg. Yes, and once you do it, you will resume your training, which you haven't done in the last 2 months, and I hope you win. Issei, he said seriously through his mind. Issei. I know, whispered. Murayama, Caddis and Ika approached and asked them if they could sit down, and they accepted without problems. They talked about different topics, even Issei showed them his comic where the 3 of them congratulated him for the comic he made. When their classes ended, they left and Issei went their separate ways and Issei went to the post office to deliver his comic. Once he arrived, he went to the checkout and handed in his comic and they received it and he returned home with a smile. Issei. Thinking, I hope and win to show those comic-stealing witches who is the best at this, he thought with a touch of revenge. Chapter 10. The arrival of the master and a proposal. It had been 3 months since Issei took his comic to the post office and he thought they forgot about him, but that didn't matter to him since the only ones who cared about his opinion were his parents and friends. Although he wanted to win, but that no longer mattered. Now he was in a forest at night practicing with his gauntlet. Greg. Listen, partner, breathe and relax for each hit you give on the rock, he said seriously while Issei hit a very large rock. Issei. Very good increase, he said while the gem shone. Boost 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 boost. When he gave those increases he hit the rock breaking the. Issei. Wow, my strength has increased. Before it took me 15 increases, now only 5 is enough, he said proudly. Greg. Congratulations mate, I see that you can now withstand 25 increases in just 3 months, I'm impressed, he said a little surprised. Issei. Thanks Drake and also my physical condition increased. The good thing is that I think Roberto-sama will come to train me, he said excitedly. You're not wrong about that, said a voice. Issei saw Roberto in a tree who was sitting watching the training he was doing. Issei. Roberto-sama, it's an honor to see you again, he said bowing. Roberto. First of all, you don't have to be so formal with me, just tell me Roberto, and yes, I came to train you, but there are 2 others that I will also train with you, he said seriously. Issei. Who? He said confused. Roberto. There are 2 children who have a hidden power and are your same age. Their names are Mitsuda and Motohama, he said seriously. Issei what? Surprised like Drake. Roberto. Do you know them? He said seriously. Issei. Yes, they are my school friends, but what powers do they have? He said curiously. Roberto. I don't know that, but what I do know is that your friend Mitsuda has a power that even surpasses the Mao's, and Motohama has a dragon inside him, but I have no idea who it is, he said seriously. Issei. Wow, incredible, then I'll call you tomorrow so we can start training, he said with a smile. Roberto. Yes, I'll talk to your parents tomorrow so you don't have problems with them like Mitsuda and Motohama's parents, he said seriously. Issei. Okay then I'm leaving since it's 2 a.m. and I have school tomorrow, he said seriously. Roberto. I'll take you, he said taking her by the hand, and in a blink of an eye they were in his room. Issei. How did you manage to get us to my house so quickly? He said surprised. Roberto. I have a technique called teleportation. I can go from one place to another as many times as I want, he said unimportantly. Issei. Wow, incredible, but well, rest Roberto, he said with a smile. Roberto Lincoln too, he said as he disappeared from his room. Issei fell asleep and the next day everything was normal having breakfast, but his mother had good news. Miku? Well I have some news, she said with a smile. Leon? What dear, he said confused like Issei. Miku? I got promoted at work now I'm a dress designer, she said very happily. Both were surprised and congratulated their mother-wife, and Issei went to school, and when he arrived, he wanted to talk to Mitsuda and Motohama during recess. The classes were normal and Issei as always being the first in the class, and having the recess he was in the courtyard since he wanted to talk to them. Mitsuda. Well Issei, what do you want to talk about? He said while walking with Motohama and Issei so they wouldn't see them. They arrived at an isolated part and this one says. Issei. Well, I'll be very direct. You believe in the supernatural, he said seriously. They were both confused and both nodded. Issei. Well, I'll show you something that will surprise you, he said while summoning his gauntlet. Both are surprised and look at the gauntlet in detail, and both are surprised. Issei. Well, you see, that's how he told you about the supernatural, and how God, like the original demons, died in the war of the three factions, and how he has the Red Emperor, and that's all. Both of them were so surprised that they didn't say anything, but Mitsuda says. Mitsuda. Hey Issei, why are you telling us this? We are children, right? So why are you telling us this? He said confused. Issei. Well, you see, my teacher wants to train you two just like me, since you also have powers, he said seriously. Both were surprised and were curious what powers they had. Issei. Well, my teacher will talk to our parents, since they have to know that they are going to train us, he said seriously. Motohama. It's okay, we trust you, he said with a smile. Mitsuda. If it's true, we trust you Issei, he said with a smile. So they returned to class, but they didn't know that Ika, Murayama and Caddis heard every word Issei said and saw his gauntlet. They didn't say anything, and they returned to classes where once the classes ended they left, but Roberto was waiting for them. Roberto. Hello Issei, Mitsuda and Motohama, he said with a smile. Issei. Roberto, nice to see you. Let me introduce you to my friends Mitsuda and Motohama, he said with a smile. Both. It's a pleasure to meet you Roberto-sama, they said with great respect and bowing. Roberto. You don't have to be formal with me, and the reason I'm here is that I had a meeting with your parents at Issei's house, he said seriously. Mitsuda. But they are working, he said confused. Roberto. I already took care of that and don't worry, I didn't do anything to you now, let's go, they are waiting for you, he said while walking. Both followed him, and they arrived at Issei's house which was true since his parents were there, as well as the parents of Mitsuda and Motohama. Miku. Hello son, I see you're coming with some friends, just like Mr. Roberto, she said with a smile. Roberto. You don't have to be so formal with me, Miku-san. Besides, it's good that everyone is gathered, he said with a smile. Change of scene. Everyone could be seen sitting down having tea courtesy of Miku. Leon. Well Roberto, why did you bring us together here at our house? He said confused. Roberto. You see, I'm involved in a project to open a gifted school where only the best of the best go to that school, he said while giving him a brochure. Roberto. And you'll see the reason I'm telling you this is that Issei, Mitsuda and Motohama have a potential that they haven't yet exploited, and I want the three of them to come with me to Mexico to study there all their primary school, he said seriously. Everyone was surprised by that, but Miku says. Miku? But we can't take him to Mexico, we don't have enough money to take him there, she said seriously. Roberto. Don't worry about that, they will have all their needs paid for, and you will also receive $10,000 depending on your performance, he said while drinking his tea. The parents were surprised by that, but they didn't want to take Issei to Mexico for 5 years, but it was his decision. Roberto. You can go visit them during the summer holidays and you can stay there all summer, he said with a smile. They saw the brochure and saw what the school was like and its name, which was Aztecas del Sol School. Leon. What are you saying, dear? She said, looking at him. Miku. I don't know what you're saying, your son is your decision, she said with a smile. Just like Mitsuda and Motohama's parents told them it was their decision and they would support them. The three of us. We accept, they said with a smile. Roberto. Well, I'll come for you tomorrow, so in the meantime you can say goodbye to your friends, he said as he stood up and left. So they spent the best day ever with their parents, and they went to different places, but when night fell they returned home where they saw that mail arrived. Miku. Go the mail, she said while looking at the letters, or go this is for you Issei, she said while handing him a letter. Issei opened it and started reading it. Dear Issei Hyoudou, we inform you that you are the winner of the Worldwide Comics Contest, and we are sorry if we did not send the message before, but the judges had to review 1,500 more comics, but after a great decision, yours was the first and best worked of all, and your prize is at your door. Enjoy it and congratulations. Sincerely, the Worldwide Comics Association. Issei saw 2 boxes at the door of his house, and he was surprised because in one box there was a 50-inch screen and in the other a Play 5. Issei win-win, he said while looking at his prizes. Leon. Congratulations son, he said with a smile. Issei. The screen will be for the living room, and the one in the living room will be for my room, he said with a smile. Miku. Are you sure son? I mean the living room screen is small, we don't want to take advantage of something of yours, she said worriedly. Issei. Nonsense, besides I want you to have something of mine while I'm gone, he said with a smile. Both parents smiled and put the screen in and Issei his Play 5. Once inside, his father connected it and saw that it had good lighting and good sound. Miku. Wow, it's a very good screen, son, but it's time for you to rest since tomorrow you're going to Mexico, he said with a sad face. Issei. Don't be sad Oka-san, I promise that once I finish elementary school I'll come back and we'll spend a mother-son day together, he said while hugging her. His father joined in the hug and they stayed like that for a while, then he went to his room to rest, taking his PlayStation 5. He went to bed because tomorrow he would leave for Mexico. Greg. I didn't think you would win, congratulations, buddy, he said with a smile. Issei. Thanks Greg, I was inspired by the endless battle that you and White have, he said while lying down. Greg. Yes he will I wonder what training Roberto-sama will give us, he said seriously. Issei. I have no idea Drake besides that he will teach me the Aztec powers, but well it is better to rest, he said while covering himself. Drake. Rest, partner, he said as he began to sleep. Issei. Likewise Drake, he said while closing his eyes but thought something maliciously. Issei. Thinking, so those damn things can see who's the best at this, he said as he began to sleep. Chapter 11. Farewell to my home and telling a story. The next day Issei packed his things since today he would go to Mexico to study, he was ready to leave, and he arrived at the kitchen where he saw his mother and father waiting for him to have breakfast. Miku. Hello son, come sit down and have breakfast with us, she said with a smile. Issei. It's okay Oka-san, he said sitting down. He saw that breakfast was special since it had macaroni and cheese balls for breakfast, his favorite food. Issei. Wow, you shouldn't have made my favorite food, parents, he said, looking at his breakfast. Issei knew that his favorite food was very difficult to make since it took 2 hours to make one layer, and this one had 3 layers of macaroni and cheese, so it took 6 hours to make his food. Leon. Don't worry, son. It's the last time we have breakfast together, so I decided to make it special, he said with a smile. Issei. Thank you Odo-san, said while eating. Once they finished eating, they headed to the airport where, upon arrival, they met Mitsuda and Motohama, but also Aika, Murayama, and Kadis. Issei. Hello boys and girls, he said the last bit dry. Mitsuda. Hello Issei, said with a smile. Issei. What are you doing here? He said confused. Kadis. Well, we were accepted into the Warriors of the Sun School, and we came since we will leave today, she said with a smile. Motohama. Wow, how considerate. We were also accepted into that school, he said with a smile. Everyone was talking, but then Roberto arrives with a "My." Roberto. Hello children, I see you are here, he said with a smile. Issei. That's right Roberto, we are ready, he said with a smile. Roberto. Well Miyuki, could you take these suitcases to the plane please, he said while looking at Mai with a smile. This is the character. Miyuki. Of course Roberto-sama, she said with a blush from the smile. She took the luggage to the plane and they said goodbye to their parents. Issei. Take care of yourselves Odo-san and Oka-san, this is not a goodbye, but a see you soon, he said with a smile. Miku. Goodbye son, I hope you do well at that school, she said while hugging him. Leon. We'll call you every day with the phone we bought you, he said with a smile. Issei. Sure, no problem, we'll see each other in the summer, he said while walking next to Roberto. Both. Goodbye son, they said with a smile. Itsuda's parents, Motohama, Murayama, Kadis and Aika, did the same. Saying goodbye to their children and they took the plane to Mexico. Once on the plane they realized there were no passengers. Aika. How strange, there are no passengers on this plane. Are you sure this flight is the right one? Roberto-sama, she said confused. Roberto. Don't worry, this plane is my property, that's why there are no passengers except us and the pilots, he said with a smile. Roberto. Well, let's take a seat, the plane will take off in 10 minutes, he said seriously. Everyone listened and sat where the pilot gave the warning that he was going to take off. Pilot. Good morning passengers, the trip to Mexico will be a 22-hour trip, so please turn off your electronic devices, said the pilot. They listened and it began to take off, once at a high altitude they could stand up from their seats. They got together and started playing and talking, while Roberto just wrote some reports on his computer. Miyuki. Would you like a coffee, Roberto-sama, she said while holding a cup of coffee. Roberto. Thank you Miyuki-san, he said with a smile while drinking the coffee. She blushed and went to take care of Issei with her friends. Roberto saw how Issei felt uncomfortable being around Murayama, Kadis and Aika, but he understood it, since basically his sisters who were women, had a great hatred for them, and it was not surprising that he felt hatred for all women. Roberto. Thinking, I'll have to talk to Lincoln when everyone is asleep, he thought seriously while typing on his computer. Night came and everyone was already asleep until Roberto arrived and woke up Issei who told him if they could talk in private. They went to another part of the plane and Issei looked at Roberto seriously. Issei. What did you want to tell me Roberto, he said while yawning. Roberto. I'll get straight to the point. You feel uncomfortable about Murayama, Kadis and Aika, right? He said seriously. Issei just stayed silent and he says. Issei. Yes, the truth is, I can't forgive any woman for what they did to me. Ronnie, Sid, Nikki, Stella and Jordan left me alone when those damn women were hitting me. They turned their backs on me when I needed them the most, he said with hatred. Roberto. Listen, you have to leave that hatred aside, he said seriously. Issei. Why, you have no idea of everything that happened, I suffered hunger, cold, pain and a betrayal that is never forgiven, and you want me to leave my hatred aside, he said annoyed. Roberto. I know I'll never feel what you suffered, but the reason I don't want you to hate women is because I don't want you to become like Angel Gabriel, he said seriously. Issei. Angel Gabriel, what does she have to do with my hatred towards women? He said seriously. Roberto. You see, she was also at the center of life and death, he said seriously. That surprised Issei, but he continued. Roberto. You see, she was born in North Korea. She was a sweet girl even though she was in a shitty country. But one day she insulted the government of her country where she was and said, send them to the prisons that denied the regime. When she was only 7 years old, she was sent to a room where there were 200 naked men, and when they saw her, they began to grape her in a cruel way, he said seriously. Roberto. She lived 2 months of pure grape without end, until she died from choking on so much semen that those unfortunate men made her swallow. She was 100 years in the center of life and death, until her soul was taken to heaven for being very pure. She was reborn in the first daughter of God, but she remembered all the damage that those men did to her, he said seriously. Roberto. Later she developed a great hatred towards men without God realizing it, he said seriously. Roberto. Every time a man confessed to her that he loved her, she would cut their throats, so they stopped confessing to her for fear that she would kill them, he said seriously. Roberto. So I want you to change your way of thinking about women. I didn't see everything you suffered, but I think there were some girls who did help you, he said seriously. Issei thought for a while and remembered Cookie and Carol Cream who helped Lincoln, but they moved away 2 months after that matter, and he realized that his hatred would lead him to great loneliness. Greg. Comrade Roberto-sama is right, you have to change your way of thinking about women. You can hate the Louds and those ex-friends you had all you want, but they were not guilty of all the harm you suffered, he said with a fatherly voice. Issei thought for a while and Roberto and Drake were very right, they were not to blame for all the hell he suffered. Issei. They are right, they are not to blame for all the suffering I suffered, so I will change my mind about them, he said with a smile. Roberto. That's the spirit Issei, now go to sleep because tomorrow we will arrive in Mexico, he said with a smile. Issei left, but before leaving he gave Roberto a hug, leaving him surprised. Issei. Thank you Roberto, said hugging him. Roberto only felt his heartbeat and felt a warmth that no one gave him except his son. Issei retires with a goal. Issei. Thinking, Angel Gabriel, I promise that I will make you change your way of thinking about men, if I can do it with women you can do it with men, he thought determinedly. While in heaven. In one room was an overly beautiful angel with blonde hair and an enviable body. If she was Gabriel the angel that Roberto told. Gabriel. I miss my heart beating for the first time, what is this feeling, she said confused. Chapter 12. Arrival in Mexico and getting to know the school. Issei was waking up from his bed but realized that Murayama was lying on top of him and he blushed seeing her sleeping. Issei. Thinking, she looks so cute when she sleeps, he thought with a smile. At that Murayama wakes up and sees that she is on top of him and she moves away embarrassed. Murayama. Sorry Issei-kun for being in your bed, she said blushing. Issei. Okay, but why did you sleep with me if you had a bed? He said as he sat on his bed. Murayama. I had a nightmare so I saw you sleeping very well in your bed, so I decided to sleep with you, sorry if I bothered you, she said embarrassed. Issei. Okay, but let me know next time, he said with a smile that made Murayama blush. The difference in the smiles he gave the three of them was always one of discomfort, but this one was so sincere that even Murayama felt happy about it. So the two children went out to where the others were having breakfast. Roberto. Good morning Issei-kun and Murayama, feel free to ask if breakfast is ready, he said with a smile. They both sat with the others while Miyuki served their breakfast. Roberto. Miyuki-san, you can have breakfast with us if you want, he said with a smile. Miyuki. Of course not Roberto-sama, how could I have breakfast with you and your companions? She said sadly. Roberto. I have no problem with that and you, he said looking at them. Everyone nods their heads, indicating that no one had a problem with that. She sits next to Roberto and everyone eats peacefully. Roberto. By the way, in 4 hours we will arrive in Mexico, so enjoy this time, he said seriously. He continued eating with the others. Once they finished they went to watch a movie. Issei. Well the system gives these options savvy the movie, Dragon Ball Super Broly, We Are Dead in it too, said looking at the screen. Motohama. You have to see We Are Dead, it has become very popular, he said with emotion. Mitsuda. I say the same thing, you have to see it, he said with emotion. Aika, Murayama and Caddis agreed to watch it and he pressed play where the 6 of them watched the series as well as Drake who was interested in watching it. In another part of the plane, Roberto was looking at his tablet where there was a drawing of a plan for a war weapon. Roberto. With this I will recover what these gringos took from us years ago, he said with a malicious smile. Miyuki. I hope it helps you when that day comes, sir, she said seriously. Roberto. Of course, Miyuki-san, you will always be my favorite assistant, he said with a smile. She blushed and smiled and they continued looking at the plans to see if there was a flaw in the design. While with the others they were enjoying the series and Drake also watched it through Issei's left eye. Drake. Dude, this series is really good, he said while watching a protagonist throw the bully into the wave of zombies. Issei. Yes, it's true, now I understand why so many people talk about her, he said while watching the series, but then the screen where everyone complained goes black. Pilot. Attention passengers, we are landing, so please take your seats and fasten your seatbelts, he said through the loudspeaker. Everyone listened and saw the airport through the window. Roberto. Okay kids, I'll guide you out of here. Once we leave, I'll take you to the school where you'll study and the place where you live, he said seriously. Everyone nods and leaves the plane, and after walking they were at the airport entrance and Roberto leaves leaving everyone confused except Miyuki, who already knew what he was going to do. Then a black van arrives where Roberto was driving. Roberto. Go ahead, get in, he said inside the car. Caddis. I'll order in front, she said as she opened the door but is stopped by Roberto. Roberto. I'm sorry but Miyuki will sit in front, he said while Miyuki blushed. Miyuki. No, Roberto-sama, I'd better go back, she said sadly. Roberto. Nonsense, come up, he said with a smile. She got on and sat next to Roberto blushing. Greg. Hey buddy, do you think they'll end up together? He said speaking through his mind. Roberto. Yes, but one question. Do dragons have more than one partner, he said through his mind. Greg. If dragons practice polygamy, that means we can have many partners, in short, we can have a harem, said Drake. Issei. And you had a harem your Drake, said Issei. Greg. Yes, but he only had one partner called Tiamat, the dragon of karma, he said sadly. Issei. What happened to her? He said curious about Drake's condition. Greg. She hates me, she thinks I abandoned her when I was fighting with Blanco, but I did want to return to her side, but that damn biblical god sealed me in the boosted gear when I tried to return to her, he said with hatred. Issei. Calm down Drake, I promise to help you with that if we ever meet her, he said determinedly. Greg. Thanks mate, he said with a smile. They decide to see the place where they saw each place in Mexico where they were fascinated by its beauty. After 15 minutes they arrived at a huge school that said, Warriors of the Sun, where they saw every part of the place, being fascinated by the place. They saw that there was the flag with Roberto's symbol, and also the Mexican flag next to it. Motahama. Incredible place, said seeing each very clean room. Roberto. Yes, I will give you a tour so you don't get lost, he said while guiding them. He showed them the library, the cafeteria, the sports court, a room where they could practice aim with weapons, a swimming pool, a meditation garden and finally the uniform room. Roberto. Well Miyuki, could you give them their uniform? He said looking at Miyuki. Miyuki. Of course Roberto-sama, he said while taking out his uniform. The children's outfit consisted of a black vest, white shirt, black camouflage pants and black boots. The girl's outfit consisted of a brown vest, white shirt, brown camuflado shorts, knee pads and brown boots. The six were fascinated by their uniforms, but Issei asks a question. Issei. Excuse me Roberto-sama, why didn't you give us knee pads? He said confused. Roberto. The pants have a special fabric and you are luckier because you have protection on your entire leg, while she only has protection on her knees, he said seriously. Mitsuda. How durable are these uniforms? He said, looking at the fabric. Roberto. They are bulletproof, flames, even if they use their powers they never wear out, he said seriously. Aika. Powers, she said confused. Roberto. Come to my office so you can learn about things that very few people know, he said as he left with the others. Now they would know about things that no one knows except Issei who already knew. Chapter 13. Telling the supernatural and the awakening of powers. Roberto along with Miyuki and the others arrived at Roberto's office where once they arrived they saw how a guy with color and another guy with glasses were fighting with their fists. Roberto. Very well Israel and Caesar, what's going on? He said seriously. They both separate and Israel says. Israel. What's happening is I'm catching this idiot jerking off with my steak, he said angrily. Caesar. Oh, I haven't even eaten this one yet, he said angrily. Israel. You're a bucking piece of shit, he said angrily. Roberto. Very well Caesar, you're going to buy another steak for Israel, and that's the end of the discussion. Why didn't you separate them? He said seriously. We wanted to see who won, he said while holding a camera. Roberto. Anyway, I present to you the new students who will be studying here, he said while pointing at the children. Roberto touched the foreheads of Mitsuda, Motahama, Aika, Murayama and Kadis so that they would understand any language. Israel. Well, my name is Israel, nice to meet you, and I'm Roberto's right-hand man, he said with a smile. Leonardo. My name is Leonardo and I am third in charge after Roberto and Israel, he said seriously. Caesar. My name is Caesar and I am an elite soldier of Roberto, he said with a smile. Juan. My name is Juan and I am a leading scientist at Roberto, he said with a smile. Cristobal. My name is Cristobal and I am Roberto's secretary, he said seriously. Kurumi. My name is Kurumi and I am Roberto's elite soldier, whispering so no one can hear, and future wife said with a smile. Toga. My name is Toga and I am Roberto's elite soldier, and also whispering, and future wife said with a smile. Issei. Nice to meet you, my name is Issei Hyoudou, nice to meet you, he said bowing. Mitsuda. My name is Mitsuda, nice to meet you, said bowing. Motahama. My name is Motahama, nice to meet you, he said the same way as his friends. Aika. My name is Aika, nice to meet you, she said bowing. Murayama. My name is Murayama, nice to meet you, said bowing. Kadis. My name is Kadis, nice to meet you, she said bowing. Roberto. Well, the reason I brought you here is because I want to know if you believe in the supernatural, he said seriously. The boys were not surprised since they already knew about that, but the girls did not. Roberto. Well, since no one answers, I'll tell you that everything that is said is real since we are Aztecs, he said taking out his Aztec wings that were brown. Roberto had 12 Aztec wings, Israel 10 Aztec wings, Leonardo 8 Aztec wings, Caesar 6 Aztec wings, as well as Christopher, Juan had 4 Aztec wings, Kurumi and Toga had 8 Aztec wings. Everyone is surprised to see his wings and Mitsuda says. Mitsuda. They are angels, he said surprised. Roberto. No, we are Aztecs, well I am the leader of the Aztecs, and I also have the power of the god Irachi, the fusion of the 12 legendary dragons, the power of the Black Emperor, the Aztec power that I have, and also the new power that Juan created for the new students, he said proudly. Everyone except Israel, Leonardo, Caesar, Juan, Cristobal, Miyuki, Kurumi and Toga were surprised to hear about Roberto, especially Drake who was scared to know that he was the bearer of all that power. Issei. It's surprising but well, can you please tell my friends about the supernatural, he said without leaving his amazement. Roberto told them about everything, including the death of God and the original demons, and how they live today. Mitsuda. So, for demons, they reincarnate humans like us to turn them into their servants, he said. Israel. That's how they recover the lost numbers they lost in the Great War, he said seriously. Aika. And about the angels, they are true letters, she said this one. Leonardo. Yes, but only Michael, the leader of the angels, can do it, he said seriously. Hadis. And about the fallen, she said confused. Kurumi. They make themselves Cain if they think or do sinful things, she said seriously. Murayama. One question, she said seriously. Christopher. Which one? He said seriously. Murayama. We have powers, she said confused. Roberto. I'll know that now, that's why we're here. Well, I'll teach you how to invoke your powers. First of all, think about the strongest thing or person you've ever seen, he said seriously. Mitsuda thought about Omni-Man, and on his arm a gauntlet appeared just like Issei's when he activated it the first time, but this one was green with a red gem. Roberto. The Green Emperor, he said seriously. Mitsuda. What is this? I feel stronger, he said, looking at his gauntlet. Roberto. You see, the power you have is the same as Issei's, only this one can heal people and absorbs the pain and becomes stronger. The more you heal, the stronger you become, he said seriously. Motohama saw this and concentrated and thought about Ace Savvy, and then an orange gauntlet with a white gem appeared, just like Issei when he summoned it for the first time. Motohama. What is this? I feel very strong, he said looking at his gauntlet. Roberto. The Orange Emperor, he said seriously. Motohama. Incredible what he can do, said looking at his gauntlet. Roberto. For every hit you give, there will be an explosion. For every hit, the stronger you get, the more massive the explosion will be, he said seriously. Motohama. Incredible, he said while trying to hit Roberto's desk but he says. Roberto. If you destroy my desk, I swear I'll make you clean everything with your tongue, he said seriously and with a muffled voice. This one was scared by his tone of voice and he didn't do it. Aika thought about Bombo from the Powerpuff Girls and nothing happened, but after 30 seconds a spear with thunder came out and she takes it. Roberto, like his team, was a little surprised since they knew about that power. Aika. What is this? She said while spinning her spear. Roberto. Zeus's Thunder Spear, he said seriously. Aika. Zeus's Thunder Spear, she said this. Roberto. You see, Zeus used this spear to fight against the titans of the deep underworld, but to defeat them he had to sink Atlantis, and he also lost the spear in the battle, he said seriously. Aika. Incredible, she said while turning it around. Murayama thought of Wonder Woman, and then a bow and arrow came out of nowhere. Murayama. Wow, what is this, he said, looking at his bow and arrow. Roberto. Wow, it's surprising it's the Golden Eagle Arch, he said seriously. Murayama. Golden Eagle Bow, she said confused. Roberto. You see, Christ used this bow to defeat evil demons in the year 200 BC, so that humanity could continue with its life. Many said that it was destroyed since they never found it, even the demons couldn't find it, but well, you see, you can create any arrow of any type, and you can throw it at an incredible speed, he said seriously. Murayama. Incredible, he said while holding a common arrow. Hadis thought about Jackson from Friday the 13th, and then a sword suddenly came out. All of Roberto's group was very surprised except Roberto who still had his serious lineage. Roberto. What a leaf from Olympus, he said seriously. Hadis. Leaf of Olympus, he said while looking at her from head to toe. Roberto. You see, it's another weapon that Zeus used to defeat the Titans definitively, but he lost a lot of power, but I see that you are a natural carrier, since it would have absorbed all your energy in 1 minute, he said seriously. Hadis. Incredible, she said while holding the sword in her hands. Issei just summoned his already evolved gauntlet which everyone looked at. Israel. The Red Emperor, but I see that you also have the Aztec power of Roberto, he said seriously. Roberto. Yes, but well, I will give you the mandatory power of attorney that you must have so that you can study here, he said seriously. From his drawer he takes out 6 silver spheres and gives each of them a sphere. Roberto. Well, just think of the strongest thing and the sphere will do the job, he said seriously. They listened and the sphere became a light where it entered their body and they felt very strong. Roberto. Welcome to the Sun Warriors School, children, he said with a smile. At that moment, brown wings appeared on everyone's backs. Mitsuda, Motohama, Aika, Murayama and Kadis had 2 Aztec wings on their backs and Issei had 4 Aztec wings. Juan. Wow, I accept them very well, he said with a smile. Issei. Now we are Aztecs, he said looking at his wings. Roberto. Yes, now they can fly, he said seriously. Issei. I can fly, he said flying but hit the wall. Everyone found that funny and this will be Issei's new adventure with his friends at this school. Chapter 14. What happened to them? Part 1. All the Louds were happy that Lincoln was killed, even Lin Sr. turned Lincoln's old room into a freezer to leave the body of Lincoln and his friends. But as the bodies of Lincoln's friends, Lisa sneaked into the morgue and stole the bodies of Clyde, Rusty, Liam and Zach before being claimed by their relatives. Now things were rosy for everyone, but everything would change this day. At the Loud house it was morning and everyone was having breakfast quietly until Lin Sr. says. Lin Sr. Very well girls, what are you doing this Saturday? He said animatedly. Lori. I'll go fix things with Bobby since because of that bad luck he ended up with me, she said angrily but happily. Lini. I'll go to the mall since today we'll be given the day to go to Mexico to go to the Warriors of the Sun school to make more uniforms, she said excitedly. Luna. I'll go with Sam and the band to find out the next song, she said while eating. Lewin. I'll go see Benny and Maggie for the next routine, she said while drinking water. Lynn Jr. I will go train with Paula, Margot and Polly without that bad luck I am getting good results, he said while eating. Linka. I'll go to the art club to do another piece, she said while eating. Liberty. I'll go to the photography club so they can see my photos, she said looking at her photos. Lucy. I'll go to the poetry club to write my poems, she said dark as always. Lana. I'll go to the vet to see the animals, she said while eating a worm. Lola. I'm going to see Winston so he can see my essays, she said while eating. Lisa. I'll go see David to do experiments, she said without emotions. Lynn Sr. And you, Lily, what are you doing? He said while stroking her head. Lily just stood silently as her eyes were lifeless. Lynn Sr. How strange, he's been like this since we killed the bad luck, he said looking at Lily. Rita. Well, I'll hand in my novel. I'm sure I'll hit the jackpot, she said while eating. Lynn Sr. Well, I'll go to the restaurant since Israel Zaragoza, the best critic in all of Latin America, will be coming to my restaurant, he said with emotion. So everyone left but before Lynn Jr. went up to the second floor and went to Lincoln's room where his body was. Lynn Jr. Ha, you see, bad luck, we are better than you, I hope you are suffering in hell, he said hitting Lincoln's corpse. So everyone left without knowing what would happen that day. With Lori. It took her 3 hours to get to the big city, and once she arrived she went to the Casagrins apartment, and once she arrived, she knocked on the door where Ronnie opened it, but her eyes were red from crying so much. Ronnie, upon seeing Lori, quickly punched her in the stomach, followed by a slap. Ronnie. You damn murderer, he said while grabbing Lori by the hair. Upon hearing that scream, the whole family quickly went out to see the scene and saw it. Everyone had an annoyed face when they saw it. Sid without thinking twice slapped Lori hard, followed by Nikki who also slapped him, and they were in the same state as Ronnie, all three of them were crying for a while. Rosa. How can you show your face after what you did? She said angrily as she restrained herself from taking off her flip-flop. Frida. Go away you damn murderer, she said angrily. Lori. What are you talking about? She said nervously while Ronnie pulled her hair. Bobby. About this Lori said showing his phone where the recordings of Lincoln's abuse and his death were, as well as his friends. CJ. This is for Lincoln, he said while hitting him hard with a bat and leaving him unconscious. Hector Bobby, take this witch away from here, he said as he left with everyone. Ronnie, Sid and Nikki just went to Ronnie's room to continue crying. Ronnie. Thinking, Lincoln forgive me for turning my back on you when you needed me most, he thought while crying. Sid. Thinking, I'm so sorry Linky, I wasn't with you in that difficult time, he thought while crying. Nikki. Thinking, forgive me my Lincoln, I failed you, I failed myself, she said crying. They all went to lock themselves in while crying, and while with Bobby, she left Lori in a garbage container, but he thought of something that would leave her with a trauma. Bobby. Hey, this is for you bro, he said while unzipping his zipper. Lori opened her eyes and saw Bobby pull down his pants. Lori. What are you doing Bobby, she said watching Bobby take off his pants. Bobby. Shut up, this will teach you that you should never have done that to my brother, he said while taking off his shorts. In that alley, Bobby savagely raped Lori while she asked him to stop, but he told her to shut up. With Leanie. Leanie was smiling as she went to work. When she arrived at work she saw her 2 coworkers and her 2 friends. Leanie. Hi guys, what a nice day, huh? She said with a smile. The 4 of them, upon seeing her, quickly made a face of disgust, and Fiona quickly gave her a strong slap, followed by Mandy and Jackie who gave her another one. Leanie. What's wrong with you, boy? She said, rubbing her cheek. Fiona. Damn murderer, you say that after what you did, she said very angry and with tears threatening to come out. Leanie. What are you guys talking about? She said a little nervously. Jackie. That's unhappy, she said showing a video of how Leanie buried sewing needles in Lincoln's legs and shoulders. Mandy. Not only that, but they also killed him as well as his friends. What's wrong with you, Lini, are you stupid? She said angrily. Fiona. Because of you I couldn't confess what I felt for him, she said now crying while Miguel comforted her. Miguel. Go away now. Mrs. Carmichael fired you because she doesn't want you to make us look ridiculous in front of Mr. Roberto, he said angrily while hugging Fiona to comfort her. Lini left the place crying, but when she left, people passing by threw rotten fruit and food at her, while calling her a murderer or a witch. But Luna. Luna arrived with her band and when they saw her they made a face of disgust. Sam, seeing her, slapped her hard, followed by Tabby and Ruth who gave her another one. Tabby. Damn you give me back my Liam, she said while George grabbed her and she cried bitterly. Luna. What are you talking about girls? She said rubbing her cheek. Sam. This is stupid, he said while showing her the video of how Lincoln was hit by Luna with his guitar and also of his death like his friends. Chuck. Not only did you hit him, you killed him, and it wasn't enough for them, they even killed his friends, he said seriously. Ralph. I thought it was a challenge, but I was stupid to believe that, she said while hitting her stomach with her guitar. Luna HAT that hurts, she said while touching her stomach. Tabby. That's what your brother said and you still kept hitting him, she said crying. Tabby. I want my Liam back, give him back to me, she said while trying her best to get out of George's grip. George. Go away, you damn murderer, and never come back, he said very angrily. She left and while she was walking her things were on the floor and Chuck screams. Chuck. And that is a proof of my resignation, he said angrily. Luna just called her parents to come get her. With Lewin. She arrived at a room where her boyfriend Benny and her friends Maggie and Risses were, who got upset when they saw her. Lewin. Hello guys and hello love, she said with a smile. Maggie approached her and slapped her hard and Risses also slapped her again. Laughter. Damn unfortunate you killed my Zach, said crying. Benny. How could you Lewin? I loved you, he said with hatred. Lewin. What are you talking about? She said confused. Maggie. What are you talking about this? She said angrily and showed him the video of how Lewin put itching powder in Lincoln's eyes, in addition to his death and that of his friends. Lewin was shocked, but especially by what Risses was going to say. Laughter. You killed him unhappy, and I was going to show my true appearance to Zach, said crying. Lewin. What are you talking about if the whole time you were just a chubby clown, she said while receiving another slap. Maggie. Don't talk to him like that, but seriously, what are you talking about? She said confused. Risses took off her suit and then her makeup where everyone was surprised since Risses really had an enviable body. Risses had curly hair, a thin body and a face that many would like to kiss. Lewin. It's really you, she said surprised. Laughter. Yes, and because of you, the person who didn't see me because of my body is dead, she said crying while Benny hugged her. Benny. Go away, you unhappy man. Our relationship is over. Your business was shut down for child neglect, he said with hatred. Lewin just left crying while the children's mothers yelled at her to stay away from their children. But the board's sorry with Lynn Jr. She arrived with her friends Margot, Polly, Paula and Clara. Lynn Jr. Hello girls ready to train, said with a smile. Ollie, Paula and Clara, upon seeing her, hit her a lot and she tried to defend herself, but the three of them didn't give her any mercy. Ollie. Damn you give me back our Rusty, she said crying while hitting her. Paula. You killed my Rusty for a damn game of board, she said hitting Lynn with her crutch. Clara. That your damn pride followed you to kill your brother and our Rusty, she said hitting her. Lynn Jr. What are you girls talking about? He said while spitting out a little blood. Margot. About this, she said showing Lynn hitting Lincoln with her metal bat and killing him as well as his friends. Lynn Jr. Hey, you should be grateful that I killed that pest that defeated us, she said angrily. The four of them, upon hearing this, brutally beat Lynn, who tried to defend herself, but it was useless. Lynn Jr. And what's more, they saw that ugly Rusty who wasn't even handsome enough to fall dead, he said mockingly. Upon hearing this, the three of them hit her so hard that they knocked out 5 of her teeth and fractured her leg and ankle. Holly. He understood us and endured our training, she said crying. Paula. He made me feel special and loved, she said crying. Clara. He made me feel like the most beautiful girl of all, even though I was very aggressive with him, she said crying. The three of them just knelt down while crying and Margot says to her. Margot. Well Lynn, you are expelled from all teams and banned for life from going to any school event, she said while hugging the three of them. Lynn just left while cursing Lincoln and his friends. With Linka. She arrived at the art club where she once entered and was beaten by 2 girls who had their eyes from crying so much. Kuoh. You damn killed Clyde, she said while hitting her mercilessly. Emma. Your damn pride followed you so that you would kill him just like Lincoln, she said hitting her. Linka. What are you talking about? She said while both of them pulled her hair. Kuoh. About this, she said while showing her the video of how Lincoln was hit by Linka with a metal pipe and the sad end of Clyde and his last words. Emma. You killed him, you unhappy, she said hitting her. The two of them hit her for a while until they got tired and she said. Kuoh. You're expelled from the art club, damn murderer, she said, kicking her out of the room. She just left the place crying while the students threw food at her, but Aridid looked at Linka with lust. With liberty. She arrived at the photography club, but upon entering she was greeted by a blow from Penelope. Penelope. Damn, they killed my Clyde, she said while crying. Liberty. What are you talking about? She said incredulously. BOY1. This said showing how she hit Lincoln with a metal pipe. Earl 1. Not only that, but you didn't kill Lincoln's friends, she said angrily. Penelope grabbed a pair of scissors and dug them into Liberty's leg, making her scream in pain. Penelope was grabbed by all the boys in the club. Penelope. You killed my damn Clyde, she said crying. DIRL 2. You're expelled from the photography club and never return, she said angrily. She left with her leg hurt but found Linka all covered in food and dirty. Liberty. What happened to you? She said, looking at her sister. Linka. Don't ask about Lincoln's bad luck, she said annoyed. Then a boy arrives that Linka and Liberty hated in their souls. The two. What do you want, Chandler, they said annoyed. Chandler. Calm down girls, I just came to help you, he said with a smile. Linka. Help us because, she said confused. Chandler. You know, I also believe in bad luck. You know, that poor Lincoln ruined my entire game of Little Nightmares too, he said with hate. Chandler. Okay girls, come with me so I can help you, he said walking while Linka and Liberty followed him. He arrived at the cleaning warehouse where he walked while they followed him, but they tripped over a rope that was on the floor, where a cage fell on them trapping them. Linka. Chandler help us, she said while seeing that he was in the cage. Chandler. Of course I'll help them, well he put on a gas mask and this through a metallic roll where a green gas came out and they fell asleep. He saw that his plan was bearing fruit and put on a lustful smile. Chandler. Very soon Lincoln will teach those damn things that what they did will lead them to perdition, he said while he opened the cage and took Linka and Liberty with a cart. Some time later. Linka and Liberty woke up in an unknown place and saw that they were tied by their feet and hands. Then they see Chandler arrive and tell them. Chandler. If you want to scream, do it, no one will hear you, he said. Liberty. You tricked us, she said angrily. Chandler. Yes, and it's time for them to pay for what they did to Lincoln, he said with a lustful voice. Linka. What are you talking about if you also bothered him when he had the suit, she said annoyed. Chandler. Yes, it's true, but I could never tell him I was sorry, and I couldn't tell him I was sorry for the jokes I played on him. Besides, I also helped him without him realizing it, he said seriously. Liberty. What but how, she said somewhat surprised. Chandler. Summer. Flashback 6 months before Lincoln and his friends died. Chandler narrates. I was always jealous of Lincoln because he always had friends, sisters and a big heart, while I only had some fake friends who only wanted my money, parents who never paid attention to me and to get rid of that burden I bothered Lincoln, but after the bad luck issue, I took advantage of that to make him the laughing stock of everyone, how stupid I was. At first I made fun of him and made him look ridiculous on several occasions, but then I realized that he always came home limping, or that his friends helped him walk, which surprised me. After that I decided to follow him home, and when I saw him I was shocked. I saw how that board of Lynn Jr. cruelly hit Lincoln while telling him bad luck just like you damn albino bitches. From that day I decided to do something for him, but what? So I made the decision to go to Lincoln's house at midnight, where I stealthily walked to the backyard where he had a basket full of bandages, alcohol, freshly made food and an A-savvy comic to keep him entertained. I left it next to him and so he would notice it. I threw a stone at him while I hid in the bushes and when he woke up he was surprised. Normal narration. Lincoln woke up and was surprised to see the basket full of food, as well as soft drinks of different flavors, as well as water, bandages and alcohol for wounds, and a favorite comic from A-savvy. Lincoln. Food and bandages for my wounds, but who? He said while eating a sandwich that the basket had. Then he sees a note and reads it. I hope you like the sandwiches I made, and don't worry, I'll bring you more tomorrow. Sincerely C. Lincoln was confused but continued eating while Chandler left without Lincoln noticing. Chandler narrates. Since that day I helped him without him noticing, I no longer bothered him as usual, I would say insults to him so that no one would notice that I was helping him, sighs, I should have helped him escape with his friends so they would never have died, how stupid I was. End of flashback. I narrate. Both girls were surprised by Chandler, they always thought he was just a jerk who would never care about others, but they were wrong. Linka. Damn, you always help that white rat and the worst thing is that no one noticed, she said angrily. Chandler. That's right, but it's time for fun, he said, pulling down his pants and boxers. Both girls panicked and he slowly approached them both. Liberty. What are you going to hurt us about, she said scared. Chandler. I'll give you a trauma so you know you should never have done that to Lincoln, he said while pulling down both of their skirts and then ripping off their underwear. In that place, only the screams of pain and pleas of Lincoln and Liberty were heard while Chandler yelled at them to suffer for all the damage they did to Lincoln. Chapter 14. What happened to them? Part 2. With Lucy. She was arriving at her poetry club, but when she arrived she received a strong blow from Haiku, who had red eyes from crying so much. Haiku. Damn witch, you killed my Clyde, give him back to me, she said crying while grabbing Lucy by the neck to strangle her. The rest of the poetry club grabbed Haiku while she called her a witch. Note. I don't really know the names of the club members, so if you do, please tell me. The OY1. You make a face after what you did, witch, he said angrily. Girl 1. We are depressed, but this is too much, she said annoyed. Lucy. What are you talking about? She said as she stood up. The OY2. This is witch, he said while showing how Lucy took a large piece of skin off Lincoln while he screamed in pain and how his friends were killed. Haiku. Our friendship is over. I hope you and your whole family suffer for what you did, she said crying her eyes out. The OY3. Enough. As president of the poetry club, you are expelled from the club, he said seriously. Lucy without saying anything left there while hiding in the ventilation ducts and hid there. With Lana. This one arrived at the pet store, but the owner denied him entry. Owner. Sorry girl, you can't come in, he said seriously. Lana. I always help him bathe the dogs and brush their teeth, she said incredulously. Owner. Yes, it's true, but I can't let someone who killed his brother pass, he said seriously. Lana. I don't want to kill anyone, she said now with a little fear. Owner. Yes, and this, he said showing the video of how Lincoln was killed and another where it was shown how Lana hit Lincoln with a hydraulic wrench. Owner. Now get out of my store and don't come back, he said while closing the door in his face. Lana just left crying from there. With Lola. She arrived at the park where Winston was. When she saw her, she looked at her with disgust. Winston. Stay away from me, anyone, he said with disgust. Lola. What are you talking about? She said offended. Winston. I may be a child, but what you did is nameless, he said angrily. Lola. What are you talking about? She said a little nervously. Winston. About this, he said taking out his phone where it appeared as Lola ran over Lincoln with her cart. Winston. Not only did you kill him, but you also slept with the judges to win beauty pageants, he said with more disgust. Lola was shocked because her love told her his biggest secret. Lola. How do you know? She said nervously. Winston. I accidentally put a small spy camera in a judge's room and what I saw disgusted me, he said while showing another video. Video 18. Lemon skipped. End of video. Lola. Winston, I can explain it to you, she said with fear. Winston. I was thinking of giving you this as a token of my love for you, but it's not worth it anymore, he said while throwing a box at him, and he went away where a dragon inside him saw everything with pity. Lola lifted the box and saw that it was a beautiful pearl necklace, and each of the pearls was real like a diamond. Lola. Winston, don't leave me, she said crying and kneeling down. With Lisa. She arrived at David's lab and put her password where she was denied entry. Lisa. By Isaac Newton, because my password doesn't work, she said seeing that she couldn't get through. At that moment the door opens where David was with Darcy crying. David. You are now prohibited from entering my laboratory, he said seriously. Darcy. How could you, Lisa? I thought you were a good person, but you are a monster, she said crying while hugging David. Lisa. What are you talking about? She said incredulously. David. About that, he said showing the video of how Lisa did human experimentation with Lincoln and how she put the box on Lincoln's back to kill him. Lisa. I can explain, she said nervously. David. No, Lisa, I thought you were smart, but you weren't, and I'm telling you that I was accepted into the Warriors of the Sun School. I hope they don't accept you and you fail as a person, he said, closing the door, and she leaves without saying anything. With Lily. Lily was in the nursery with a blank look while other children played, but she was in one of the cribs hugging Lincoln's orange shirt, the only thing she had of him. Lily Incoln, she said while shedding tears. Then a portal appears where a young guy comes out of it and approaches her. So you are Lily, right, he said while Lily hugged the shirt. This is Lincoln's, but well, it cost me a lot of work to reconstruct this, but now it's yours, he said while taking the bum plush out of his suit. Lily, seeing the stuffed animal, tries to reach for it and he gives it to her. Lily Asia's, said hugging the stuffed animal. I'm glad you like it, but hey, before the managers realize I'm here, how about I take you to your brothers? He said while Lily returned the sparkle in her eyes. Lily. Yes, she said looking at the man. He carried Lily and made a portal where he entered with Lily in his arms without anyone noticing Lily Loud's disappearance. With Lin Sr. He was watching Israel eat his dishes with great fascination and he was fascinated by this food. Many reporters and people wanted an interview with the critic Israel. He saw Lin Sr. and said to him. Israel. Well Lin Loud father I can say that it is. He remained silent when he felt that he received a message from his leader Roberto. Israel. One moment please, he said while looking at the message. Message. Israel sees this video and closes down that damn restaurant owned by that bold wretch. Israel was confused but decided to watch the video and was stunned to see such a cruel video. He saw how Lincoln was tortured physically, mentally and psychologically. Israel once saw the video many people awaited the critic's response. Israel. This place is closed for inappropriate behavior and child abuse, he said seriously while everyone was surprised. All the reporters approach him and ask him several questions. Reporter. Mr. Israel, why did you do it? She said while giving him the microphone. Israel. Look for the squirrel boy and there you will know who the Loud family is, he said seriously. Lin Sr. left without anyone noticing due to the commotion that arose at his restaurant. With Rita. Rita arrived at the building where her novel would be published and once she arrived, many people looked at her with disgust and repudiation. Rita. I don't understand why you see me like this, I haven't done anything, she said as she entered the place. When I entered it was the same, but he decided to enter his boss's office and she told him. Boss. Sit down, she said coldly and seriously. She sat down with a shiver and saw Rita very seriously. Boss. Your soap opera is cancelled and you're fired, she said seriously. Rita was surprised and asked. Rita. Why can't you do this to me? She said incredulously. Boss. Because of this, Rita, what kind of mother are you? Rita, she said, showing the video of how Rita hit Lincoln for not having ideas. Rita was surprised and said. Rita. They're fake, I swear, she said sweating. Boss. Your sweat gives you away Rita, and not only did you hit him, but you also killed him. What kind of mother would let her own son be killed in front of her eyes? She said seriously and restrained herself from hitting Rita. Boss. Now get out of my office you damn murderer, she said as Rita left the office and everyone called her a witch or a bad mother. Now the Louds' lives were crap and a disaster with their actions, but we have to keep going. With Lori. She was crying while she was on the floor of the alley because her love of her life graped her repeatedly in forced positions. Lori. I loved you Bobby and I wanted that to be special, but no you supported bad luck, I hope my sisters do well not like me. She went to look for Vanzilla and went to pick up the others. He drove for a while until he reached the park in his town and saw Leni crying there and she saw Vanzilla and they left there. Lori. What happened Leni, she said looking at her sister. Leni. I don't want to talk about it, she said as she sat down. She continued driving and arrived where she saw Luna pushing a shopping cart that had her things in it. She helped her along with Leni to carry her things and once they finished she sat down and put on her headphones and started listening to music at high volume while she cried for what happened. She continued driving and saw Lewin who was crying and she saw Vanzilla and Godin where she started crying. She continued and saw Lin Jr. unconscious on the street and she got out and saw that she was brutally beaten, but from a distance, she saw two boys who were Hank and Hawk who were laughing, implying that they were. She got into Vanzilla and continued and saw how Linka and Liberty were tied up and gagged and she untied her and they quickly got into Vanzilla and they hugged each other. Lori continued driving and saw Lucy in a bush crying and when she saw Vanzilla she got in and cried. After driving for a while he saw Lana crying in the pipes and when she saw Vanzilla she got in and cried. No one paid attention to her smell and continued to where they saw Lola crying while holding a necklace that she hugged as if her life depended on it. She got on while crying and she followed where she saw Lisa crying while looking at her phone. Lori put it in Vanzilla and saw that it had a message and saw that it was the scientific council where they told her that she was expelled from the council and fired from the university where she taught. This followed where she saw Lin Sr. hiding while looking at several people with pipes and sticks. When he sees Vanzilla, he gets on and a person sees him. Person. It's him, he said while the other people saw him and started chasing him. Lori. Dad, what's going on? She said while looking at the people approaching. Lin Sr. There is no time, accelerate, he said while watching people approach. Lori accelerated without thinking twice until she lost them. She continued driving and saw Rita crying and with several pieces of rotten fruit and food. Rita, seeing Vanzilla, got in and cried along with the others and Lori continued driving. She arrived at the nursery and saw several patrol cars there. They all got off and saw how several patrol cars wouldn't let them and a police officer approached them. Police. They are the cheap family, he said seriously. Rita. Where is my baby? She said worriedly. Police. I'm afraid to say that your daughter Lily Loud has disappeared and there is no trace or clue of the kidnapper, he said seriously. Rita began to cry as the others did the same. Police. I don't understand why you're crying if you beat and killed Lincoln along with his friends and now you're worried about his daughter, he said seriously. Lynn Sr. She's my baby, how do you expect us not to cry if my daughter was kidnapped? She said crying. Police. If I wanted to, I would arrest you for child abuse, child exploitation, third-degree murder, human experimentation, murder of 4 minors, and many other crimes that you bunch of unhappy people committed, he said seriously. Everyone was scared, but they were surprised by what the policeman said. Police. But even if it hurts, I can't do it, he said seriously and with hatred. Police. You see the reason why I can't arrest them is because basically the civil records of Lincoln Loud and his friends have been erased, it's as if they were never born, that is, I can't arrest them, since they basically didn't harm anyone, he said while clenching his fists in frustration. Everyone sighed in relief, but the officer now says angrily, since they did not care that the civil record of Lincoln and his friends was erased. Police. You better leave here because I don't care if you take me to jail for killing rats like you, so get out of here, he said taking out his gun and pointing it at everyone, and they leave the place. During the trip they arrived home where they saw how their house was painted with insults such as witches, murderers, faggot, I hope they get bucked and many others. These see that there was mail and these see the letters. Lynn Sr. Look, Lisa is for you from the Warriors of the Sun School, and this is for Linka and Liberty from the comics competition, he said giving them the letter. Linka. Great, let's see if we get first place, it's the least we should have after this day, she said opening the letter. Letter. Dearest Linka and Liberty Loud, your full deck comic is disqualified since this comic belongs to Lincoln Loud and you stole his rights, so you are disqualified and will not be able to participate for 2 years, so do not participate if they are not your ideas and not stolen. Sincerely the World Comics Association. Linka and Liberty knelt down and started crying while screaming why. With Lisa she was excited because she thought she was going to be accepted and when she opened the letter she was surprised. Letter. Dear Lisa Loud, I'm afraid to tell you that you have been rejected because we've discovered that you are a human experimenter and that's something we will never forgive. Also, you owe the government over $50,000. So, don't send us any more paperwork because we will reject it. Sincerely. The Warriors of the Sun School and Roberto Navarrete as the school's director. Lisa, upon reading the letter, knelt down and began to cry, knowing that her dreams were ruined. Now karma has come to them and not only that, but a change in their life. In Mexico. Roberto could be seen with a computer watching the video of how Lincoln was tortured. Roberto. So they learned that karma exists, he said seeing how the video had 80 million views. Note. This happened 2 days before Roberto went for Issei and his friends. Chapter 15 Department and My. Issei was walking together with his friends to see their room that Roberto gave them. But Suda. How much longer Issei? We've been walking for 20 minutes now, he said tiredly. Issei. The key says E6823, he said looking at the building, is this building you have to see the room, he said entering with his friends. They looked for the room and they arrived at his room. Aika. It is, she said pointing to a door. Issei just put the key in and they entered and are surprised to see his apartment. Issei. Incredible, look at a Play 5 and a 60-inch screen, he said excitedly. Hadis. A red velvet armchair, she said as she sat down. They went to the rooms, which were 6, and saw that each room had a bathroom with showers, a 20-inch screen in each room, a very comfortable bed, a modern computer, a gamer chair, a comic book shelf with science and history books, and a wardrobe. Issei. Wow, it's better than my old room that I had with the Louds, he said looking at his room from head to toe. That's when Cadis comes in and sees Issei. Cadis. Wow, it's just like mine, she said looking at the room. Issei. If you excuse me now, I have to unpack, he said while putting his suitcase in. Cadis. Well me too, she said as she leaves. Issei just closed his door and started unpacking. Greg. I like this room, mate, he said looking at the room. Issei. Yes, I do too. Now I have to put my things in their place, he said as he began to unpack. 1 hour later. Issei finished unpacking and went to the living room to watch some TV and then the others arrived and decided to watch TV together. Mitsuda. I've never seen this series, but I like it, he said while watching TV. The series was about a boy in a stunt suit doing extreme stunts. Motohama. Me neither, he said while watching TV. Then there's a knock on the door and Issei opens it and sees a Mai with blonde hair. Hello, yours is Issei Hyoudou, said Mai nervously. Issei. Yes, it's me, he said with a smile. Susana. My name is Susana and I will be your personal Mai for you and all your friends by order of Mr. Roberto, she said nervously. Issei comes in, he said while inviting her in, and she comes in with several bags. Issei. I'll help you, he said while helping him with several bags. Susanna. Thank you, she said nervously. They put everything in the kitchen and Mai showed up. Susanna. Nice to meet you all, she said bowing. Aika. Why are you nervous? She said confused. Susanna. It hasn't been long since Mr. Roberto hired me and others, she said with hidden nerves. Issei. Don't worry, we don't bite, he said with a smile. Susanna. Thank you, if you excuse me I will make the food, she said leaving. She retired and went to make everyone's meal. While in Roberto's office. He was doing paperwork with the help of Israel and Leonardo who were second in charge, and in the corner was a baby with brown hair and blue eyes playing with a teddy bear, but then a portal appeared where a Reed came out with Lily in his arms. Roberto. Red, he said standing up. Great Red. Irachi also said seriously. They both looked at each other seriously without saying anything, just as the others did not say anything because of the tension of the moment. Chapter 16 Talk. You could see Roberto, Israel, Leonardo and Gran Rojo having a coffee, and in a corner was Miyuki, but Roberto tells her. Roberto. You can sit with us Miyuki, he said while moving aside for her to sit. Miyuki. Thank you Roberto-sama, she said sitting next to him. Big Red. Where can I put Lily, he said while he had the baby playing with Bum Bum. Roberto. You can leave her with Arter, he said while pointing at his son playing with his bear. He put her with Arter and they both started playing with the stuffed animals. Roberto. Well, what did you come for, Rojo? He said seriously. Big Red. Well, I want to know how things are going with Lincoln, he said with a smile. Israel, Leonardo and Miyuki. Lincoln, they said confused. Big Red. You haven't told them the truth, he said seriously. Israel. Tell us that, he said seriously. Roberto. Well, you see, the boy who came to the office a while ago is Lincoln Loud, he said seriously. The three are surprised, but Leonardo says. Leonardo. But how, isn't it Issei Hyoudou, I don't understand, he said confused. Roberto. You see, so he told them everything Lincoln suffered and also showed them the videos that the public of the hell he suffered and how his friends sacrificed their lives and how he died, and he explained how he came back to life with the help of Big Red, and that's all, he said seriously. Israel and Leonardo were furious with the Louds, and Miyuki was shedding tears for everything she had to endure and receives a hug from Roberto to comfort her. Israel. I'm going to kill them right now, he said angrily and summoned a green spear and made a portal. Leonardo. I'll go with you, he said, summoning a shotgun. Roberto. Stop you too, he said seriously. Israel. Roberto was hurt, didn't you see the hell he suffered? He said very seriously. Roberto. I know, and yes, I still wanted to kill them, but Lincoln told me that he himself wants to do it because he wants to take revenge on them, he said seriously. They both understood and their weapons and the portal disappeared. Big Red. And speaking of him, how is his training going? He said seriously. Roberto. Tomorrow I will train him like some children I discovered who had the power of a dragon and a god, he said seriously. Big Red. Incredible, well I came to leave you Lily, Lincoln's little sister, from what I see she's very happy with that rabbit, he said while watching Lily play with Arter. Roberto. It's true, and well since you're here I have to tell you something important about office, he said seriously. Big Red. Now what do you want now? He said annoyed. Roberto. Thanks to one of my spies, I discovered that she is putting together a terrorist group called the Chaos Brigade, he said seriously. Big Red. Chaos Brigade, he said seriously. Roberto. Yes, and it seems that he is having strong soldiers, and the target is you, he said seriously. Big Red. Let me guess why he wants to have the whole dimensional gap, he said seriously. Roberto. I think so, and there is another leader, but my spy was discovered and had to escape before they caught him, he said seriously. Big Red. Very well, thank you for your warning, he said with a smile. Roberto. You're welcome, and because I know you, you didn't come just to leave Lily with me, right? He said seriously. Big Red. As smart as ever, and yes I also have to tell you that Lincoln had a problem, he said seriously. Roberto. What kind of problem, he said seriously. Big Red. I saw that a part of Lincoln's soul was stolen, and also that the souls of Lincoln's friends never reached heaven, hell or the center of life or death, he said seriously. Israel. Sorry to butt in, but how do you know that the souls of Lincoln's friends never reached those places? He said seriously. Big Red. I infiltrated heaven to look for the souls of Lincoln's friends, but I didn't find them. I also searched heaven's records to find them, but they never arrived, just like hell and nothing, and the same thing happened in the center of life and death, he said seriously. Leonardo. That's weird, everyone who dies as humans has to be reincarnated as demons or angels, he said seriously. Roberto. It's true, well I'll let you know if Lincoln has problems with his soul, well, see you, he said seriously. Great Red. See you Arachi, he said while making a portal and entering it. Roberto. This is strange. We should be watching Lincoln, not Issei, since he could die if he doesn't have the other part of his soul, he said seriously. Israel. It's okay, I'll tell the others about this, he said seriously. Roberto. No, if I said it, there would be a scandal in the entire Aztec faction, followed by the demonic and Nordic factions, and so on, and everyone would go against the Louds, he said seriously. Israel. I understand, well, since we finished the paperwork, we should rest, he said while yawning. Roberto. Tomorrow will be the first day for everyone, so we have to go home, he said while carrying Lily and Ardor. Leonardo. I'm sure we'll see each other. Lucy and Kotonoha must be waiting for me for dinner, he said as he leaves. Israel. I'm leaving anyway, see you Roberto, he said as he leaves. Roberto. Well Miyuki, let's go rest, he said while Miyuki nods and they leave. Well with Issei. Issei and his friends were sleeping since it was very late at night, but then they heard their door knocking. Issei stands up and goes to see who it is and sees Aika trembling. Aika. Issei-san, sorry for stopping you so late, but I can sleep with you. I had a nightmare, she said, trembling. Issei. Sure, go ahead, he said while inviting her in. Aika came in and lay down on her bed and followed Issei, but received a hug from Aika. Aika. Sorry, but this way I feel safer, she said embarrassedly. Issei. It's okay, rest Aika, he said with a smile that made her blush. He and she fell asleep, hugging each other and smiling, waiting for the first day of school. Chapter 17 Training. Issei and Aika woke up at 5:30 am, since their maid Susana woke them all up early. They were in the living room having breakfast and with their uniform ready. Issei. Why did you wake us up so early? He said, drinking some milk. Susana. Mr. Roberto asked me to wake you up at this time, since you are doing a training that he created for you, she said while drinking coffee. Mitsuda. And it'll just be us. He said, eating a piece of bread. Susana. It must be all the children who study here, he said seriously. Hadis. Well, at least we won't be the only ones to suffer this training, she said, drinking milk. Everyone had breakfast and went to the patio where there were many boys and girls lined up, some were Argentinian, others Russian, others Ecuadorian, etc., and they lined up with their group while Susana went with the other maids. Israel. Good morning to all the new students, welcome to the Warriors of the Sun School. I want to tell you that all of you will be great warriors when you leave here, he said with a microphone. All the children applauded Israel's words and he continues. Israel. Well, I want the leader of the Aztecs and director of this school, Roberto Naveri, to come, he said this, and Roberto approaches and takes the microphone. Roberto. Thank you for your words, Israel. I want to say that it is an honor that all of you are here to train and study at this school, so I want you to give your best so that you become good Aztec soldiers, he said. Everyone applauds Roberto's words and he continues. Roberto. Well, let him begin his training and learning, he said. So several teachers approach each group and a girl approaches them. Kurumi. Well kids, my name is Kurumi and I will be your teacher and coach, she said. Kurumi. Do you have a question? She said it is. Issei raised his hand. Kurumi. Yes, said pointing at Issei. Issei. What kind of training will we have? He said. Kurumi. We will have the milk training this week, she said it is. All. Milk training, they all said. Change of scene. You could see everyone in a warehouse and each one had a box of milk. Kurumi. Well, her training will be that we will distribute milk throughout the state of Mexico, she said it would be. Boy one. Easy, said this one. Kurumi. Marching, she said with a grim smile. They all gulped and decided to do it and started marching while they had the milk. Kurumi. Okay, let's sing, jump, jump, la la la, she said she's marching. The group. Jump, jump la la la, singing. So they delivered milk to different places no matter how dangerous it was, and they also climbed some mountains and other forests in the area. Kurumi saw several trees and had an idea. Kurumi. Okay kids, you'll have to play 6 on each tree, she said it is. Note. I don't know if that's how it's spelled. Group. Yes ma'am, they said while doing the exercise. These made 6 in each tree, only Motohama didn't do it and continued straight ahead. Kurumi saw that and yelled at him. Kurumi. You do everything again 10 times, she said angrily. Motohama. I'm sorry teacher, he said as he came back again and did it 10 times. Everyone is done and just waiting for Motohama who is sweating. Kurumi. You took a long time, milk almost became cheese, she said mockingly. Motohama. I'm sorry teacher, he said tiredly. Kurumi. Okay, let's continue, there are only 3 more houses left and we'll be done, she said this would be it. They continued marching until they reached the next houses, only the last ones were very far away, and once they finished they returned again marching to the school. Everyone was tired as their maids gave them each water. Kurumi. Well, that was all at 1 p.m. Her next magic training will continue, so rest, she said, leaving. Issei. That's tiring, now I feel respect for the milk delivery men, said, drinking water. Drake. That training was strange, but I see that it helps improve your physical strength, said Drake seriously. Issei. Wow, I didn't know, he asked me if everyone has powers, he said, approaching a blue-haired boy. Issei. Hello, I'm Issei Hyoudou, very fair, he said with his hand up. Shido. I'm Shido Itsuka, nice to meet you, he said, shaking her hand. Issei. I wondered if you also have powers, he said with curiosity. Shido. Yes, I can copy the power of any person and make it mine, he said. Issei. And how do you do it? He said, now interested, just like Drake. Shido. Through a kiss, he said, blushing. Issei. How did you know you could copy the power of others with a kiss? He said, more confused. Shido. See the girls in our group, Toka and Origami, he said, pointing to a black-haired girl and another albino girl. Issei. Yes, he said, interested. Shido. Well, they and I share an apartment, as does another girl named Yoshino, and by accident, I tripped over something on the floor and ended up on top of Toka, and I kissed her by accident, and she can summon a sword, he said, blushing. Shido. Later that night I was thirsty and went to get some water, but I tripped over a cable and ended up on top of Origami, who also went to get some water, and I ended up kissing her, and she has the power to make weapons that shoot out powerful lasers, and there I realized that I have the powers of both, he said, blushing. Note. Shido cannot seal powers, only copy them. Issei. What a great story, and what did they say when you kissed them, this one said. Shido. They don't speak to me, they're probably upset with me, and I'll apologize to them later for what I did, he said. Mitsuda. Here you are, we were looking for you, who is it, he said. Shido. I'm Shido, nice to meet you, and since you talked about me, what are your powers? He said, confused. So they introduced themselves and showed their powers to Shido, who was surprised. Shido. Go Emperor. Red, orange, green, the spear of thunder of Zeus, the bow of the golden eagle, and the blade of Olympus incredible are very powerful, he said excitedly. Issei. Thanks, now we have to wait for the next training, he said while drinking water. So they talked about different things until it was 1 p.m. and Kurumi returned. Kurumi. Well, the break is over now, follow me, she said. She is walking and the others follow her. They arrived at a room and it says. Kurumi. Well, now your magic training will be this one, which is the most basic. You will have to take out your Kai, and it is this one, she said, making a small ball of energy and makes it big. Everyone is surprised and this continues. Kurumi. To create what I did you have to have a relaxed and calm mind and think about what motivates you, she said it would be. They nod and concentrate, where one by one they concentrate to create their energy, and little by little they began to create their energy ball. Issei's was red, Mitsuda's was green, Motohama's was orange, Katas's was pink, Murayama's was purple, and Aika's was gray. Kurumi. Congratulations to everyone, you did it on the first day. That would be all for today. Now go get your notebook so your first day of school can begin, she said with a smile. Group. Yes, teacher, they said, returning to their departments. Greg. Comrade, that training works, now you can withstand 65 increases without getting tired, he said proudly. Issei. Great, now I'll go get my things, sighs, I hope Lily is okay, he said a little depressed. Greg. I know she is, buddy, one day you'll meet her, he said. Issei. You didn't see the look he gave me when that suit pierced me, that hurt me more than the pain of the rods that pierced me, he said a little depressed. Greg. I know she'll be fine, don't lose faith, he said encouragingly. Issei. You're right, Lily, if you listen to me we'll meet soon, just wait, he said determinedly. Greg. That's the spirit, Issei, he said animatedly. They went to the apartment like the others and went for their backpacks where they had their things and went to the room that they were assigned, and Kurumi enters wearing a secretary outfit. Kurumi. Well, let's start the class, she said, writing on the blackboard. This class was held until 6 p.m. and gave recess where several played and others ate, like Issei and his friends, as well as Shido. Issei. This egg cake is delicious, he said, eating his cake. Motohama. Yes, it's true, Susanna cooks well, she said while eating. Shido. That's the name of her maid, mine is called Cecilia, and she also cooks well, he said while he had a burrito and chewed it. Issei. Wow, and you're not curious about what powers they gave us, he said curiously. Shido. I heard somewhere that we were all given the same power, he said curiously too. Murayama. When will they teach us that power? She said curiously too. Hadis. I have the theory that power has to get used to our body, he said this. Motahama. Maybe that's it, he said while eating. They finish eating and listen to the campaign where everyone returns to their classrooms. Classes continued until 8 p.m. and then the day ended. Kurumi. Well kids, that was all. You can now go to your apartments to rest, she said. She is arranging several things in her briefcase. They put everything away and left, but they listen on the speaker. Roberto. Issei Hyoudou to the address please, said through the loudspeaker. He told his friends to leave and they listened and left while he went to the address. Once he arrived he touched and heard a pass and it entered where Roberto was. Seriously. Issei. Why am I called Roberto-sama, he said with respect. Roberto. I saw all your training and classes, I congratulate you and I want to give you something that you miss, he said seriously. Issei. I don't think it's necessary, thank you, he said a little embarrassed. Roberto. Are you sure? He said as he entered a room. Issei. Yes, but I thank you for. He remained silent upon seeing Lily in Roberto's arms. Issei was shocked and Drake was confused. He didn't say a word and little by little the tears began to fall. Issei Lilai, he said while starting to cry. Chapter 18 Reunion and Mission. Issei didn't say anything, the only thing he could say was his name and he slowly approached. Issei. Lily, you don't know how much I missed you, he said while carrying her, but she was scared and started crying. Issei. You don't recognize me, it's me, Lincoln, he said crying. Lily Incoln, she said now surprised. Issei. Yes, it's me, look boom, he said, touching his nose like a bell. Issei pum pum, he said. They touched his nose again. Lily Lincoln, she said happily now. Roberto and Issei are surprised while Lily said her first word. Issei. Yes, it's me Lily, he said while playing with her to pretend he was a superhero. Lily. Ha 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 ha, the baby laughed. Roberto looked at this with a smile as he watched both ex-brothers playing. Roberto. It reminds me a lot of when I played with Arthur, he said with a smile. Issei. But how did you bring her here? He said while carrying her. Roberto. Redder as you know him, Big Red brought it to me, he said now seriously. Issei. I bet those damn Louds are looking for her, he said seriously. Roberto. Calm down, nobody knows about her, she's here, only Israel and Leonardo know, since they are the second in charge, and Miyuki also knows that she's here, she did me the favor of taking care of her, just like Harder, he said seriously. Issei. I understand, thank you very much Roberto-sama for giving me my sister Lily, he said while hugging her. Roberto. Don't thank me, thank Rojo, who brought it, he said seriously. Lincoln. Thanks, I'm leaving now. Can I take Lily with me? He said. Roberto. Sure, take her and tell Susana to take care of her while you do your training and study, he said seriously. Lincoln. Sure, thanks, now let's go Lily to our apartment, he said as he leaves. Roberto just looks at his address window and returns to his desk. Roberto. Tomorrow I'll put a crib for Lily and a couple of toys, he said. He continued with his paperwork while less than 5 minutes passed and there was a knock on his door. Roberto. Come in, he said seriously. At that point Juan comes in and says to him. Juan. Roberto, I finished the project you asked me for, but there's a problem, he said seriously. Roberto. What is it? He said seriously. Juan. The problem is that Aztec armor must have an energy core because without it they will not have their maximum capacity, he said seriously. Roberto. They can create a strong energy for those armors, he said seriously. Juan. No, but there is someone who has some plans that if we create that machine, we can create the energy sources so that the armor works, he said seriously. Roberto. And who created those plans, he said seriously. Juan. Lisa Loud, said seriously. Roberto tell Flug and Toga to come just like you, he said seriously. Juan. Okay, he said leaving the address. 10 minutes passed and he arrived with the aforementioned and Flug was nervous to be in front of his leader and Toga looked at him with lust. Flug. Why did you call us, Mr. Roberto? Said the nervous scientist. Roberto. Don't feel nervous and the reason why I called you was so that you three could go rob a house, he said seriously. The three are surprised since it was not normal to give them that type of mission. Roberto. Well, I want you to go to Royal Woods, Michigan, United States, so you can go and steal the plans from scientist Lisa Loud, he said the last part with disgust. Juan. Okay, I didn't expect that. I thought we would negotiate with her, he said seriously. Roberto. She doesn't deserve to be called a scientist and I won't negotiate with a bitch either, he said with hatred. Everyone was surprised because he only got like that when it came to enemies or people he hates. Flug. Very well, that's what we'll do, sir, he said seriously. Toga. Count on us, love, she said while blowing kisses in the air, which made Roberto blush a little. Roberto. Okay, go, he said seriously. The three. Yes sir, they said seriously. These left while he returned to his paperwork and Israel and Leonardo entered. Israel. We came to help with your paperwork, he said seriously. Roberto. Thanks guys, I thought you were with your partners, he said seriously. Israel. My girls are with their parents and won't be back for a while, and since I had nothing to do, I came, he said seriously. Leonardo. I chose a horrible dress for Kotonoha and Lucy and I better not come home tonight, he said seriously. Israel. I understand, he said seriously. Roberto. Well, thanks guys, he said while Israel and Leonardo approached some chairs and helped with the paperwork. All the three arrived in 30 minutes to Royal Woods thanks to their Aztec wings since Flug had 4 Aztec wings and Toga 8 and Juan 4, but both were already missing little to have 6 wings. Juan. Well here it is, he said looking at the house. Well Flug do your magic, he said this one. Flug launched a honeycomb-shaped sphere and it released a yellow gas where all the members, upon smelling the gas, had a deeper sleep. They approached the house and Juan takes out a black key that could fit any lock and they enter the house and see a total mess. Flug. These people don't know how to clean, he said, seeing mud stains on the ceiling. Juan. From what I see, no, he said while looking at Lin Jr's underwear with a cinnamon stick. How disgusting, he said with disgust. They went up and saw Lisa's room, but on one side there was a metal door where the bodies of Lincoln's friends were, but they didn't give much importance to the room. Juan puts a mine in Lisa's code and it opens the door without causing any alarm. They come in and look for the plans. Flug. Let's see this one, no, let's see this one, no, this one, bad luck theory, let's see, he said as he began to read the map. Flug. The subject Lincoln is giving a lot of bad luck, blah 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 blah, and the days where blah 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 are over, and when the container of his bad luck was put, things are improving blah 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 blah, and so I came to the conclusion that Lincoln is the cause of all the problems, he said while being in disbelief. Flug. That's nonsense. This theory is very poorly made and has no scientific basis, and it is not even approved by the High Command. What do you think Juan? He said while passing him the plans of bad luck. Juan. Let's see, he said while reading the plans, this is a load of rubbish, it makes no sense, you should be ashamed to call yourself a scientist, he said while breaking the plans just like Flug, and they step on them and spit on them. Toga. They already call me immature, she said while waiting. They continued searching for the plans and found them. Juan. With this our plan will be ready, he said. Flug. My babies will take their first steps with this, he said while having tears of pride. Toga. Okay, couple of crybabies, let's go, but first, she said, throwing a knife at Lisa's computer. Juan. What did you do? You know she had projects that we would do, he said annoyed. Toga took out a memory and says to him. Toga. I downloaded all of that girl's inventions and I have them here, and the reason why I threw the knife was so that the security cameras wouldn't detect us, she said it would be. Juan. Good thinking, well let's go, he said as they leave. They leave the house and fly back to school. 30 minutes later. They arrived and went to Roberto's office, who was waiting for them having coffee with Miyuki. Roberto. They arrived quickly, he said seriously. Flug. Here you go, Mr. Roberto, he said while putting the plans on the table. Roberto. Well, rest for now because tomorrow they will create this machine for the armor, he said seriously. Juan. Hey, I have a question, he said seriously. Roberto. Which one? He said, drinking his coffee. Juan. Why did Lisa Loud have a bad theory about a bad luck issue where she blamed a certain Lincoln, he said seriously. Roberto. I have no idea, he said seriously. Juan. Please tell us, we promise we won't say anything, he said seriously. Flug. I promise you too, sir, he said seriously since he was also interested in how Lisa Loud, a girl who won a Nobel Prize at age 3, made a bad theory. Roberto. Fine, but I don't want anyone to know about this. Only Israel and Leonardo, as well as Miyuki, know, he said seriously. The 3. We promise, they said seriously. He told him about his bad luck and how Lincoln suffered as he saw his friends die and he ended up dying, but Great Red brought him back to life by sending his soul into the child Issei Hyoudou, who had already been dead for 3 years and is now training for his revenge. The 3 of them couldn't believe that stupidity, but Roberto showed them the video of how Lincoln suffered and they ended up believing that. Juan and Flug were furious and Toga shed a few tears for everything Lincoln suffered, but Roberto gave her a hug to comfort her. Juan. We are men of science and what Lisa did is nameless, he said seriously. Flug. It's true I've seen horrible people, but they win over the worst, he said seriously. Toga. I felt sad when I heard how she saw her friends die, she said sadly while she continued to be hugged by Roberto. Roberto. Well yes, but now he's starting from scratch, and now he's happy because now he has his little sister Lily in his arms, he said with a smile. Toga. I would like to meet her, she said a little animatedly. Roberto. I know you'll know her and well, it's better if you rest, you've earned it, he said with a smile. The three. Thank you, they said leaving, but Toga kissed him on the cheek blushing. Toga. Thanks for encouraging me, she said leaving the office. Miyuki. You're bad, said with a pout and leaving the office. Roberto. Wait, Miyuki is not what she seems, he said as he reaches her and he thinks. Roberto. Now I know what punishment I will give those unfortunate people, even Lincoln will enjoy this, he thought with a malicious idea. Chapter 19. Investigation, dressmakers, and fighting. Issei arrived at his apartment and when he entered they were all watching a movie, but they all saw him with a baby in his hands, and they all wonder who he is. Pattis. Kaya is very cute, said while approaching Lily. Aika. What a cute baby, she said as she approaches Lily. Murayama. Whose is it? He said while stroking her head which makes her laugh. Issei. She's my little sister, he said while giving her another hug. Everyone is surprised and asks how. Issei. Look, I'll tell you everything, but I don't want anyone to know about this. Did you hear me? He said seriously. Everyone nods and he tells everything to his friends and maid, who, upon hearing each word, become angry and sad for everything he suffered. When they finished the girls were crying and Mitsuda and Motohama were furious about everything Lincoln had to endure, but then Issei received a hug from all the girls. Aika. Sorry Issei-san, we didn't know all the damage you had to endure, she said while crying. Murayama. We're really sorry, now I understand why you looked at us badly before, why many women hurt you, right? She said crying. Issei. Yes, it was because of that, but Roberto told me a story that made me see them as friends instead of people I hate, he said this. Susanna. But now what will happen to you and the baby? She said. Issei. I don't know, but I know that no one will separate us now, he said while hugging Lily. That comment made everyone smile, and they decided to go to their rooms to rest, and Issei takes Lily to his room. Issei. Rest Lily, said while Issei decides to sleep on the floor and Lily in his bed. Lily. You're into Inkeln, you're equal Lincoln. He fell asleep for the next day for his training. The next day. They did the same training, and Lily was taken care of by Susanna who did it with great pleasure and introduced them to the maids who quickly became fond of Lily for her innocence and cuteness. While Roberto decided to investigate the loud house since he felt that they were hiding something, so he used a robot fly to investigate the place. Israel. Let's see, that's the house, now go in, he said while Roberto controls her and enters the kitchen window. Roberto watched through the fly as some of the members ate depressed, and Lisa looked upset about something. Juan. It seems that breaking her stupid theory if I bother her, I feel sorry for her, he said seriously. They go up to the second floor and see each room in the house like Laurie and Leanie's were on a bed there were pictures of Bobby in bed and some with lipstick. Israel. Looks like someone loves that guy, he said while looking at the photos. They continued and saw that in the other room there was a brunette girl writing some notes. Luna. No, not this and not this either, she said while tearing off several sheets. Leonardo. It seems that someone has problems making music, he said seriously. Roberto. It's your problem, he said as he went to another room. The next one saw a brunette hitting a punching bag with so much anger, but everyone saw that it had Lincoln's picture on it. Lin Jr. Damn bad luck, being dead gives us bad luck, he said hitting the bag more until breaking the chain that holds it. Roberto. So she is the one who caused Lincoln to suffer so much, he said annoyed. Israel. Just looking at her disgusts me, he said angrily. Juan. Me too, but look what's on that shelf, he said while pointing at a glass. Roberto brings the fly closer to the glass and says. Roberto. What did you see? He said seriously. Plug. Please examine that crystal as we feel it has something, he said seriously. This gave the signal to the fly to examine the crystal, and this gave the result of 4 souls locked away. Roberto. Wow, they were right, there are souls, but we can't take the crystal because it would be strange for a fly to carry a crystal, he said as he leaves and goes to the other room where Linka and Liberty were crying. Roberto. I bet something happened to those unfortunate women. I hope they were raped so that would be a good reason to cry, he said while he drives the fly to the next room, but he saw something that disgusted him like the others. It was Lola masturbating with a dildo that no one knows where she got it. Lola more Wilson more she said while she put the dildo in deeper. Roberto. How disgusting, he said while going to the bathroom to vomit like the others. After vomiting this one heads to the next room. Juan. That was horrible. I've seen women masturbate, but that was disgusting, he said while wiping his saliva. Leonardo. Yes, I even once saw Konoha and Lucy masturbate for me, and I can say that it turned me on, but that was disgusting, he said while taking a breath. Roberto. Well, let's forget about that now, on to the next one, he said while he saw Lisa trying to repair the computer that Toga destroyed, but in that moment it explodes, sending Lisa flying. Juan. Pathetic, he can't even repair a computer, he said mockingly. They continued and saw the last metal room, and Roberto made a small hole where the fly entered, and everyone was shocked to see the bodies of Clyde, Liam, Rusty and Zack hanging like butcher meat and the old body of Lincoln sitting still with a squirrel suit. Roberto. Those unfortunate people, he said now angrily. Israel. They crossed the line, he also said angrily. Leonardo. We kill them now, he said seriously. Roberto. I will not send Issei to bring me those unfortunate people so that I can punish them, he said seriously. Israel. Good idea, it will be interesting to see Issei in action, he said seriously. Roberto. If I don't know, it could reach the balance break, he said seriously. Everyone is surprised to hear that. Juan. I'm sure he can reach it, he said seriously. Roberto. If he's been training longer than the others, I'm sure that if he fights with the Louds, he'll break the balance, he said seriously. Israel. Well, I support the idea, he said with a smile. The others? Same as us, they said with a smile. Then there's a knock on the door and he sees that it was Miyuki. Miyuki. Sorry to interrupt your meeting Roberto-sama, but the designers I hired have arrived, he said seriously. Roberto. Very well guys, I'll see you tonight to see what we'll do, he said seriously. Everyone nods and leaves, while Roberto tells Miyuki to let the designers in, which she nods. Then Mrs. Carmichael, Miguel, Fiona, Mand and Jackie enter, who were nervous. Mrs. Carmichael. It's an honor to work for you, Mr. Roberto, she said sweating. Roberto. There's no need to be nervous and you can call me Roberto, Mrs. Carmichael, he said with a smile. Mrs. Carmichael. Okay, what designs do you want us to make? She said now calmly. Roberto showed them the uniforms which everyone liked. Fiona. They are very pretty, she said looking at the students' uniforms. Roberto. Yes, now follow me, he said while he stood up and they followed him. They walk for a while and arrive at a room and when they open it, they see different types of sewing machines and other types of fabrics. Roberto. You can work here quietly and here are your room keys, he said while giving each one a key. Mr. Carmichael. Thank you very much, Mr. Roberto, he said while shaking your hand with his. Roberto. It's nothing, if you're hungry there's a cafeteria in the other building, and if you want to go to the bathroom, it's in the center of this area, he said. Roberto. Now excuse me, I have some paperwork waiting for me, with permission, he said as he leaves. Mr. Carmichael. Go ahead, he said as he watched Roberto walk away. Jackie. He was very polite, and he also gave us lodging, she said while looking at the sewing machines. And? Yes, let's wait and go visit the whole place, he said while looking at his sewing machine. Miguel. Yes, I want to go to the Zocalo to see the whole place, he said while turning on a machine. Fiona said nothing as she was still depressed about Lincoln's death. Miguel touches his shoulder and says. Miguel. Come on Fiona, I'm sure Lincoln wouldn't have liked to see you like that, he said while she gave a small smile. Fiona. Of course, well, we have to work, she said while she turns on a machine. So they were working without knowing what would happen next. While with Issei and his friends they were in their magic training now they could make their energy sphere a little bigger, but by accident Issei lost control and ended up destroying the roof of the place. Issei. I'm sorry, he said sadly like Drake. Kurumi. It's fine, the janitors can fix it so there's no problem, she said with a smile. Kurumi. But next time don't push yourself too hard because you might lose control of your power, he said seriously. Issei. Thank you and a question, he said now seriously. Kurumi. Which one, she said confused. Issei. When will they train us to control the Aztec power? He said seriously. Kurumi. They will have to wait 3 years since their power has to merge with the natural power they have, and if you ask about the training of your powers, you will have to wait 1 year, since first you have to train your magical reserves and physical strength, she said it would be. Issei. I understand, thank you and again, sorry for destroying the roof, he said as he walks away. Issei left with his friends, and Kurumi sees him with a smile. Kurumi. It seems that she has a lot of determination, but I feel that she is hiding something, then I ask Roberto, surely he knows, he said well he is going to change to give his classes. While Issei was walking with his friends, they went to the cafeteria since they wanted to buy some snacks before classes started. Murayama. I want the fries and a soda, he said while paying the cafeteria cashier. Issei. I'll have the red cola and the chili fries, he said while paying him. So everyone asked the cafeteria staff for their snacks and once they ordered they went to their apartment. Hyoudou. This apple soda is delicious, he said while drinking his soda. Issei. You don't even need to say it, this red cola tastes like Coca-Cola, but better, he said, drinking it. Mitsuda. I guess it's because we are in another country and they have products like this. Look, this mango cost me 15 pesos prepared and in my country one of these costs 50,000 yen, he said while eating his mango. They chatted for a while and saw how a black-haired boy was being bothered by some older ones. Boy 1. Give us our money now, he said while extending his hand. Negative, this is the last thing I have left for the week and I won't have any more next week, he said while. Boy 2. So you say no to the boss, you need to be taught a lesson, he said while cracking his fists and they turned into metal. The boy was just waiting for his beating, but then Issei hit Kid 2 with his gauntlet and sent him to the ground. Boy 3. Who are you? He said while some branches wrapped around his arms. Issei. I am Issei and I will not let them bother this child, he said while in a fighting pose. Boy 1. We are bigger than you and there are 9 of us and you are 1, he said while he had 2 fireballs in his hands. Motohama. You mean 7, he said as he approaches and summons his gauntlet and Motohama also summons his gauntlet, Murayama his bow, Cadis the blade of Olympus, Ika her spear and Hyoudou some weapons that he obtained by kissing origami. Boy 4. Ha, that's nothing, he said while transforming into a gorilla. Boy 1. Attack, he said while the 9 children rushed towards them. Boy 2 was fighting with Motohama, who combined blows, but when Boy 2 was careless, he tried to hit Motohama, but Motohama ducked and Motohama hit him in the stomach, exploding and sending Boy 2 flying, who was left unconscious. Motohama. Incredible, Roberto-sama wasn't lying about my power, he said looking at his gauntlet. The Boy 3 fought with Mitsuda who had problems fighting since his power was healing and not combat. Boy 3 gave him a cut on his arm with a poisonous thorn that quickly infected his entire body, but he puts his glove on his cut and a green glow surrounds his wound and it closes. And feels stronger. Mitsuda. I understand now, every wound that heals makes me stronger, he said while launching himself towards the Boy 3 whoever is trying to hit him, but he gained speed and hit him, but when he hit him the branches that surrounded him are destroyed and he is left unconscious but with a green stain. Mitsuda. I think hitting them with the gauntlet poisons them, I'll take that into account, he said as he approaches Motohama. Boy 4 was fighting against Ika who was throwing her spear, but Boy 4 turned into a tiger, but she throws her spear at the ground and it makes an electric field trapping Boy 4 and he receives the full shock. The Boy 4 returned to normal and fell unconscious. Ika. I have to be careful with my spear, she said as her spear disappears. Murayama fought with the Boy 5 who had the ability to summon a mirror to return attacks. Murayama was shooting common arrows at him, but he thinks of one to block and a purple spear appears. She takes it and throws it towards the mirror, which instead of returning the attack, breaks. Boy 5. What did you do? He said while he saw his broken mirror, but then an arrow hit him in the chest and gave an electric shock, leaving him unconscious. The Child 6 fought with Cadis and he had the ability to summon a sword of light and a silver bullet gun. Kid 6 shoots at Cadis, but she blocks his attacks with her sword and she approaches Kid 6 and tries to attack her with her sword but collides with Cadis's sword and absorbs the light from the sword without leaving anything. Boy 6. What did you do to him? He said while he saw his sword. But Cadis gave him no mercy and cut him in the chest, who gave a cry of pain and was unconscious. But Hyoudou he fought against Child 7, who had the ability to summon zombies, but Hyoudou killed them with the abilities of origami and toka. Hyoudou saw that Child 7 had a magic circle on his chest and he runs towards him who orders his zombies to attack, but he killed them and hit him in the chest, causing the magic circle to break and all the zombies to die, but that did not matter to Hyoudou and he kicked him in the crotch and followed a blow to the face and finally an attack with origami's weapons and he is knocked out. And finally with Issei he fought with Kid 1, Kid 8 and Kid 9. Boy 8 had the ability to summon a chainsaw and Boy 9 had the ability to summon I-beams. Kid 1 summons 6 fireballs, but Issei deflects them, but Kid 8 tries to cut him, but Issei increases his power. Issei boost, he said while the gem on his glove shines. Break boots 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 boots, said the dragon increasing Issei's power. Issei hit Kid 8, but he puts his saw as a shield, but due to the increases it breaks, and he receives the full blow leaving him out of combat. Kid 9 takes advantage of that and gives Issei a laser shot in the back, but he doesn't give up and summons a red sphere and throws it towards Kid 9, who tries to counterattack with his laser beam, but Issei's attack is stronger and hits him squarely in the face, leaving him unconscious. Boy 1 was so scared he ran away, but Issei summoned another red sphere and threw it at Boy 1, who summoned a fireball, but it was too late as the sphere hit him in the chest exploding and leaving him unconscious. Issei approaches, who was scared, but Issei gave him his hand and he, a little distrustful, takes it. "Issei. Are you okay?" he said with a smile. "Yes, thank you," said this one. Mitsuda. "Well, we have to get out of here before one of the guards sees us," he said as he leaves, but was held by Caesar, who was the caretaker. "Caesar. I'll go get a coffee in 5 minutes and what I see is a fight and the worst part is I missed it," he said while cursing. "Caesar. They will come to the management to explain this," he said while everyone nods. Issei. "Damn," he said while saying, "why don't I finish all this quickly?" Chapter 20 Reunion and First Mission. Issei and all his friends were at the entrance of the direction sitting and Mitsuda was healing Issei's back. Issei. "Thanks again Mitsuda," he said as the pain slowly disappears. Mitsuda. "No, thanks to you, I'm stronger now," he said while raising his arm and his gauntlet changes, now having the same gauntlet as Issei, only green. Mitsuda. "Incredible, now it's the same as yours Issei," he said while looking at his glove. Issei. "Yes, just different colors," he said with a smile. Motohama. "Someday I'll have it too," he said with determination. "They're incredible and by the way, thank you for your help," said the boy. Hadis. "You're welcome and what's your name?" she said with a smile. David. "My name is David Cream Pingray," he said with a smile. Issei was surprised since he was Carol and Cookie's younger brother. Issei. "It's a pleasure and by the way your sisters are Carol and Cookie, right?" he said seriously. David is surprised by that and responds. David. "Yes they are and how do you know?" he said seriously. Issei. "When we leave the office, we'll talk in private," he said seriously. David nods, but they hear Roberto's voice. Roberto. "Issei, Mitsuda, Motohama, Kadis, Murayama, Aika, Shido and David come in," he said seriously. They entered and saw Roberto and Cristobal seriously. Roberto. "Well, I know what happened, but I want to hear your explanation," he said seriously. So they told him how they did nothing and that they were beaten for defending a student who was younger than them. Roberto. "Well, in fact I saw everything on the security cameras, I just wanted to listen," and David, "Here," he said while giving him a roll that had $50,000 in it. Roberto. "It's a reward for what happened to them. I will personally see to it that they are punished and report back. They can go now, except for Shido and Issei," he said seriously. Everyone left, leaving Issei and Shido along with both. Roberto. "Well Shido, the reason you are here is because we will move you and your companions to a big house since in 2 days some special girls will arrive since they do not trust people and I want you to help them so that they have confidence with all people," he said seriously. Shido. "I understand and what are they called?" he said confused. Roberto. "When they come I'll tell you, so while you start packing since you're going home in 2 hours and don't worry about classes, I'll tell your teacher about the situation," he said seriously. Shido. "Fine, thank you Roberto-sama," he said, leaving. Roberto. "Okay Issei, I want you to do your first mission," he said seriously. Issei. "And what is it?" he said confused but happy to do his first mission. Roberto. "I want you to bring me all the louds," he said seriously. Issei and Drake are surprised by that and he says. Issei. "Why?" he said seriously. Roberto. "Look, I'll tell you the truth. I uploaded all the videos of the torture you received from them and now everyone knows what shit they are," he said seriously. Issei. "I understand that but isn't it better to kill them?" he said seriously. Roberto. "Issei, you are not yet mentally ready to kill someone and there is something better than death," he said seriously. Issei. "And what is it?" he said seriously. Roberto. "Living in suffering," he said maliciously. Issei now understands Roberto's idea and says. Issei. "I understand, I will do it, but what torture will he give them?" he said seriously. Roberto. "I'll take you to Leavenate prison," he said seriously. That surprised Cristobal since he knew that prison and knew that many took their own lives because of the inhumane conditions they received. Issei. "I understand and how will I go there?" he said seriously. Roberto took a paper with a symbol out of his drawer and gave it to Issei. Roberto. "With this you can go to Royal Woods and return with those bastards. Use force if necessary," he said seriously. Issei. "Okay, what time will I go?" he said seriously. Roberto. "You'll go after class, now go back to class," he said seriously. Issei. "Okay thanks," he said leaving. He left while Cristobal looked at Roberto seriously. Cristobal. "It seems they made him suffer," he said seriously. Roberto. "You see," he said, telling everything to Christopher, who, upon hearing all the hell he suffered, became extremely angry, and that's all, he said seriously. Christopher. "Unhappy once you are here I will make you suffer," he said angrily. Roberto. "In fact, I'm going to interrogate them first because I want to know how cruel they are," he said seriously. Christopher. I understand, and by the way, more paperwork has arrived that you have to fill out, he said while several soldiers enter with several stacks of papers. Roberto. Damned old men of the council, one day they will tire of me and I will kill them without mercy, he said seriously. This one, with no other option, began to fill out the papers with the help of Cristobal, who offered to help Roberto with the papers. Issei's son. Issei and David were on a bench in the courtyard talking before classes started. David. And well, how do you know about my sisters? He said seriously. Issei. Well, you'll think I'm crazy if I tell you this, but I'm Lincoln, he said seriously. David was surprised to hear that, but thought it was a joke. David. I saw you lying when Lincoln died, it's impossible for someone to survive that death, he said seriously. Issei. Well, you don't believe me, I'll tell you things about your sisters that only you know, he said as he began to tell things about himself and his sisters. He told her about the environmental project and how Cookie at first hated him for it, but then they became friends when he defended her from Hawk and Hank, but got beaten up badly. He told her how he helped Carol become a gardener so she could go out with her friends. And he also told her that he was a subject of Lisa's tests and he later regretted what he did to her and apologized. David was very surprised since it was Lincoln. David. Normally I would call you crazy, but you told me things that no one knows except us Lincoln, I'm really sorry, he said with his head down. Issei. Why, he said seriously. David. If it weren't for my science competition that was in California and also that Cookie and Carol accompanied me, we would have helped in some way, he said, crestfallen. Issei. It's fine in fact as they are, he said with a smile but serious. David. They won't stop crying for you. Carol locked herself away and watches the movie they saw together over and over again while eating ice cream, and Cookie makes your favorite cookies and puts them in a candle next to your picture while saying sorry over and over again, he said with his head down and frustrated for not helping them. David. Every time I see them I feel stupid for not helping them, he said frustrated. Issei felt bad but tells David. Issei. Wow, hey, how about you call them and tell them I'm alive but with another body, he said with a smile. David. They'll take me for crazy, he said seriously. Issei. And if they come and I tell them things that you don't even know, maybe they'll believe me, he said with a smile. David. I'll try, he said seriously. Issei. Thank you, now let's go to class before the teacher punishes us, he said standing up. David. It's true, see you, he said as he leaves. They go their separate ways, but they didn't know that Fiona was hiding in a tree and heard everything and couldn't shed tears of happiness, knowing that Lincoln was still alive. Fiona. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, Linky is alive, and now I can tell him how I feel about him, she said happily and blushed. She left unseen with her friends with a big smile. Issei's son. This one was in his classes, everything was normal, only Issei was impatient since he wanted to go and hit the louds and bring them to see the conditions that will be from now on. When classes ended, Issei asked his friends to leave without him and he ran to Roberto's office to begin his mission. Roberto received it and entered and it was already ready. Roberto. I see you're impatient, but you don't have to be like that anymore because now you'll start. I'll show you how that paper works. We'll throw it on the floor, he said seriously. Issei did it and a symbol appears. Issei. Incredible, he said seeing that green color. Roberto. Now enter the symbol, he said seriously. Issei entered and closed his eyes and his body glowed. This began to disappear and once the glow disappeared Issei was gone. Roberto. It works now to invite Israel, Leonardo, Caesar, Cristobal, Flug, Juan, Toga and Kurumi to see this show, he said while all the mentioned enter with chairs, popcorn and soda except Kurumi who was confused. Roberto. Speaking of the King of Rome, he said seriously while Israel gives him a chair, a tub of popcorn and a soda. Israel. What did we miss? He said as a huge screen comes down and turns on where Issei appears. Roberto. You're welcome, it's just beginning, he said while sitting down. Caesar. I want to see some cocks now, he said while eating popcorn. Kurumi. Issei is going to fight, she said seriously and an aura of terror surrounds her and scares everyone except Toga and Roberto. Roberto. Yes, but when I finish I will tell you everything just like Caesar, he said seriously. Kurumi. Fine, she said seriously while looking at the screen. Issei's son. Issei appeared 2 houses away from the loud house. Issei. Okay, I'm close, get ready because now your hell begins, he said seriously. Chapter 21. The fight begins. Note. I forgot that Miyuki was with them. Issei walked through the streets of Royal Woods towards the loud house and once he arrived he knocked on the door. Issei. Manners form the man, he said politely. But the others watching the screen. Roberto. It's true, he said while eating popcorn. Israel. Yes, very true, he said while eating popcorn. Issei-san. And that I will speak Lin Sr. who had a face of few friends. Lin Sr. What do you want? He said seriously. Issei. By Roberto's order, you and your entire family will come with me, he said seriously. Lin Sr. Kid, I'm not here for jokes, so go back where you came from, he said seriously. Issei. Are you sure since I can take them by force, he said seriously. Lin Sr. started laughing loudly, drawing the attention of his entire family. Lin Sr. Ha 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 family, did you listen? He wants to take us to someone named Roberto, he said laughing as if it were the best joke in the world. But the others? Toga. They don't know who they're messing with, he said it would be. Caesar. I want spankings, he said desperately. Issei-san. Everyone hearing that started laughing loudly and once they finished Lin Jr. approaches him. Lin Jr. You know, for a good laugh I let you hit me first, she said, still laughing. Issei. Sure, he said seriously. Lin Jr. You won't move me even. 2 centimeters, she said still laughing. Issei without thinking twice activated his gauntlet surprising everyone and mercilessly hit Lin Jr. in the face, sending her flying and crashing into the wall. But the others? Roberto. Now the fun really begins, he said excitedly, just like the others. Issei-san. Everyone was surprised and Lin Sr. approached him in a threatening manner. Lin Sr. How dare you hit my pride, he said threateningly. Issei. It's revenge, he said while the gauntlet gem shines. Brag boots 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 boots, Daiho drag haciendo ten aumentos. Issei mercilessly hit Lin Sr. with his gauntlet, breaking all his ribs and causing him to spit out an incredible amount of blood. With Roberto and his group. Caesar. Fatality, he said with a smile. Roberto. It's true, he said seriously. Issei-san. Rita, seeing this, hit Issei with a cable in his eye, but it didn't affect him much, and he gave Rita his infernal caresses, which caused all her bones to break, and she fell to the ground very injured. Lori without thinking twice took a golf club and began to hit Issei, but he protected himself with his glove, and he made a red sphere and threw it at her where it exploded, and she fell to the ground very injured. Lori had many burns and was unconscious from the full force of the attack. Lini, annoyed, took out her sewing needles and stuck one in Issei's shoulder, making him scream in pain, but he was very angry and made 4 increases, and he took the needle that was stuck in him and threw it at Lini's leg, making her scream in pain. Then he runs towards her and hits her in the jaw, causing her to fly and hit the ceiling, becoming unconscious. Luna and Luan launched themselves towards Issei. Luna had her guitar and tried to hit him, but Issei dodges them and he tries to hit her, but she defends herself with her guitar. Issei makes 8 increases and starts running around them, and he starts hitting them mercilessly that even Luna tries to hit him, but his guitar breaks from a blow from Issei. Luna. Unhappy was my favorite guitar, she said angrily. Issei, without caring, kicked her in the face and Luan a magical attack, which left both of them out of combat. But Issei feels like 2 knives cut his back, seeing that they were Linka and Liberty. Linka. You'll pay, damn it, she said while throwing herself with the knife. Liberty. This is Sparta, she said running towards Issei with the knife. Issei did another 5 boosts and hit Linka in the nose and Liberty in the leg, causing her leg to break from the boosts. Both were hurt and then a rope catches him and he feels a blow to his stomach. It was Lana and Lola who had Issei trapped, so with his strength, he breaks the ropes and takes the tube they used to hit him and hit Lola in the face so much that she was unconscious, and then he gave a flying kick to Lana, who was unconscious by the blow. Issei. That's everyone, but where are Lucy, Lisa and the board? He said seriously. At that moment he felt a big blow that went through the house and he fell on the grass in the backyard. When he saw it was Lin Jr. but with a lot of muscle, and he had the crystal on his neck where the souls of his friends were. Next to her were Lisa and Lucy who were laughing like crazy. Lin Jr. Now you'll see, no one gets away with hurting my family, said while launching himself at Lin Jr. With Roberto and his group. Leonardo. It looks like a cow with muscles, he said with disgust. Flug. I agree, said Flug with disgust. Issei-san. Issei stands up but receives a kick from Lin Jr. that draws blood. Issei. How strong did you become? He said as he gets up but receives another blow to his back. Lin Jr. An experiment by Lisa, and with this crystal that has the souls of some losers now I am very strong, said arrogantly. Issei understood that and receives kicks from Lin, while Lisa and Lucy couldn't stop laughing. Issei takes the ground and throws it towards Lin's eyes, which leaves her blind for a few seconds. Lin Jr. Cheater, he said while touching his eyes. Issei stands up with great difficulty since the kicks did hurt him. Greg. Comrade, your resistance is terrible. When this is over you will train your resistance, he said seriously. Issei. Okay, now to continue, he said. Well, he made 10 increases and hit him in the stomach, but it didn't affect him much, and he grabbed him by the leg. Lin Jr. began to whip Issei. Well, he tried everything to get out of the grip, but he ended up on the floor very hurt. Lin Jr. You see, I'm number one and an idiot like you can't beat me, she said arrogantly. Issei was bleeding from his back and felt like it was broken. Issei. Thinking, I don't think I can do any more, he thought while trying to stand up but fell. Issei. Forgive me, Roberto, for failing the mission and also for my friends, he said while closing his eyes, but here's a voice. Lincoln, you have disappointed me, that is all the power of the Red Emperor, he said seriously. Issei. Clyde, don't bother her, she's very strong, why don't you fight, he said annoyed. Issei then remembers the death of his friends and sees the tree where he died. Clyde. You are Issei Hyoudou. Lincoln, show what you're made of, he said seriously. Then Rusty appears next to Clyde. Rusty. Don't you feel humiliated? It doesn't hurt when that board hurts you all the time, he said seriously. That's when Zach appears next to Rusty. Zach. Lincoln, you're the last survivor of the gang, show who Issei Hyoudou is, he said seriously. That's when Liam appears next to Zach. Liam. She did this because she knows that deep down you are more talented than all of them, he said seriously. Rusty. We wanted to see you at the top and see you succeed, he said seriously. Before. But he killed us in a very easy way, they said seriously. Clyde. Lincoln, listen, if you understand our feelings please defeat Lin, he said disappearing like the others. Issei just kept silent and stood up motivated and with a smile. Issei. My friends, I promised to defeat Lin, he said motivated that the gem of his gauntlet shone and was wrapped by a red armor. With Roberto and his team. Roberto. He did it, I don't know what he saw in that tree, but he seems motivated, he said seriously. At that moment, a black gauntlet came out of Roberto's arm. Roberto. What's up, Max? He said speaking to his arm. Max. He really managed to break his limit, he said seriously. Roberto. Seriously, he said seriously. Max. Yes, when determination, courage and motivation come together, the sacred object breaks its limits, creating the balance breaker, he said seriously. Miyuki. Now it makes sense, she said it would be. Issei-san. Issei was standing and looked at Lin Jr. with great anger. Issei. My friends are with me and I won't let a bad loser get away with it, he said while he had his armor and he throws himself at Lin. Issei prepared his fist and Lin also did the same where both fists collided, but it was Lin's mistake to be confident since when the fists collided her entire arm broke. Lin Jr. Aiya. Screaming in pain. Issei grabbed her head and kneed her, breaking her nose and then threw her towards the tree and began to use her as a bat. He grabbed her leg and began to hit her on the tree. Lin's bones could be heard breaking and she gradually fell unconscious. Then Issei put her on the floor and did the same thing he did when he broke her spine with a blow. Lin she writhed in pain and fell unconscious. Lucy and Lisa were terrified and ran away from him, but Issei noticed and quickly went towards them and hit Lisa in the face, breaking her glasses and then her nose, falling unconscious. Lucy was given a magical attack that left her very injured and out of combat. Greg. Congratulations, buddy, I didn't think you would activate the Red Emperor's armor, he said happily. Issei. Thanks now for taking those unfortunate people to Roberto, he said while taking both of them by the hair and putting them with Lin. He did the same with all of them and he took out the paper that Roberto gave him and made a magic circle where everyone disappears from the place. But I didn't know that one person watched everything with interest. Wow, I didn't know that the Red Emperor was him and that he massacred a family. Well, I think I'll recruit that family since I see that they hate the Red Emperor, said the person disappearing from the place. Chapter 22 Interrogations. Roberto and his group waited for Issei, who then saw a magic circle appear from the floor, and Issei appeared with all the Louds on the floor unconscious. The tired Issei fell unconscious, but Roberto caught him and gave him a drink from a jar with the Aztec symbol. Issei's wounds healed quickly and he woke up. Issei. What happened in my wounds, he said seeing that I was healed. Roberto. I gave you an Aztec tear, it healed your wounds and returned your energies, he said seriously. Issei. Wow, I see that I won and now what are you going to do with them? He said seriously. Roberto. I'll interrogate them first and then take them to 11-8 prison, he said seriously. Kurumi. Hey Issei, can you tell me why you went to attack a normal family? She said seriously. Issei explained everything to Kurumi and Caesar who was there and she was shocked to hear such a thing, but her eye began to shine golden and she summons a rifle and points it at Rita. Kurumi. It will be a pleasure to finish off a scum like you, said sadistically. But before shooting she is stopped by Roberto who takes her gun. Roberto. Don't kill them, they'll suffer in 11-8 prison, he said seriously. Kurumi thought about it and gave another mischievous smile. Kurumi. Okay, she said in a sadistic way that scared everyone except Roberto. Issei. It's scary, teacher, he said trembling. Greg. Scarier than Tiamat, he said scared. Roberto. Well, we'll take care of it. Now go to your apartment to rest and have a rest. He said while giving him a roll that had $100,000 pesos in it. Roberto. It's your payment for fulfilling your mission, now go rest, he said seriously. Issei. Thanks, see you, he said leaving. He left and Roberto called some soldiers. These arrived at Roberto's office. These soldiers had soldier uniforms with a logo of the Aztec Corporation and another of the Mexican flag. Roberto. I want these parasites taken to the interrogation room, one in each room, he said seriously. Soldiers. Sir, yes sir, he said while they roughly took the louds away. Roberto. Well, let's go to the interrogation rooms, he said seriously while the others nod. Afterwards they went to a building far from the school, and once they arrived they went down and went to the interrogation room. Roberto. Well, I'll interrogate the cheap father, and Kurumi and Toga will give them the pleasure of interrogating Rita, he said seriously. Both. Or yes, they said sadistically. Miyuki. I can do it too, she said with the eyes of a scolded puppy. Roberto. Of course, so the three of them will question her, so let's get to work, he said seriously. All. Yes, they said seriously. Roberto went to where Lin Sr. was and when he entered he saw Lin Sr. unconscious and having trouble breathing. Roberto took out a bottle and made him drink it and once he tried it his body woke up. Lin Sr. What did you do to me? He said while feeling his wounds but he was already healed. Roberto. I gave you an anti-narcotic, it heals you, but you still feel the wound that Issei made you, he said seriously. Lin Sr. Why am I here, he said seriously. Roberto. Why did you do that to your son? He said seriously. Lin Sr. He's not my son, it was a mistake of this world, he said with hatred but receives a punch in the nose, breaking it. Roberto. More respect because if I wanted to I would kill you right now, he said seriously. Roberto. Now tell me why all this bad luck thing happened, he said seriously. Lin Sr. fearfully told him how everything happened, how Lincoln was the culprit of all their problems and how they killed him, and even when he was dead, he still causes them problems. Roberto, upon hearing each word, became so angry that he hit the table, almost breaking the metal legs. Roberto. Seriously, did you believe the excuse of a 13-year-old girl and the poorly made theory of a 4-year-old? Are you an idiot or retarded? You're telling me that you did this to protect your daughters and wife, but Lincoln could die of hunger or hypothermia, and that would be fine, but he's already dead, he said very angrily. Lin Sr. He was the one to blame for everything and no, but he received another blow to the chest that made him spit out a large amount of blood. Roberto. I'm also a father, you know, and I would never do that to my son. I take care of him and protect him like never before, and when some drug dealers kidnapped him once, I carried out a massacre with my friends to save my son, he said seriously. Roberto. A father's duty is always to protect his son from danger, to teach him good values, to always accept defeat to know that it is victory, and that no matter what, family comes first, but you failed as a father and not only that, but you also made your daughters kill your own son, Baron, he said seriously. At that Roberto snaps his fingers and a portal appears scaring Lin Sr. and Big Red comes out with a serious look. Big Red. So he's the unhappy man who killed Lincoln, he said angrily. Roberto. Yes, we must welcome them as good people to the 11-8 prison, he said while taking out his 12 Aztec wings just like Great Red, his 12 dragon wings. In the room, Lin Sr.'s pleas were heard, along with many blows to the skin and flashes of fire. With Rita. She was in a chair with broken bones, but Toga, Kurumi and Miyuki came in, and Kurumi put the palm of her hand on her forehead and healed Rita. Rita. Thank you, she said with a smile. Toga. Save your apologies now tell us why they did that to Lincoln, she said seriously. Rita told the three that Lincoln was the culprit of all their problems and how the squirrel suit contained their bad luck and even though dead it causes them problems. Toga, Kurumi and Miyuki, hearing every word Rita said, wanted to kill her, but Miyuki approached her and slapped her. Miyuki. It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard, she said angrily. Kurumi also approaches her and slaps her again. Kurumi. You are a disgraceful mother, what kind of mother makes her son suffer hell, she said angrily. Toga. I'm a psychopath and what you did to Lincoln is nameless, she said angrily as she took out her knife and it stuck into Rita's hand. Miyuki. I would never do that to my son Arthur, a mother's duty is to care for and protect her children, but you made your daughters kill him and that didn't matter to you, she said while summoning a scythe and cut off his hand, which made Rita scream in pain. Kurumi returned his hand with her time power, but she still felt the pain of the cut. Kurumi. Since when is Arda your son? He is mine, she said jealously. Toga. Of course not, I'm his mother and Roberto is my husband, she said jealously. Miyuki. No, I am not. He told me that I was his favorite maid, especially when I kissed him while he was asleep, she said blushing. That angered both of them who were about to fight but saw that Rita was about to escape, but the three of them held her. Miyuki. I know who makes her suffer the most is Roberto's wife, she said with a sadistic smile. Toga. Good idea, she said while her eyes turned yellow. Kurumi. Now Roberto is mine, she said while her eye shone golden. Thus, in the room, screams of pain from Rita and laughter of pleasure from Miyuki, Toga and Kurumi were heard. With Lori. She was in the room hurt, but Leonardo comes in with a serious look. Leonardo enters and gives Lori an anti-narco tear. Leonardo. Well Lori, you and I know why you're here, he said seriously. Lori. He deserved that bad luck and he also made Bobby break up with me, she said while shedding a few tears. Leonardo angrily hit the desk making a hole in the table. Leonardo. It wasn't his fault that your stupid relationship ended, he said seriously. Lori. Of course he provoked him with his, but he couldn't finish because Leonardo angrily slapped him hard. Leonardo. Instead of worrying about your toxic relationship, you should have worried about being an older sister, he said seriously. Lori. I'm a good older sister, she said offended. Leonardo. Of course not. Lincoln always covered up your incompetence and stupidity. Besides, he was always punished. Why did he cover up your disasters or did you deny it? He said very seriously. Lori. Of course not, I always help my sisters, she said annoyed. Leonardo. Seriously, if you care so much about them, tell me when was the last time you made breakfast for your sisters, when was the last time you helped them with their homework, or when was the last time you helped them when they hurt themselves, tell me, he said very seriously. Lori didn't say what to say since it was true, but she refused to accept the truth. Leonardo. Silence is my answer now time to welcome you to Leavenworth prison, he said while summoning a knife. In Lori's room, Lori's screams of pain were heard as she was cut by Leonardo. With Lini. Lini was scared since she didn't know what to do besides being hurt by Issei's attack. That's when Konoha and Lucy, Leonardo's wives, enter, who had a serious look. Konoha. Lucy. Konoha shed an anti-narco tear and shed it on Lini, healing her wounds, but she still felt the blows she received. Lini. Who are you? She said scared. Konoha. Shut up, damn murderer, she said it would be that her eyes had no shine. Lucy. You unhappy man killed a child along with your entire shitty family, she said it would be. Lini. That bad luck deserved it, it got me fired from my job, but I screamed in pain when I felt Konoha mercilessly cut off one of her ears. Konoha. Damn, when Leonardo told us about you, we didn't believe him, but then he showed us what they did to him, besides killing him in a cruel way, she said angrily while Lini touched her ear that was cut off. Lucy. We started to cry in pain seeing the suffering of a child, but Leonardo hugged us and told us that we will avenge him for what they did to him, and that will be exactly what we will do, he said while holding a hammer. Konoha. This will be your welcome to Leavenworth prison, she said coldly. Screams of pain and agony were heard in Lini's room as Konoha and Lucy hit and cut her. With Luna. Luna was sitting while feeling all the blows she received from Issei. At that moment, Cristobal entered with a serious look and shed an anti-drug tear at Luna. Christopher. I usually say welcome to those who come here, but you are the exception, so you know why you are here, he said seriously. Luna. That bad luck brought us here, she said very seriously. Christopher. He was unlucky to have a lousy family, he said seriously. Luna. Why did they bring us here, she said it would be. Christopher. You still say it. They killed a child who just wanted time for himself. He said seriously. Luna. He was our slave, he had responsibilities, he said seriously. Christopher. Their damn pride blinded them to kill an innocent child, and not only that, but also his friends, he said seriously. Luna. Haha, and what about them? They ruined my concert to be a rock star, she said angrily, but then Cristobal hits the table. Christopher. I saw the concert and you looked nervous, just like your band that day. Lincoln and his friends tried to help you, but your damn pride blinded you, and you hit him and his friends with your guitar, he said angrily. Christopher. Now you'll feel what it feels like to be hit with a guitar, he said while taking a guitar from his back. In Luna's room, Luna's screams of pain and blows were heard. With Luan. She was sitting while she was hurt by Issei's blows. At that point, Caesar, who had a serious look, comes in and sheds an anti-narco tear. Caesar. It's funny to be with a comedian, he said seriously. Luan. Why are we here, she said while still feeling the wounds. Caesar. And you're still asking why we're looking for movie stars, he said sarcastically. Luan. It's not funny, she said annoyed. Caesar. Do you think it's funny to spray pepper spray on Lincoln's suit while he's trying his best to scratch himself? He said angrily. Lewin. The truth is yes, she said mockingly. At that Caesar punched Lewin in the face, knocking out several of his teeth. Caesar. You know, I'm also a comedian and I make jokes on everyone, especially Israel, who I always make a joke about jerking off with his steak, he said mockingly. Lewin. You're disgusting, she said with disgust. Caesar. At least I don't kill my friends on April 1st, he said seriously. Caesar. You know, I'm going to welcome you to 11-8 prison, he said while summoning a special tank and a gas mask. In Lewin's room, Lewin's laughter was heard, as well as shots to stop, but he didn't. With Linka and Liberty. They were in the room hurt, and then Israel came in very serious. He gives each of them an anti-narco tear, and they heal but still feel their wounds. Israel. You know why you're here, he said seriously. Linka. That bad luck brought us here, she said angrily. Israel. He was so lucky to have bitches as sisters, he said seriously. Liberty. Why are you defending that wretch? She said angrily. Israel. That wretch was a person who even helped bitches like you, he said angrily. Linka. Even dead, he won't leave us alone. First, Chandler grapes us and the police didn't even help us when we sued him, and now this, she said angrily. Israel. If you had helped Lincoln, things would have taken a different turn, but you decided on greed, he said seriously. At that Israel summons a whip and says. Israel. For what they did to an innocent child who just wanted time for himself, they deserve this punishment, he said seriously. In Linka and Liberty's room, the screams of pain of both were heard, as well as the whipping of Israel. With Lucy. Lucy was sitting while she felt all the burns that Issei gave her. Then two girls came in, one gothic and the other brunette. It seems that someone is having a bad day, said the brunette. Lucy. Who are they? She said with sighs. Susan. My name is Susan, said the brunette. Mealy. My name is Mealy, said the goth. Susan. We are both wives of Israel, she said this seriously. Lucy. Why am I here? Sigh, she said it would be. Mealy. You're colder than me, at least Israel makes me smile every day, she said with a sigh. Susan. We saw all the hell you put that child through, she said it would be. Mealy. I'm not even that cruel, she said seriously. Lucy. That bad luck made my spells go wrong, she said annoyed. At that Mealy cut off one of his fingers which made him scream in pain. Mealy. Have more respect for the dead, she said annoyed. Lucy. Pain, she said with a lot of pain. Susan. Now we're going to welcome you to 11-8 prison, she said while summoning a knife. Mealy summoned a bat with nails and both began to hit Lucy. In Lucy's room, Lucy's screams were heard, as well as some bones breaking. With Lola and Lana. Both were scared and then two girls came in, one was wearing a lab coat and had silver hair, and the other was a blonde in a maid outfit. It seems that the fox and the pig are together, the silver-haired girl said it would be. Lana. Who are you? She said scared. Cecilia. My name is Cecilia, said the silver-haired girl. Marta. My name is Marta and we are both one's wives, said the blonde. Lola. And why are we here, she said it would be. Cecilia. Both of them did something that is unforgivable, and that is killing their brother, she said it would be. Lana. He deserves that bad luck because of him, my pets died, she said angrily. Marta. Bad luck, don't make me laugh, that's an excuse for people not to accept their mistakes, she said it would be. Lola. We're telling the truth, because of you I've lost many beauty contests, she said annoyed. Cecilia. Maybe it's because you didn't open your legs to the judges, maybe that's why you lost, she said maybe. Lola. How dare you, she said while launching herself toward Cecilia but receiving a blow that crashed her into the wall. Marta. I'm not going to allow you to hit my friend and husband's partner, she said seriously. Cecilia. Thank you, human Marta, she said with a smile. Cecilia. Now let's welcome you to 11-8 prison, she said while summoning several butcher knives. Marta. This will be good, she said while summoning purple fire. In Lol and Lana's room, screams and pleas were heard from both of them, but they both didn't stop. With Lisa. Lisa was checking her broken nose and then she sees Juan and Flood come in. Juan. Wow, it seems the scientist has woken up, he said seriously in quotes. Lisa. I can sue them for what they did to my family, she said it would be. Flug. You know that we work for a corporation that even the police don't dare to confront, he said seriously. Lisa. Get me out of here and the three of us can make great advances in science, she said negotiating. They both laughed at the stupidity Lisa said. Flug. Hey girl, we don't make deals with people like you, he said seriously. Juan. In fact, we were the ones who robbed your house and stole some of your plans, but hey, it was for the good of the nation, he said mockingly. Lisa. They stole one of my plans, she said angrily. Juan. Yes, and we also broke your stupid theory, he said seriously. Plug. It was an aberration to science. That theory should make you ashamed to call yourself a scientist, since that theory didn't have the slightest scientific basis, he said angrily. Lisa. Of course it had a scientific basis, she said angrily. Juan. It's generating nowadays. Every day there are more idiots, he said while summoning some tweezers and test tubes. Plug. You don't even need to say it, he said while summoning some syringes. Lisa. Let them plow me, she said scared. Plug. Nothing, just for your information, it will be for the good of science, he said while smiling sadistically. Juan. And you won't feel pain since you don't have human emotions, he said the same with a psychopathic smile. In Lisa's room, Lisa's screams and the laughter of both scientists were heard. While some soldiers were watching the corridor, they heard the screams of the louds, but they did nothing. Soldier 1. Hey, play some good music. I'm already tired of your screams, he said annoyed. Soldier 2. Sure, he said while putting on some music. They continued doing their work with good music until they even started dancing to the music. 30 minutes later. The soldiers saw Roberto and Big Red come out of a room, both with drops of blood on their fists. Roberto. I've already finished taking it to the 11-8 prison truck, he said seriously as he went to Lin Jr's room. Both went to Lin Jr's room while the soldiers approached Lin Senior's room and saw how he was beaten to a pulp so badly his face was unrecognizable. Soldier 1. It seems that Mr. Roberto was angry as well as his friend, he said while his partner helps him take Lin Sr. They sat him in the truck where they would take him to the prison, but the others were still missing. They returned and saw Kurumi, Miyuki and Toga leaving Rita's room. Toga. It's mine, she said happily. Kurumi. No, I won, she said annoyed. Miyuki. You're wrong, I won, I made her scream louder, she said angrily. Kurumi. We're done, you can even grape her if you want, she said as they go to Lin Jr's room. They went and saw Rita with cuts, bruises and burns. Soldier 1. Yes, they left her in a bad place, but you know my wife doesn't let me touch her these days, so I'll take advantage, he said while tearing his pants. Soldier 2. Enjoy it, I'll go keep watch, he said while leaving them alone. Soldier 1 began to grape Rita while she was helpless. 20 minutes passed and he was satisfied. Soldier 1. She has an amazing vagina, said Soldier 1. Soldier 2. You know, thinking about it, I'll do it anyway, he said as he enters. Soldier 1. Good luck, friend, he said while watching the hallways. In Soldier 2 he saw Rita on the floor while semen came out of her vagina and heinous, so he started to grape Rita mercilessly. 20 minutes passed and he came out with Rita in his hands. Soldier 1. We have to take her to the truck where that cheap father is, he said while taking Rita to where Lin Sr. is. They sat her down and went back and saw Leonardo leave while cleaning a knife. Leonardo. I'm done, you can take her, he said as he goes to Lin Jr's room. They looked into the room and saw Lori with an incredible amount of cuts while she was crying in pain. Soldier 1. It's not worth raping her, he said while taking her to Rita and Lin Sr. They put her in the truck and went back and saw Kotonoha and Lucy get out while cleaning the blood. Kotonoha. We're done, it's all yours, she said while going with Lucy to Lin Jr's room. The soldiers saw Lini all beaten and with signs of torture, so they decided to grape her, since she was an innocent girl, so she was worth gold. They both decided to grape Lini at the same time, so they were like that for 20 minutes, until they decided to take her with the others. Soldier 1. Wow, she was a virgin, he said while dragging her. Soldier 2. If these bitches are better than the ones we've graped, he said while opening the truck. They put Lini in return where they see Cristobal come out with a broken guitar part. Cristobal. I'm done, it's yours, he said while going to Lin Jr's room. The soldiers see Luna bleeding from the head and with a broken back, so they decide not to grape her, since she was not attractive to them. Soldier 1. Why do they torture them? I only know about the parents but not about the sisters, he said while dragging Luna. Soldier 2 told him what they did, making him angry. Soldier 1. They deserve it, he said while putting Luna in the truck. They return and see Caesar come out with a gas mask and he takes it off. Caesar. I'm done, you can take her, he said while going to Lin Jr's room. They see Lewin laughing like crazy and hitting a lot. Soldier 1. He says we should grape her, he said while going towards Lewin. Soldier 2. Yes, it's true, he said while lowering his pants. They graped Lewin while she couldn't stop laughing and asking them to stop. After 20 minutes they took her to the truck where the others were. They return and see Israel come out with his whip full of blood. Israel. I finished anyway, you can grape them if you want, he said while going to Lin Jr's room. They see Linka and Liberty with whip marks while some were bleeding. Soldier 1. "Oh dad, how I love albinos," he said while going towards Linka. "Soldier 2. You don't even need to say it," he said while walking towards Liberty. So both of them graped Linka and Liberty without stopping until 40 minutes passed and they took them with the others to the truck. "Soldier 1. These girls are so beautiful," he said as they go back but see Susan and Mealy coming out of Lucy's room. "Susan. We're done, you can take her," she said as she goes with Mealy to Lin Jr's room. They saw Lucy with several broken bones and bleeding from her mouth and nose. The soldiers decide not to grape her and take her to the truck. They return and see Cecilia and Marta leaving Lola and Lana's room. "Marta. We're done, you can take her," she said as they go to Lin Jr's room. They see Lola and Lana bleeding from various parts of their bodies and they decide to grape them both since they were pretty to them, but they saw that Lola enjoyed being graped by them. After a while, they take them to the truck. "Soldier 1. This girl is a bitch," he said while putting her in the truck. "Soldier 2. You can't even say it, she was a bigger slut than my wife," he said while putting Lana in the truck. They return and see Flug and Juan leaving Lisa's room. "Flug. You can take her, guys," he said as they both go to Lin Jr's room. Both soldiers see Lisa paralyzed throughout her body, in addition to having many cuts on her body and green liquids coming out of her vagina. The soldiers decide not to grape her and take her with the others and when they return they hear screams of pain from Lin Jr. They look through Lin Jr's bedroom window and see her being beaten by everyone. Lin Jr. "Please stop," screaming in agony. "Israel. That's what your brother said," he said while he opens her stomach and takes out her guts, but before dying Kurumi goes back in time and returns as before, but still feeling everything they did to her. After 3 hours everyone left while Roberto dragged Lin Jr. in front of the soldiers who were shocked because she was naked and had many signs of torture. Then Roberto throws Lin Jr. into the truck and the truck puts her in the truck. "Roberto. You know this is a caress for what you will experience in 11-8 prison, the worst of all," he said while getting out of the truck. They go to a hotel to rest and sleep for the next day. Chapter 23 Meeting a Girl. It had been 3 days since the Louds were taken to 11-8 prison and it was already Friday and everyone had already finished their classes. "Kurumi. Very well children, tomorrow will be Saturday and we will only have one training session, but this will be for you to master your powers," she said it would be. The kids get excited about it and it continues. "Kurumi. We will train only until 12 o'clock noon, then we will go to the mall where we will give each of you $1,000 pesos to buy whatever you want," she said with a smile. The children get excited and leave to go to their apartments. "Shido. Now they will train us to test our powers," he said while walking. Issei. "Yes, it's true and listen how it's going with the new girls," he said while walking. Shido. "They don't trust me much, but I will gain their trust," he said walking. Murayama. "I want to train my powers now," he said while walking. They talked about different things and they took different paths. Issei along with his friends arrived and went to rest since it was a hard day. Issei in his room started talking to Drake. Issei. "Hey Drake, when he fought with the Louds, that was the balance breaker," he said seriously. Drake. "Actually yes and no," he said seriously. Issei. "How?" he said seriously. Drake. "You see, you only broke your limits by 50%, you must train more so that you break your limits by 100%, he said seriously. Issei. "I understand and how long can I be with the armor," he said seriously. Drake. "You can stay like this for 5 minutes, but if you try hard, you can endure it for 15 minutes, he said seriously. Issei. "Thanks Drake, now I have a new goal," he said motivated. Drake. "And what is it?" he said seriously. Issei. "Become the strongest Sekiryuutei of all and protect those I love," he said motivated. Drake. "This boy fills me with pride," he said speaking to the fourth wall. Drake. "You have a determination that no one has Issei, but now put your sister to sleep and rest for the next day," he said while falling asleep. Issei. "Of course Drake," said while taking Lily who was playing with her toys courtesy of Roberto and puts her in her crib and puts her to sleep. Issei. "Sleep well Lily," he said while giving her a kiss. Lily. "You too." Issei went to his bed to sleep for the next day everyone was already in the training room. Kurumi. "Very well children, your first step to activate your powers is to think of the strongest thing or person you have seen," she said it would be. They did it and those who already knew the way activated it easily. So everyone had their powers activated, some of which were a sword, others fire in their hands, others ancient weapons, etc. Kurumi. "Very well now concentrate on your powers and think about why you fight what your dreams are," she said it would be. Issei thought about his new parents, friends and his dreams, so he was able to activate his armor and hit the wall passing through the. Kurumi. "Wow, amazing work Issei," she said smiling. Issei. "Thank you," he said with a smile. Issei. Hey Drake, how long can I be with the armor, he said seriously. Drake. Only 5 minutes since your Aztec power helps you, without it you would only hesitate for 10 seconds, he said seriously. Issei. I understand, he said cutting communication. They trained in their own way. Issei hit a brick wall, but this one was special because it had Aztec magic that made it more resistant. Issei. Let's go if I can, he said while doing 50 increases to break the wall. This began to break little by little and again made 20 increases until the wall broke. Issei was panting from exhaustion as it made him use a lot of energy. Issei. Yes, Kurumi-sensei was right, these walls are very strong, he said panting. Dreg. From what I see, the entire school was built with this material. I can say that an attack from a high-class demon, if it were to hit one of these walls, would barely make a small crack, he said seriously. Issei. Then I am very strong, he said while recovering. Dreg. Yes, and by the way I forgot that you can make your own techniques, he said seriously. Issei. Really, and why didn't you say anything? He said seriously. Dreg. I forgot, sorry, but you can do whatever technique you want, just try hard to create it, he said seriously. Issei I already know what technique I will create, he said seriously. Dreg. What partner, said the dragon. Issei. I will do a technique which consists of if it touches the opponent it will create a magic circle, and in 5 seconds the circle will explode, he said excitedly. Dreg I like the idea, partner, just try hard to do it, said the dragon. Issei. I will, he said motivated. Kurumi. Okay kids, training is over now go change so we can go to the mall, she said with a smile. They got excited and went to their apartments to change. Issei. And how was your training guys, he said while walking with his friends. Mitsuda. Well, in fact, I can now heal wounds like bullets or burns, he said with a smile. Issei. How do you know, said looking at him. Mitsuda. The dragon Jonathan told me, he said while summoning his gauntlet. Jonathan. It's been a long time since we last saw each other Drake, said the green dragon. Drake. I say the same Jonathan and how did you end up sealed, said the dragon. Jonathan. The cursed Azazel sealed me since I killed several fallen so before sealing me I escaped from his hands, but when I realized I had already been sealed and I was with few carriers, but I was able to get a prodigy, said the dragon. Mitsuda. Thank you Jonathan, he said with a smile. Issei. And you, Motohama, how did it go? He said, looking at him. Motohama. Well now I have the ability to destroy a concrete wall with one punch, he said with a smile. Issei. Great and you Shido, said looking at him. Shido. Well although I have a new power, he said sadly. Issei. What kind of power, he said interested like the others. Shido. You see, by accident I kissed Yoshino while I was going to the bathroom, there was a loose cable, and I fell, and coincidentally Yoshino came out and I kissed her, now I have control of the ice, now I have to control it, he said while turning red. Issei. And you apologized to Toka and Origami, he said looking at him. Shido. If on Monday they want me to eat with them so we can get to know each other better and they accepted my apologies, he said looking at him. Issei. I hope you have a good connection, he said as they get to their rooms, but Shido went to his house where the other girls were. These went to the buses and get on wherever it is and go to the mall. 30 minutes later. They saw the mall, but there were no cars and he saw the flag that had the Aztec symbol. Issei. Look, Lily, a toy store, he said while pointing where there were toys on display. Lily just sees and makes eyes like stars. Once they arrived, they got off and went to the entrance of the place. Roberto. Well, children, welcome to the Mexica shopping center, he said as the children enter and are fascinated by the place. The mall had food stalls, an arcade, a comic book store, a clothing store, a toy store, a game center, and other things. Roberto. Your teachers will give you $1,000 pesos to buy whatever you want, he said while the teachers gave them the money. Roberto. So have fun and at 6 p.m. we'll be back, he said the last thing seriously, while the kids say yes. They went to different places seeing the place. Issei approached Roberto who was carrying Ardor. Issei. Why aren't there people here, said looking at him. Roberto. You see, this used to be a clandestine drug place, but my soldiers wiped out everyone who worked here, so the land here passed into my name, and I decided to demolish the clandestine place and create a shopping center. In addition, today I closed it to the public, only you can enjoy it, he said seriously. Issei. Great, well thanks for answering my question. Now I'll go to the comic store, he said as he leaves, but Roberto stopped him. Roberto. Can you lend me Lily since a superhero show is about to start in the theater and I want Ardor and Lily to watch it, he said while Ardor starts to laugh. Issei. Sure, he said giving it to Lily. Roberto. Well, have fun, Lincoln, he said as he leaves with Lily, but Miyuki decides to accompany Roberto with the children. He saw his friends playing in the arcade and decided to go to the comic book store. Once he got in he started looking at the comics and took some. Issei. A savvy yes, said while taking the limited edition comic. He saw the others and saw something that fascinated him. Issei. It can't be, it's the Batman special, the Death Bat, he said taking the comic, but at the same time a girl took it. Sorry, but I took it first, said the girl who was a blonde with red eyes. Issei. Mistake, I took it first, so let it go, he said while bringing it closer to him. No, let him go, she said while bringing him closer to her. Both. Give it to me, give it to me, give it to me, said while pulling each other. Change of scene. In Roberto's direction, both children could be seen sitting with their arms crossed. Issei had a black eye and several burns. The blonde girl had several bumps on her face and a trickle of blood from her nose. They came in and saw Roberto with a serious look. Roberto. Very well, can you explain to me why they set fire to the comic book store and why they got into a fight in the process? He said seriously. Issei. You see, I wanted the comic, but she took it from me, he said annoyed. No, it's true, he took it off, he said it would be. Roberto. Very well, this time I'm not going to make your parents pay for what you did, but you're going to get a report each and as punishment, you're going to clean the bathrooms, cafeteria and sweep the patio, so you can start, he said seriously. They left Roberto's office and went to the janitor to get the materials, and they went to the bathrooms first. They started washing the bathrooms with an awkward silence until Drake mentally tells me. Drake. Why don't you apologize, buddy? He said seriously. Issei. No way, she took my comic and burned it, he said angrily. Drake. Comrade, like a good man, you should apologize, and you could have read the comic together, he said seriously. Issei just mentally touched his forehead since Drake was right. Issei. You're right, I'll apologize, he said while cutting off the communication. Issei. Hey, I'm sorry for hitting you, he said sadly. A commoner apologizing, but I'm still sorry, it was very immoral to act that way, said the girl with a blush of shame. Issei. Hey, from what I saw, you really like comics, right? He said, looking at her while carving a toilet. I like A-Savvies the most, said the girl with emotion. Issei. My same, he said with emotion. Great, I mean it's nice that someone has the same tastes as me, she said with a tsundere attitude. Issei Drake. Tsundere, they said mentally. Issei. By the way, my name is Issei Hyoudou, nice to meet you, he said while bowing. Seekvaira. My name is Seekvaira Agares, it's a pleasure, she said politely. Issei and Seekvaira were talking while they finished cleaning the bathrooms, now they go to the cafeteria where they both start cleaning the place. Issei. I liked it when A-Savvy hit the muscular fish for trying to kill One-Eyed Jack, he said with emotion. Seekvaira. He is my equal, more so when he faced his counterpart, she said with emotion. They talked and went to the yard and began to sweep. Issei. In my opinion Thanos is stronger than Thor, he said while arguing his theory. Seekvaira. Yes, the Thor they released from the last movie was terrible, she said she is disappointed. Issei. What did the biggest impact was Iron Man's death, he said remembering that. Seekvaira. Me too, she said a little sadly. Issei. Hey, where are you coming from? He said. Seekvaira. I come from the underworld, she said she is taking out her demon wings and other Aztecs. Issei was surprised by that and he says. Issei. Great, hey, I know it sounds weird, but I can play them, he said a little blushing. Seekvaira. Of course, she said neutrally. He came closer and started caressing her wings and she was blushing because of it. Issei. They are great, he said stopping petting them. Seekvaira. Thank you, she said yes, I know they are great, she said with her tsundere attitude. Issei. Hey, we can be friends if you want, he said. Seekvaira. Of course, and I can introduce you to Ravel Phoenix, she also comes from the underworld and comes to study here, she said with a smile. Issei. Of course, and I to my friends, he said with the same smile. Issei. What are you saying, friends? He said with a smile. Seekvaira. Friends, she said with the same smile. While in Roberto's office. Roberto was writing his reports until an Aztec soldier arrived. Soldier. Sir, we just brought the bodies, said the soldier. Roberto. Perfect, take them to my laboratory, he said seriously. Soldier. Yes sir, he said, withdrawing. Roberto. This experiment will take 6 years, but it will be worth it, he said while taking out of his drawer the glass where he has locked the souls of Lincoln's friends. Chapter 24:11 Prison 8. While with the Louds they were in the truck while 2 guards watched them with unfriendly faces. They arrived at the desert where there was a prison where the worst people in the world were. They arrived and the 2 guards stood up. Guard 1. Hey, he said hitting Lori with his gun, we arrived awake to the rest shit, he said seriously. Lori painfully did as requested and everyone stood up except Lin Jr. who crawled to get off the bus. GUARD2. I saw everything they did and they deserve this and more, he said seriously. Guard 1 knocks Lin Sr. into the desert sand and did the same to the others. Guard 2. Welcome to 11-8 prison, he said seriously. Both chain the whole family and everyone watches while some break stones, others do exercises and others are tortured. They enter the place and they scream. Guard 1. New prisoners, he said while they look at them. Some prisoners see them with lust and others with a sinister face. They put Lori, Lini, Luna and Lewin in a cell. Lin Jr., Linka, Liberty and Lucy in a cell. Lola, Lana, Lisa and Rita in a cell. And Lin Sr. in a cell with 3 other prisoners. Prisoner 1. What fresh meat, from today you will be everyone's bitch, said the prisoner who was very muscular. Lin Sr. Yes, of course, he said with fear. Prisoner 2. Now give us this, he said while taking away the blankets they gave him. Prisoner 3. And go to the corner, he said while pointing to a corner. He listened and stood in the corner. Rita. Great, now what's next? She said annoyed. Guard. Lights out, said as all the lights go out. Rita. Great, now we're here with a bunch of weirdos, she said annoyed. Lin Sr. You don't even need to say it, that bad luck, even when we're dead, brings us misfortune, he said angrily. Prisoner. Shut up, I'm trying to sleep, he said annoyed. Rita. We'll talk tomorrow, she said while falling asleep. The next day. All prisoners were awakened at 6 a.m. Guard. Quick, I don't have all day, he said annoyed. They walked to the courtyard. Guard 1. Everyone on their knees, he said seriously. Everyone gets on their knees and another guard says. Guard 2. Leave your back exposed, he said seriously. Everyone does what was mentioned and then all the guards start whipping them until everyone's screams of pain can be heard. Lucy. Please stop, she said while starting to cry. Guard 1. He says we should follow him, he said mockingly. All the guards continue with the inhuman punishment. Some guards throw pepper spray at the prisoners, making them scream in pain. Lin Sr. It hurts, he said while touching his eyes. 2 hours later. The guards finished torturing the prisoners and most of them were bleeding from their backs and others from their eyes because the pepper spray affected them a lot. Guard. Very well, now go to the cafeteria to eat now, they shouted while the prisoners go to the prison cafeteria. In the cafeteria. The entire Loud family was in line for food. Lini. After so much punishment, it's our turn for food, she said with a smile. When it was their turn they saw that the food was pigeon heads with a red sauce, a piece of chicken that looked like it had been bitten by a dog, a grey mass that no one knew what it was, a spoiled apple and a glass of water. Lin Sr. What is this? He said with disgust. Prisoner. I don't know, it's food, so go. Next one, he said while the Louds, having no other option, went to sit down. They went to sit down but were thrown out until some prisoners told them to sit down. Hey, over here, said a black-haired man. They went and sat where they were scared because this one looked like Roberto. Calm down, I'm not Roberto, my name is Joshua, he said. Joshua looked like Roberto, except he had a scar on his eyebrow, was dark-skinned, and didn't wear glasses. Imagine it as I said it. Lin Jr. I thought you were that unhappy Roberto, she said annoyed. Do you know him? Said another black-haired man. Lin Sr. He hit me along with Big Red, he said with fear. All the prisoners stopped eating upon hearing this and a great silence filled the cafeteria. Prisoner 1. You really survived a beating from Roberto and Big Red together, he said while looking at Lin Sr. Lin Sr. Yes, he said looking at the prisoners. Prisoner. You have courage, the last one who received a beating from Roberto and Big Red together did not live to tell the tale. Come to my cell one day, it's 1D, he said winking at her. It's impressive, and who were you beaten by, the interrogators, the robots, or the Aztec soldiers? He said, looking at everyone. The Louds. By Roberto and his team, they said seriously. Now everyone was impressed since they were able to live off a beating from none other than Roberto's group. Joshua. It's incredible that they could live off a beating from my brother's team, he said with a smile. The Louds. Your brother, they said surprised. Joshua. Yes, that unhappy man is my brother, but I'll tell you later. This is my group, please be present, he said, pointing to his group. Saul. My name is Saul, it's a pleasure, he said with a smile. Makoto. My name is Makoto, she said the same with a smile. Christian. My name is Christian, it's a pleasure, he said with a smile. Sergio. My name is Sergio, it's a pleasure, he said with a smile. Manuel. My name is Manuel, it's a pleasure, he said with a smile. Brain. They call me Brain, it's a pleasure, he said with a smile. Jessica. My name is Jessica, it's a pleasure, said the pink-haired girl. Ignore the bear. Lin Sr. It's a pleasure, but how did you end up here? He said while eating a pigeon head but spits it out. Joshua. You get used to the taste and you'll see. I made an army called the Black Lions that fought against the Aztec warriors. My army wanted to dominate every existing faction, but I was stopped by Roberto and Big Red and they locked me up here, he said seriously. Christian. I was Roberto's right-hand man, but he discovered me raping girls and beat me badly and locked me up here, he said seriously. Makoto. That poor Leonardo has some beautiful girlfriends, so one day I infiltrated his house and tried to grape them, but Leonardo appeared and beat me to the point of almost killing me, but Roberto stopped him that day and they brought me here, he said seriously. Saul. I was a drug dealer, normally the Aztec soldiers would have killed me, but I shot Israel's brother, Roberto's right-hand man, so they caught me and he beat me up and brought me here because the bullet his brother had Samuel's blood on it and Roberto couldn't revive him, he said seriously. Sergio. I stole a lot of money from boxers and mostly from Caesar who was poor before he joined the Aztec warriors. He had a lot of medical expenses for his mother. One day he discovered me raping his sister and he tried to fight me, but I made him look ridiculous, so I decided to grape his sister in front of him and killed her, he said with a smile. Sergio. Then he came back and fought me again, but again I made him look ridiculous before giving him the final blow. Roberto came and saved him and gave him powers leaving me on the brink of death and Roberto told him that he would not kill me and that it was better to bring me here to suffer, he said seriously. Brain. I assaulted and raped many women and girls alike, but I also raped angels and this made them fall, becoming fallen angels, but Roberto discovered me and hit me and brought me here, he said seriously. Manuel. I left many towns in drought where basically many people died due to lack of water, but your scientist Juan discovered me and brought me here, he said seriously. Jessica. I had a corporation called Racket Black which consisted of mind control and everything was going well. I had already controlled 3/4 of the entire population of Japan, but Roberto and his corporation stopped me and removed the mind control that I put on them so they interrogated me, and that wretch raped me as well as his damn soldiers, and that was not all but those wretches Kurumi, Toga and Miyuki beat me and brought me here, she said annoyed. Linka. What great stories, she said impressed. Joshua. And why are you here? He said seriously. They told the story of bad luck and Issei took them to Roberto, how they were beaten and how they ended up here. Joshua. What a great story, I bet that bastard was a bad luck charm, sorry, he said respectfully. Lin Sr. It's okay, that bastard is probably burning in hell, he said with hatred. Guard. Breakfast is over, go crack some rock now, he said while everyone goes to the yard and the guards put handcuffs on their feet with a weight each one. Lin Sr. Why do we break rock, he said as he starts to break rock. Makoto. What we have is construction stone, so we break up the stone and then Roberto sells it to construction companies and he keeps all the money they give him, he said while breaking up the stone. Lola. Unhappy, she said while chipping away at more stones. Guard. Less talking and more chopping, he said while he had a whip and hit those who didn't chop anything. After 6 hours of chopping they were made to march in the yard for 1 hour and then made to turn wheels. Rita. Why do we turn this wheel? She said while pushing. Manuel. This means we'll be providing power to Roberto's amusement parks so he doesn't have to pay for electricity at the amusement parks, he said while pushing. Guard. Quick, he said hitting Rita on the back. Lin Sr. What are the hours like here? He said while turning the wheel. Sergio. Today is Monday so we do what we have done this is the last, on Tuesday they inject us with a liquid that puts us to sleep and makes us see our worst dreams, on Wednesday they grape the prisoners all the guards, well they force all the men to watch how they grape the prisoners, on Thursday they leave us blind all day and make us eat whatever we choose in boxes 1 to 10, but I can say that all the meals in the boxes are disgusting. On Friday they make us drink a liquid that makes us vomit all day and gives us diarrhea and we can't use the bathroom since they close them. On Saturday they put weights on our feet and arms and make us exercise all day in the sun and on Sunday they let us play soccer on a field, but if you win they give us a fruit and those who lose they make them eat a dough that makes them vomit if you smell it, he said seriously. Glory. Then our life will be hell, but we can escape, she said with some hope. Jessica. No one has been able to escape, this place has military-grade security. If we make a tunnel, an alarm will activate and we will be hit. If someone uses their wings, they will break. If you break the walls, the rubble will explode in front of you, so it is impossible to escape. She said it would be. Luna. Great, she said while moving the wheel more. While outside the prison there was someone who saw the place, but the guards could not see him since he had a spell that made him invisible, as well as another that hides his trail. This place has very powerful prisoners, but freeing them would be suicide. I'll have to recruit more soldiers to carry out a major attack on this place, he said as he leaves. But this guy is, you'll soon find out. Chapter 25. A different workout. It was already Monday at Issei's school and everyone was forming up for their training today. Kurumi. Well kids, today will be another training today, instead of distributing milk we will do the seed training, she said with a smile. All. Training the seeds, they said confused. Change of scene. Everyone could be seen in a crop field and Kurumi was talking to a farmer. Farmer. Thank you very much Miss Kurumi for your support of my farm and crops, said with a smile. Kurumi. No problem, but remember that you'll give us 25% of the profits and in exchange, we'll give you workers and protection from the drug dealers, she said with a smile. Farmer. If there is no problem, when they threatened me, they forced me to give them 80% of the profits, he said a little sadly. Kurumi. You don't have to act like that anymore, you're safe now, if you'll excuse me, I have some children to train, she said with a smile as she leaves. Kurumi went with her group and says. Kurumi. Very well, children, this week you will plant all these bags of seeds, but with your hands, she said with a smile. They all had a farmer's outfit that Kurumi looked very fondly at her students, since they all looked cute to her. Kurumi. Very well now, she said while all the children began to make space to plant the seeds. Issei and his friends made space for the seeds to be planted. While others planted the seeds while no one stopped. Toka my nail broke, she said while touching her finger. Kurumi. Toka don't stop, she said it would be. Hyoudou approached her and kissed her finger making her blush a little. Toka. Why did you do that? She said blushing. Hyoudou. That's what my mother does when she hurt me I thought it would work, he said innocently. Toka. Thank you Hyoudou-kun, she said blushing and continuing the training. Kurumi saw that with a smile and saw that they were still there. It took them until 1 p.m. to grow everything and everyone was dirty and tired. Farmer. Thank you Miss Kurumi for your help, said bowing. Kurumi. No problem, see you, she said while making a magic circle. Farmer. Wait, please accept this homemade strawberry jam, these fresh eggs, and this milk, he said, giving her a basket. Kurumi. Thank you very much, it will be my dinner, she said while disappearing with all her students. Everyone returned to school and Kurumi says. Kurumi. Very well, take a bath, you are covered in dirt, and rest until classes begin, she said as she leaves with her basket. Everyone goes to their apartments in Hyoudou's house and goes to rest for a while. Issei. I never thought farmers would do that, he said while looking at his hands full of dirt, even his nails. Greg. What did you expect, mate? That's why sometimes the prices of vegetables and fruits go up, the dragon said somewhat seriously. Issei. If it's true, well I'll go take a nice bubble bath, he said as he enters with his friends and they all take a bath. While in heaven. In the sky, territory of Los Angeles, there was a blonde guy doing his paperwork until one of his brothers arrived. Michael you have to see that, he said desperately. Michael. What's going on Uriel, what's the rush? He said calmly. Uriel. It's the machine that is used to reincarnate people into angels. There's something about it, he said seriously. Michael. Let's go, he said now seriously. They both go and see that their sister Gabriel was watching the machine. Michael. What's up sister, he said looking at the machine. Gabriel. This Makila has been like this for months, and we just realized it seems like she wants to reincarnate someone as an angel, he said seriously. Michael. Who will this be? This never happened. Only we can control the machine, and it is not normal for the machine to want to reincarnate someone at will, he said seriously. Gabriel. I don't know, brother, but if it's someone annoying, I'll kill him, she said seriously and coldly. Uriel. I don't think so, well I'll send some angels to investigate who wants to be reincarnated as an angel, he said seriously as he leaves. Everyone leaves seeing the machine with the same fault. Back to school. Everyone was on recess. Issei was feeding his little sister Lily and Lily did the same. Issei. Let's see Lily say ah, he said while having a spoonful of food. She opened her mouth and began to chew. Murayama. Wow, it seems that he does listen to you, he said, watching me feed him. Issei. Yes, once Clyde and I made her eat but we made a mess in the kitchen and in the end we ate something so she could see that it was good, but we ended up eating dog food and we both threw up but in the end she ate, he said with a smile remembering that. Mitsuda. Ha ha, what a bad friend, he said while eating. Hyoudou. Yes, I can already imagine that scene, but who is Clyde? He said confused. Issei. Someday I'll tell you, he said a little seriously. Hyoudou okay, he said while eating again. Issei. Hey, how are you doing with your friends? He said while eating some food. Hyoudou. I actually get along very well with everyone, with Toka she eats a lot, but she is a good friend, Origami is very serious but very funny, and has a lot of obsession with weapons, Yoshino is very shy, but very pretty, and I always play with her and her puppet, Katori is bossy and likes sweets a lot, but she has a good heart, she said with a sigh. Shido. Kagaya and Yuzuru always fight to see who is the best, but in the end they always end up tying, but I know that both get along well. Miku likes to sing, and sometimes they sing to us, and I like her singing, although before she hated me now that we met we get along well. I get along well with Natsumi, although she doesn't trust the person she gets along well with me. I get along very well with Nia, I even read comics with her when I can. She said giving another sigh. Shido. And Yukuro is very cold with me, but I will make the effort to get along with her, he said with a smile. Issei. I know you'll do well, I think it's time to go back to school, he said as he stands up and starts walking, but first he goes to Susanna and gives her Lily. Meanwhile, you could see a laboratory where Roberto was wearing a lab coat and he was putting 4 dead bodies in recovery chambers. Note. They are like those in Dragon Ball. He entered some codes and immediately the chambers closed and began to fill with a green liquid. Roberto. It will take 6 years, but it will be worth it, he said while taking the glass from Lincoln's friends and breaking it where 4 lights come out and go into the bodies. The bodies were Clyde, Rusty, Liam and Zach, who looked like they were decomposing from being dead for so long. Roberto. Okay, guys, enjoy 6 years in those chambers. Now excuse me, I have some damn paperwork to do, he said as he leaves the lab. Now what will happen now? Chapter 26. Team in action. It was already Friday at Issei's school and they were watching their serious teacher while looking at the floor. Issei. Teacher Kurumi, something is wrong with you, he said confused like the others. Kurumi. I'm fine, before going to the farm I must go talk to the director Roberto. It won't be long, she said as she leaves. Issei. How strange, he never acts like that, he always acts sadistic and today I saw her seriously, he said confused. Greg. Comrade, I feel a presence that isn't very strong below the school, I don't know what it is, but it's not Aztec, nor fallen, nor a demon, it's like that of a weakened child, he said seriously. Issei. I guess that was so Kurumi would act like that, well I think we don't have to worry, he said as he approaches his friends. Han Kurumi. She arrived at the office and saw all her teammates who are Toga, Miyuki, Juan, Leonardo, Caesar, Cristobal Israel and Roberto the leader. Kurumi. Did you feel that right? She said it would be. Toga. Yes, I paused my students' training for that reason, he said it would be. Everyone except Roberto and Miyuki. Us too, they said seriously. Roberto. Well, cancel training for today since we can't trust ourselves and we're going to the sewers to find out what we feel, he said seriously. All. Yes, they said seriously. They went with their students and told them that training was cancelled for today. Issei. What a free day, well we will still have classes, but what does it matter, he said while everyone goes to their apartments to rest more or relax during some free time. Well with Roberto's team. These were walking through the sewers while tolerating the horrible smell. Caesar. His bucking mother smells worse than Israel's father, he said mockingly, but is pushed by Israel into the sewers. Israel. I'm not going to let you insult my dad, you bastard. He said angrily. Caesar came out of the water and everyone was disgusted by how he smelled. Toga. How disgusting, she said while covering her nose. Roberto. Don't buck with me, he said using a water spell to wash Caesar a little. But then they heard a noise and saw that it was a box and everyone got into attack position. Roberto, without losing his posture, approaches the box and sees that it was a blue-haired girl with fins instead of ears. Roberto saw that she was unconscious and he carried her and everyone was surprised. Kurumi. A girl, said surprised. Roberto. I don't know why she's here, but we have to take her to school. This place isn't safe, he said as they teleport to the school. They arrived and Roberto laid the girl down on a sofa. But they saw that she woke up and saw everyone with some surprise. Roberto. Hello girl, what is your name? He said seriously. Mayu, said the girl but her stomach growls. Roberto. Miyuki sees and bathes Mayu, while Cristobal looks for food for the girl, he said seriously. Both. Yes, they said seriously. Roberto teleports to a clothing store and buys a dress, some socks and some shoes for Mayu, and also to her house to grab a comb and some silica that Miyuki had in her room. He came back and saw that she was wearing a towel eating some food that Christopher brought her. Roberto. Well Mayu, I brought you this, he said while putting on her dress, socks, and shoes. Then he uses a wind power to dry her hair while he combs her hair. Miyuki. It seems that you take very good care of the children, she said with a smile. Roberto said nothing as he dried Mayu. Roberto. Ready, how are you? he said, watching how I left her. Mayu. Thank you, big brother, she said with an innocent smile. Roberto. Older brother, said confused. Mayu. I always wanted to have an older brother and now you are one, she said with a smile. Roberto. Well, changing the subject, where do you come from and why did you end up in the sewers? He said seriously. Mayu. I come from the sea, I am half mermaid, half human, I have these scales from my mother's side and the human body from my father's side, whom I never met, she said sadly at the last one. Mayu. One day some fishermen caught my mother and me. They took her to a pond and they took me to a cage, she said sadly. Mayu. After 6 days they took my mother away and they put me in a cell with a piece of wood as a bed, so I saw some bars on the floor and escaped from there, she said sadly. Mayu. I was in that dark place until a crocodile saw me and I ran and hid, and you found me, she said sadly. Everyone was serious except Roberto who was more serious. Roberto. I see there is a slave trade. It seems that despite the security that Mexico has now, there are still hidden rats, he said seriously. Israel. And we will do well with it, he said seriously. Roberto. We'll take her to the authorities, they'll take care of her, he said seriously. Mayu. And what will happen to you? Older brother will come with me, she said confused. Roberto. I'm sorry but no, I'll go with you, I'll cut ties with you but don't worry, there will be people who will keep you safe, he said with a smile, but Mayu stands up and starts hugging him. Mayu. No I want to be with you, she said while putting her head on her leg and starting to cry. Change of scene. Roberto and his team were at a police station and Roberto hands Mayu over to the authorities. Mayu. No I want to be with you, she said crying while Roberto had several scratches on his face. Mayu. You hate me, right? She said crying while looking away. Roberto didn't say anything and everyone left while the police took Mayu away. Roberto walked but his whole team felt his sadness but didn't want to say anything. They walk a couple of blocks until they hear an explosion behind them. Everyone turns around and sees that it was the police station where Mayu was. Juan. What was that? He said surprised but they saw how Roberto summoned his 12 wings and flew as fast as possible. They arrived and saw the entire station destroyed and the police officers dead and there was a message on the wall. If you want the fish girl, bring me all the children from your school. Roberto's team arrives and sees everything and is shocked by the disaster and the message. Roberto. Guys, he said coldly. His entire team. Yes Roberto, they said cold. Roberto. Today we will commit a genocide of traffickers, he said with a sinister smile. Everyone smiled, plus Kurumi, Toga and Miyuki, who were sadists and psychopaths. Change of scene. Issei and his friends could be seen having a sightseeing tour of Susanna his maid, but they saw a guy fly and crash into the wall dying from the impact. Issei. What happened, he said surprised. At that moment, Roberto comes out of the alley with his hands covered in blood. Roberto. What are you doing here? He said seriously. Issei. We were having a tour around the city and we saw that person fly away. What's going on? He said confused. Roberto. Well, children, today you will have to commit your first genocide, so what you have to do is kill some people who are trafficking slaves, so you kill them and free the slaves, he said seriously. Mitsuda. Count on us, he said with a smile. Everyone nods and Roberto gives them some addresses where the traffickers' bases are. Change of scene. Kurumi, Toga and Miyuki are seen killing all the traffickers in a base, and Miyuki frees the slaves who are surprised since they were children. Miyuki. They are unhappy people selling children as slaves. I can say that I am disturbed. I hope they repent in hell, she said using a fire spell, killing all the traffickers. Kurumi and Toga help Miyuki take the children in some vans and leave behind a large number of corpses. Change of scene. You could see Juan and Caesar killing the traffickers. Juan used a sword killing the traffickers who used their weapons. Caesar threw rusty metal stakes and hit them in the head, killing the traffickers. Seekvaira freed the children who were in cells, while both of them killed the traffickers. Change of scene. Issei could be seen hitting the traffickers with his armor and they shoot at them, but the bullets bounce back at them killing them. Issei. Wow, this is fun, he said while throwing a red sphere at a circle of traffickers, killing them. Mitsuda and Motohama freed the children while they ran and went with Susanna, who had a school bus to take the children. Change of scene. Shido, Murayama, Cadis and Aika could be seen killing the traffickers, while Juan and Cristobal free the children and take them to some vans. Shido. Die damn, he said using an ice power killing the traffickers. Change of scene. Mayu could be seen in a water sphere with a sad face as she remembers Roberto's face. Memory. Mayu. You really hate me, she said crying while looking at Roberto without expression. End of memory. Traffic leader. Come on brat, cry or do something, the more you do something the better price you'll get, he said while hitting the sphere. Mayu just hides with her legs while some small tears come out, but then they hear a voice. Roberto. The only one who's going to cry will be you, damn it, he said seriously. The traffic leader is surprised and takes out a gun and shoots him, but the guns bounce off in different places and Roberto grabs the leader by the neck. Roberto. You kidnap children to sell them as slaves, that deserves death and more when you kidnapped a very sweet girl, so take this, he said hitting the trafficking leader in the stomach and lets him go. The traffic leader was confused because it didn't hurt him, but then some chains went through him, killing him. Roberto approaches Mayu's water sphere and breaks the sphere. Roberto. Why do I always see you so wet? He said seriously but receives a hug from Mayu. Mayu. Thank you, big brother, she said crying while hugging her. Roberto only bends down to reciprocate the hug. Roberto. Hey Mayu, can you close your eyes for a few moments? He said with a smile. She listened and he took out his 12 Aztec wings and flew, but in the same place you see Israel and Leonardo flying with several bags of money and jewelry, and in the same place were all the slave buyers killed in cruel ways. Roberto. Okay Mayu, you can open your eyes now, he said with a smile. Mayu opened her eyes and was surprised to see what was flying. Mayu. You can fly, she said with stars in her eyes. Roberto. Yes, and hey, do you know what fireworks are? He said with a smile. Mayu no, said innocently. Roberto. Well, say boom boom, he said with a smile. Mayu boom boom, she said and saw how all the bases exploded thanks to the Aztec soldiers who placed explosives to destroy the traffickers' bases. Roberto. Maybe those are fireworks, he said with a smile. Mayu. They are a little scary, she said trembling a little. Roberto. Calm down, well, let's go with the others, he said flying. They arrived at school and there were all their team with Issei and his friends. Issei. It was great to do that, he said with a smile and emotion. Roberto. I'm glad, well kids, let me introduce you to Mayu, he said with a smile. Kurumi just walks up to her and says. Kurumi. It's not fair, she's very pretty, she said while looking at her. Kurumi. Good job girl, she said with a smile. Mayu just starts crying and hugs Kurumi who reciprocates. Roberto. Well Mayu, what do you think if you live with me from today onwards, he said with a smile. Mayu. Thank you, big brother, said with a smile. Roberto. You can call me Roberto or Robert as you wish, he said with a smile. Mayu. Then he will be a dad, said with a smile. Roberto. You can't tell me what I told you and that's it, he said in an authoritarian manner. Mayu. He won't be a dad, she said while running to hug him. Roberto. It won't be Roberto Mayu, he said nervously. Mayu. He'll be a dad and that's it, he said with a smile. Issei. It seems you already have a daughter, Mr. Roberto, he said with a smile. Kurumi. Roberto, I want a baby of yours, she said blushing. Toga. Me too, she said with a blush. Miyuki. I would also be honored to have a child with a leader of the Aztecs, she said with a blush. Roberto. They don't help me at all, screams blushing. Issei. Thinking, he asked me what it feels like to be a father, he thought while imagining him as an adult holding a baby in his arms. Chapter 27 Reunion and Negotiation. It was Saturday and Issei used his powers in a way that he controlled them very well. Greg. Very well Issei, keep going like this and you will be able to summon your dragon wings, he said seriously. Issei. Very well, he said increasing his power. Kurumi. Okay kids, that's enough for today. Now you can go rest or get on the bus to go to the mall, she said with a smile. All. Yes, they said seriously and left. Some did take the bus, but a girl approaches Issei. Hello, Issei, right. Well, can I talk to you? He said with a smile. Issei is surprised since it was Fiona who was Lini's friend. Issei. Sure, guys go ahead, I'll talk to her, he said while going with Fiona. Everyone. Of course Issei, they said as they leave. Issei and Fiona walk for a while and sit on some chairs on the patio. Issei. And what do you want to talk about? He said with a smile. Fiona. I know it's you Lincoln, she said now it would be. Issei and Drake are surprised by that and it continues. Fiona. I heard you talking to David, I know it's you, Lincoln, she said more seriously. Issei with no other choice speaks. Issei. Yes, it's me Lincoln, but that's not my name anymore. Now I'm Issei Hyoudou, he said seriously. Fiona. Why didn't you tell me about the bad luck issue? It would have helped you escape from those bastards, she said while starting to cry. Lincoln. Lini threatened me that if I did that she would bury needles in my arms, he said while remembering Lini's threat. Fiona now understood and continues. Fiona. And the others are true that they died, she said it would be. Issei. Yes, Clyde, Rusty, Liam and Zach died when they tried to get me out of that hell, but I already got revenge on them, he said seriously. Fiona. How, she said with doubt. Issei explained everything to Fiona and how he now has Lily. Fiona. I understand and I hope they suffer in that prison, she said with hatred. Issei. Yes, Roberto told me that this prison is worse than the Raven's prison, he said seriously. Fiona. Wow, I'm glad you're still going after all you've been through, she said with a smile. Issei. Thanks, now excuse me, I have to go with my friends to play a console, and I also have to call my parents, I haven't spoken to them for 2 days, he said with a smile. Fiona. I understand, but first I want to do something so everyone knows you're mine, she said with a mischievous smile. Issei. What the, he couldn't finish because Fiona kissed him on the lips. Fiona enjoyed kissing Issei and they both separated. Fiona. I'll wait for you to grow up so you can be my boyfriend, she said with a mischievous smile and leaving. Issei just had a big blush and a smile formed. Greg. This boy fills me with pride, he said speaking to the fourth wall. While in Roberto's office. Roberto was playing with Mayu and Arthur. Mayu. Hands up daddy, you're already caught, said while holding a toy gun. Roberto plays along, but he saw someone knocking on the door and he said. Roberto. Well Mayu, pick up everything while I see who it is, he said as he goes to the door. Mayu. Yes dad, he said while collecting everything and Arthur helps him as he can. Roberto opened the door and it was Christopher. Christopher. Sorry to interrupt your father moment, kids, but you have visitors, he said seriously. Roberto. Who are they? If they are the bricklayers, tell them to go to the bank. I already deposited them, he said seriously. Christopher. It's not them, it's Michael, the leader of the angels, he said seriously. Roberto became serious and said. Roberto. Tell him to come while I set the table, he said seriously. Christopher. It's okay, he said seriously. Roberto used his powers to make a table and several chairs. Mayu. Dad, what's wrong? She said confused. Roberto. You see, we have visitors, he said while putting a teapot on the table and some cups. Then there's a knock on the door and he says to come in and a blonde guy comes in. How long since I saw you, Roberto, he said with a smile. Roberto. I say the same to Michael, he said seriously and with his arms crossed. Michael, leader of Los Angeles. Change of scene. Both were seen sitting and drinking tea while Roberto had Mayu on his lap and Arthur was in a crib sleeping. Roberto. So your machine to reincarnate people into angels wants to reincarnate someone by will, he said seriously. Michael. That's right, and we investigated and saw who wants to reincarnate the machine as an angel, he said seriously. Roberto. Who, said seriously. Michael. He is a certain Issei Hyoudou, a student of yours, he said seriously. Roberto is a little surprised and says. Roberto, I'm not in the mood for games Michael. If you want to reincarnate him for your own benefit, then I'll kill you, regardless of whether I have a war against the angels, he said very seriously. Michael. No, I'm not playing. Look, if we don't reincarnate Issei as an angel, we won't be able to reincarnate more humans, he said seriously. Roberto. But he is already an Aztec and a dragon at the same time, it would be dangerous for him if he were reincarnated as an angel, it would be too much power, he said seriously and a little worried. Michael. I don't believe it, the machine wants to reincarnate Issei as an angel, so please let me take him to heaven to reincarnate him, he said a little pleadingly. Roberto thought about it a bit, he really didn't want to risk Issei's life by being reincarnated as an angel, but he also didn't want there to be any more angels so he says. Roberto. Okay, but I want 2 things in return, he said seriously. Michael. Which ones, he said seriously while drinking his tea. Roberto. 1. I want my students to know heaven tomorrow, I will take them so they can see it, and there you can reincarnate Issei as an angel, he said seriously. Michael. Done. And what is the second one, he said seriously while drinking his coffee. Roberto. I want the Ascalon sword, he said seriously. Michael just spit out some of his tea and says. Michael. You ask me for the dragon slaying sword, you're crazy, that sword helps us, because if the dragons attack us at some point we'll have something to defeat them, he said very seriously and a little upset. Roberto. Calm down, I can tell the dragons that they are forbidden from attacking the sky, they will listen to me since I, along with Great Red, are the strongest, he said seriously. Michael thought about it and says. Michael. Very well, it's a deal, he said with a smile. Roberto. Very well, tomorrow I will take the children. I hope you have everything ready, he said seriously. Michael. I'll do it, see you, he said disappearing into a light. Mayu. Wow, that was great negotiating with a lady, she said innocently. Roberto just covered his mouth to keep from laughing and continued playing with Mayu while his son Arthur slept. With Issei. He was talking to his parents through his computer in his room and they were happy to see him. Leon. And how were the classes, son, he said with a smile. Issei. Very well Odo-san, in fact I want to introduce you to someone, he said while carrying Lily. Miku. What a beautiful baby, whose is it? She said while looking at Lily. Issei. Her name is Lily and you see she doesn't belong to anyone. They left her abandoned at the doors of the school, he said pretending to tell a story about how he found her at the door of the school and how he shares a room with her. Miku felt bad for Lily and says. Miku. Well, I don't know what to say. When summer vacation comes, we'll go to Mexico to meet that beautiful baby and we'll see what to do, she said with a smile. Leon. I agree with your mother, said with a smile. Issei. If you like this baby, we could adopt her. You will fall in love with her, she is very sweet, he said, hugging her, and she happily reciprocates. Miku. KKYYYA is very cute, she said while blushing deeply. Leon. Well, son, we left you before your mother had a tenderness attack and you don't want to see her like that, she said with an anime-style drop. Issei. Very well, see you Odo-san and Oka-san, he said while hanging up the video call. Issei just saw Lily yawn and he starts to put her to sleep. Issei. How do I love this new life without them, he said with a smile. Chapter 28. Visiting heaven and meeting an angel. It was Sunday at Lincoln's school and everyone was wearing backpacks because they were all informed that they would go to heaven, which excited everyone. Roberto. Okay kids, stand in the magic circle I made last night for everyone, he said seriously. Everyone gets in the circle and Roberto activates it where everyone disappears without further ado. In the sky. You could see the circle appear in the sky and all the children as well as teachers appear. Uriel. It's an honor that you're here, children. My name is Uriel. It's a pleasure. Come in, he said while some bars opened the gates of heaven. Children with stars in their eyes see how there were angels training with spears of light and others relaxing. Uriel explains to them how the sky and each environment of the place works. Uriel. And so we reincarnate people into angels, he said with a smile. Child. So they use cards to be able to reincarnate people into angels, said the child. Uriel. That's right, kid, a question, he said with a smile. Issei. Yes, I do. Is there another method to reincarnate them? He said with doubt. Uriel. If there is one, it is a machine. Now we are going to that place so you can see it, he said while walking. Uriel guided the children and teachers so they wouldn't get lost and they arrived at the room where the machine was. Uriel. And this machine works to be able to reincarnate people into angels, he said with a smile. All the children and some teachers looked at the machine in admiration because it was huge and Uriel explained the process. Everyone was about to leave, but Issei is stopped by Roberto and then Michael and his sister Gabriel come out. Roberto. Sorry to stop you, but we need you for something important, he said seriously. Issei. Of course sir, what do you need? He said with a smile and doubtful. Roberto. First, let me introduce you to Michael and his sister Gabriel, he said while pointing at both of them. Both. Hello, nice to meet you, they said with a smile. Issei saw that Gabriel spoke to him coldly and the smile was forced, but he knew why. Michael. Okay Issei-kun please stand in the circle, he said with a smile. Issei. Wait, it seems suspicious to me, I won't do it until you tell me why, he said now a little seriously. Gabriel. You don't have to know anything, just come in, he said seriously. Issei. I won't plow it until they tell me, he said now seriously. Roberto. You see Issei, the reason is, he said, explaining the situation in Los Angeles and that this was necessary. Greg. Sorry for butting in Roberto-sama, but wouldn't that be dangerous for me to have that much power? He said seriously. Roberto. Yes, I know, but if something happens to them, Michael will pay for it with his head, he said seriously. Gabriel, offended, summons a sword and puts it to Roberto's neck. Gabriel. You better apologize to my brother, she said seriously and annoyed. Michael. Wait sister, if that's the case, I'll accept my fate, so please Issei-kun, stand in the circle, he said calmly. Gabriel alone lowers his sword and decides to watch the process. Michael was doing the process and a lightning bolt hit Issei where he was screaming in pain. 20 minutes later. Issei kept screaming because it hurt him, Roberto was about to destroy the machine, but the process ends and Issei was seen very hurt but with 2 angel wings on his back. Roberto quickly draws out an Aztec tear and makes him drink it where his wounds heal. Roberto. Issei wake up how do you feel, he said worriedly. Issei wakes up and sees his wings. Issei. It worked, he said looking at his angel wings. Roberto. Yes it was, he said with a smile. Michael was surprised because this child endured this and even said if he had great power. Michael. I'm sorry for the damage I did to you, but what power do you have? He said seriously. Issei. I have the Red Emperor inside me, he said with a smile while testing his wings. Michael was surprised since that child was the Sekiryuutei, while many questions were set in his mind. Michael. Now I understand why you endured the process. I thought you would die trying. He said seriously. Roberto. If that had happened, you would already be dead, and there would be a war between the Aztecs and the Angels, he said seriously. Michael just swallowed and was grateful that the process was a complete success. So the three of them decided to leave while Gabriel stayed alone in the place. So they returned to finish the tour, but Issei thought of giving his friends a surprise. While they were looking at lakes and other things, Issei felt like going to the bathroom. Issei. Excuse me, could you tell me where the bathroom is? He said while he wanted to go. Be real. It's all the way to the left and there's a room that says bathroom, he said with a smile. Issei. Thanks, he said running to the bathroom. He went to the bathroom but was talking to Drake. Issei. Hey Drake, now that I also have angel powers, how do I benefit? He said seriously while washing his hands. Drake. Now you can be more skilled with magic, plus you'll have more energy reserves, and you can also summon spears, swords, and rings of light, said the dragon seriously. Issei. Wow, thanks for the information, but in my physical strength, he said seriously. Drake. You won't see much of a difference, angels are only good at magical attacks, but not at strength, he said seriously. Issei. I understand, thanks Drake, he said leaving the bathroom and going with his group, but he hears an argument. I already told you that I don't want to go out with Tygo, she said annoyed. Come on Gabriel-san, I'm in love with you, said the pleading angel. Gabriel. No Antonio, so go if you don't want to have problems with me, he said as he starts to leave, but Antonio takes his hand. Antonio. If you're not mine by fair means, you'll be by foul means, he said threateningly. Gabriel was about to attack him, but then she felt weak and tired. Gabriel remembered that he had the ability to weaken his opponent just by touching him. So she fell unconscious without any other. Antonio. Now I have the most beautiful and strongest angel, he said while trying to carry her, but receives a blow from Issei. Antonio flew out and saw a boy in red armor. Antonio took out his 10 angel wings and looked at Issei in an annoyed way. Antonio. Brat, who do you think you are, hitting me? He said very angrily. Issei. I'm someone who is here to protect a pretty girl from an idiot like you, he said seriously. Antonio. You'll pay for this, he said while summoning a spear of light and launching it towards Issei, but he dodges it and launches an energy attack at him. Antonio dodged that, but it was a distraction for Issei to hit him in the face, causing him to fly several meters. Antonio. Damn kid, he said while making a ring of light and threw it towards Issei and caught him. Issei tried to free himself but was hit by Antonio who had a metal bat. Antonio. Now I'll show you that nobody messes with me, he said while he starts hitting Issei with the bat, but then a memory appears in Issei. Memory. Lincoln is seen tied to the tree and Lin Jr. with a sinister smile and a titanium bat. Lincoln. Please Lin, sorry for eating your meatball sandwich, but I haven't eaten anything in 4 days, he said while starting to cry. Lin Jr. I'm going to teach you not to eat other people's food, she said as she starts hitting Lincoln with the bat. Lincoln just screamed in pain, and luckily his bones didn't break that day, even though Lin hit him all over his body. End of memory. Issei was only trembling, but not from fear, but from anger, since remembering that board filled him with anger. Antonio kept hitting him with the bat, but then the ring was destroyed and he saw Issei, but with the full armor. Issei had 2 dragon wings while all his gems shone. Issei Lin, Ira scream making the whole sky hear the scream and also making Gabriel wake up. Issei launched himself at Antonio who also did so having a sword of light and he made a cut but the sword, when touching the armor broke into pieces. Antonio. What, he said incredulously. At that Issei hit him in the face and another in the stomach, making him spit blood. Antonio. Damn child, he said summoning hundreds of spears and throwing them towards Issei. At that Issei noticed that Antonio's wings were throbbing and turning completely black. Issei dodged the spears with difficulty, but one hit him in the leg, making him scream in pain, but he launches himself towards Antonio and begins to give him an incredible amount of blows. Issei did the technique he invented and began to caress the weak points, and in an instant Antonio's bones broke completely. Issei just kneels and loses his armor while panting in exhaustion. Gabriel approached him and picked him up. Gabriel. You saved me, thank you, he said as he heads off to heal him, but Roberto arrives and without saying anything, gives him an Aztec tear. Issei. Thanks Roberto, but it took a while, he said while Gabriel puts it down. Roberto. I knew you would break your limits and reach the 100% balance break, so I didn't interfere since you wouldn't have reached it, he said with a smile. Issei. Thank you, and Gabriel-sama is fine, he said looking at the angel. Gabriel. Yes, thank you for your help, he said while remembering what happened. Issei. I'm glad, but what do we do with him? He said seeing the now fallen angel. Roberto. I'll take him to Level 8 prison since he's no longer Michael's responsibility, and I'll also take him there for attempted kidnapping and rape, but also for injuring one of my students, he said seriously while grabbing Antonio by the neck. At that moment Michael arrives and sees how Roberto had a fallen man. Michael. Can you explain it to me? He said seriously. They explained everything to him and he agreed to be taken there, and some Aztec soldiers took him away. Now they return again with the group. Well, Michael gave the Ascalon sword to Roberto and it was time to leave, but before doing so Gabriel approaches Issei. Gabriel. Before you go, I want to give you something as a thank you for what you did, he said with a blush, but he didn't know why he was like that. Issei. Yes, and what is it, he said with a smile. Gabriel, without saying anything, gave him a kiss on his cheek, making Issei blush noticeably. Gabriel, when he separated, was red with embarrassment and flew away while Roberto and his group made fun of him. Roberto. When will the wedding be, Issei? He said mockingly. Issei. I say the same for when the wedding with Kurumi, Toga and Miyuki, he said with the same expression. Roberto just remained silent with a blush. Aztec soldiers, ooh, they shouted, trolling. Caesar. They screwed you, he said mockingly. Israel. They screwed you, he said mockingly. Greg. This kid is the best wielder I've ever had, he said through his gem. Chapter 29. New training and unexpected visitors. It was already Monday and Issei was in line like the others. Kurumi. Very well children, today we will do the construction training, she said with a smile. All. Construction training, they said confused. Change of scene. The children and Kurumi could be seen at a construction site while Kurumi talks to the boss of the place. Boss. I don't think these kids can make the mixes and do what my workers do, he said seriously. Kurumi. Come on, these children have a lot of potential. I could even give them a salary equal to 5 people each, she said with a smile. Boss. Ha 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 ha, what a good joke, I wouldn't give them even half a worker, but well, I'll give them a small chance, but if they fail they're gone, he said seriously. Kurumi. Well children, in your training today you will work on this piece so you can start, she said with a smile, but Issei raises his hand, yes. Issei. We'll use our hands like last time, he said doubtfully. Kurumi. No, this time you can't use the tools, she said with a smile. Change of scene. Issei could be seen wearing a mason's helmet and carrying a shovel moving the earth. Worker. What hard-working children, he said surprised. Elsewhere, Mitsuda and Motohama were seen with wheelbarrows of earth running faster than the workers. In others, Murayama and Caddis were seen with cement cans, and they tied them up where Aika puts a heavy stone, and they go up quickly, and she carries them both. Elsewhere, Shido was with a piece of cement roller, and it was moving faster than the roller itself. Boss. Incredible, he said surprised. Kurumi. Quick kids, the bus will drop us off, she said with a smile, and the kids move faster. Issei was picking some stones and said. Issei. I have to be strong to protect those I love, he said while using so much force that the beak he used broke and flew away. The tip of the beak reached the feet of the boss who was scared, but Kurumi was as if nothing had happened. Boss. Okay, I won't give you a salary of 5 people but of 6, he said surprised. Change of scene. You could see everyone in the school, some with dirt on their clothes and others very dirty. Kurumi. Well children, take a bath since you have classes later, she said as she leaves. They went to bathe and once ready Issei is called by David who went to his apartment. David. Hello Issei, I have something important to tell you, he said seriously. Issei. What is it, he said seriously. David. My sisters Carol and Cookie are here and want to see you, he said seriously. Issei is surprised and nods. They went to the cafeteria and he saw Carol and Cookie who were waiting for him. Issei was surprised since Cookie was taller, he could say that she had the same height as he had when he was Lincoln. Carol. Very well, so you are Issei who says he is Lincoln, he said he would be. Issei nods his head. Issei. Yes, it's me Carol and you don't know how much I missed you, he said with a smile. Cookie. You lie, said crying. Cookie. My Linky died in that stupid squirrel suit, she said crying. Issei. It's me, I promise, if you don't believe me, I can prove it, he said a little seriously. So Carol and Cookie filled him with questions, some that only Issei knew how to answer. When the questions were over, they both hugged him while they couldn't stop crying. Issei. I'm here now, he said kissing both of their foreheads. They both smiled and were happy that Lincoln was still alive. Cookie. But if you're alive, why are you a 5-year-old now? He said while wiping away his tears. So Issei told them both how he ended up in the center of life and death, how Great Red took him to the body of Issei who had already died a long time ago, how he ended up in the school and has Emperor Red in him, and how he took revenge on the Louds and now they are suffering in Leavenate prison. Peril. Incredible, I hope they suffer in that place, she said annoyed. Cookie. Said the same thing, she said the same thing annoyed. Issei, I'm glad to see you again, he said with a smile. Both. We too, they said with a smile. Issei. And how long will they stay, he said with a smile. Peril. A week later we will return to California since we now live there, she said with a smile. So the four of them talked about things from the past and different things until they gave Issei's classes. Issei. Well girls, I have to go since my classes are starting, he said with a smile. Peril. Okay, but first, she said with a playful smile. Peril took Issei's head and kissed him on the lips, making Issei blush deeply. Peril enjoyed kissing Issei until she broke away. Peril. See you bunny, she said with a smile. Issei was going to speak but was kissed again by Cookie, who was waiting for this moment to kiss her Lincoln in this case if Issei. Cookie. Thinking, this is better than in my dreams, she said continuing to kiss him. She separates from Issei and had a big smile. Cookie. See you, little white bunny, she said with a smile. David. Wow Issei, you made my sisters fall in love, congratulations, he said with a smile. This guy just went to class, red-faced with embarrassment, without looking back. Hours later. Issei's classes are over and he is about to leave with his friends, but the horn in the hallway stops him. Roberto. Issei Hyoudou please come to the address, said through the speaker. He asked his friends to leave without him and he went to the address. Once he arrived he saw Roberto and he said to him. Roberto. Well Issei, the reason I called you was to give you this, he said while invoking a magic circle and the Ascalon sword comes out. Roberto. I want to give you this sword for your performance in your training and studies, he said with a smile. Greg. Comrade, this is the Dragon Slayer, with a single cut of this sword you can kill a dragon, he said seriously. Issei. Wow, thanks, but I don't want it, I don't want to have something too dangerous for me, he said, rejecting the sword. Roberto is a little surprised, but he wanted Issei to have it and tells him. Roberto. He can help you when it's time to face the Hakyuuku and put the name of the Sekiryuutei on high, he said with a smile. Issei thought about it and he was right and said. Issei. Okay, I accept it, but how can I take it? He said confused. Greg. If you want it, just take it and concentrate your power on it, he said seriously. Issei took it and the whole direction shines with a light and when it ends Issei had the Ascalon sword fuse with his gauntlet. Roberto. Congratulations, you are now the bearer of the Ascalon sword, he said with a smile. Issei. Thanks Roberto and if you excuse me I have to go see if Lily is asleep yet, he said with a smile. Roberto. I say the same with Ardor and Mayu, he said with a smile. They both left the address and went to their apartment and house in Roberto's case. Now what will happen to Issei? Chapter 30 years later and problem. 3 years later. Issei at that time, like his friends, were in 4th grade of elementary school and during that time they all became very strong. Issei was able to have his armor at 100% and could fight a Roberto at 10% in his base form. Issei was also able to control his angel powers and was now excited since today would be the day he would be given his training in his Aztec powers. But not only that, but his friends also became just as strong. Itsuda was able to have the Green Emperor's armor at 80% and could fight Issei at 30% with his armor. Motohama could also have the Orange Emperor armor and he could fight Issei at 42% with his armor. Aika became equally strong having the balance breaker 2 years later and with the balance breaker she could make everything around her an electric field that could electrocute her opponents nearby and protect herself with the same field. Aika could fight Issei at 20% of her armor and Issei could protect himself with his armor and the lightning was not very effective. Aika at that time got to know Issei better and realized that she fell in love with him but she didn't want to tell him because she didn't know if he felt the same way. Murayama also became very strong where he is, he had the balance break 6 months ago and could summon a rain of arrows of any kind just by throwing one into the sky. She could give Issei a fight at 15% with the armor. As time went by she got to know Issei better and a feeling was born in her but she didn't know that. Hades also became strong and was able to have the balance breaker which consists of becoming 10 times stronger with the Sword of Olympus. This one could give Issei a fight at 75% with the armor since he could only have it for 20 minutes. As time went by, she began to have feelings for Issei, but she didn't know what it was. Shido still became strong having all the powers of his friends and as well he kissed them all by accident. Shido could fight Issei at 100% with the armor, but he still lost because Issei used the angel powers he had to defeat him. Seekvaira also got to know Issei better and also became strong. She could give Issei a fight at 25% of her armor since her powers were mostly magical attacks and spells. David had powers of water and fire where he proved to be very strong. David could fight Issei at 10% with the armor since he doesn't control them yet. As time passed, they grew and became very strong thanks to Kurumi's training. Now everyone was in the courtyard where they would learn about the Aztec powers. Kurumi. Very well children, now your new training will be the awakening of the Aztec powers, she said with a smile. Everyone got excited and it continues. Kurumi. Well first they will have to summon the Aztec sword, she said it would be. This summons a sword that surprises everyone. Kurumi. To summon her you will have to think about the thing that made you the angriest in your life, she said it would be. Everyone nods and thinks about that where most couldn't do it, but Issei could. Issei thought about all the harm and mistreatment he suffered with his former family. This one summoned the sword and a knife with Aztec symbols. Issei, like his classmates and teacher, are surprised. Issei. Incredible, he said seeing the sword and knife. At that moment he feels a lot of pain in his chest and begins to scream in pain. This alarmed everyone and Kurumi quickly went to him and saw that he was screaming a lot. Greg. What's wrong with you, buddy? He said worriedly. Kurumi quickly picked him up and took him to the school hospital. Change of scene. Roberto and Israel could be seen in the hospital room, serious while talking to Kurumi. Roberto. Then I just scream in pain, he said seriously. Kurumi. Yes, I saw that her heart was beating as if she were having a heart attack, she said worriedly. At that point Juan comes out and says. Juan. Well, he's better now. I had to give him 10 sedatives because he wouldn't sleep, he said seriously. Israel. You know what's wrong with him, he said seriously. Juan. No, it's strange, it wasn't a heart attack or stroke, I don't know what happened to him, he said seriously. Roberto. I can see it, he said seriously. Juan. Yes, room 7, he said seriously. He went to Issei's room and saw him asleep so he entered and saw his body while the others saw him. Greg. What's wrong with my partner? He said worriedly. Roberto. That's what I'm seeing Drake, he said seriously looking at Issei's body. So he used his Irachi power and saw Issei's soul. He quickly realized what happened to him and why he got like that. Roberto. I see what happened to him. We only have 12 hours to save him or he'll die, he said seriously. Everyone. What? They said shocked like Drake. Kurumi. What's wrong with him? She said very worried. Roberto. The problem is that he needs the part of his soul that was stolen, otherwise he will die from not being able to bear so much power, he said seriously. That surprised everyone and immediately Roberto makes a magic circle in his ear and calls Big Red. At that moment a portal appears and Great Red appears in his human form and saw Issei in the hospital bed. Big Red. What happened to him? He said in surprise. Roberto explained the problem to him and he understood. Great Red. Now that we are without Issei dies, his parents may fall into contempt and then suicide, he said worriedly. Roberto thought for a while until he thought of a good solution. Roberto. I have an idea, he said while whispering in Big Red's ear. Big Red. Are you sure? He said seriously. He nods his head. Roberto. There's no other option, it's that or I die, he said seriously. Okay, guys, I want everyone to leave this room and no matter what happens, you won't open this room. Do you understand? He said very seriously. Everyone except Big Red nods and leaves. Roberto. Okay, are you ready? Rojo and Max, he said seriously. Both. Yes, they said seriously. Roberto. Well, break balance, he said while a black armor with purple gems surrounds him. Great Red. Balance breaker, said while a red armor with blood red gems envelops him. Roberto takes the gem from his left arm and removes it, but in the process the armor is destroyed. Great Red takes the gem from his right arm and in the process the armor is destroyed. So both put the gems in his chest and Roberto transforms into his Irachi form. Big Red transforms into a small dragon and sits on Roberto's shoulder. So Roberto begins to do a recital with a strange and very ancient language where the gems he had in his chest enter Issei's body. Roberto. Well now comes the ugly part. Drake give Issei 100 increases so he can stand, he said seriously. Drake without saying anything does the increases and in that Issei screams while he felt the fire in his body but then he felt calm and strong. After 15 minutes Roberto and Gran Rojo return to normal and they see Issei. Big Red. It worked, he said seriously. Roberto saw Issei's soul and saw that it was now complete. Roberto. It worked. You can tell everyone they can come in. He said seriously. Great Red goes and tells everyone that Issei is better. Roberto then saw that Issei's hair turned brown again and he smiled. Roberto. I suppose the white hair was a warning that you were in danger. I'm sorry Issei for not realizing it, but don't worry, I'll pay for whoever stole a part of your soul, and I already know who it was, he said very seriously. That's when Israel, Juan and Kurumi come in, who saw Issei better. Roberto. Well guys, Issei is better, he said with a smile. Everyone is happy, but Kurumi praises Roberto and kisses him on the lips. Roberto is surprised and decides to reciprocate the kiss, surprising everyone. Roberto. Thinking, I think harder and Mayu need a mother, he said while kissing back. Kurumi. Thinking, it's better than my dreams, she said happily. They both separated due to lack of air, and both had a noticeable blush. Big Red. What a surprise, he said in surprise. Juan. Changing this moment that they did to Issei and why he has brown hair, he said seriously. Roberto explained everything to them and they understood. Israel. And now what powers does he have? He said seriously. Roberto. He now has the Black Emperor's armor in addition to the power of blocking, he said seriously. Great Red. Also has the armor of the blood armor and have the power of sleep, he said seriously. Everyone is surprised to see what powers Issei has now, plus Drake who was excited to have a wielder who could even now match Office, the goddess of infinity. Drake. Thinking, I want to see the white face now that I have the best carrier of all, he thought very happily. Roberto. Well, let's let Issei rest. Tomorrow I will interrogate the culprit who stole part of Issei's soul, he said seriously. Kurumi. Do you know who it was? She said confused. Roberto. I have the theory, he said while everyone leaves. So everyone left Issei alone while he rests. Chapter 31. New powers and interrogation. 2 days later. Issei woke up from his room confused and seeing his body. Issei. Drake, are you there, he said looking at his arm. Drake. Comrade, I'm glad you're waking up, you've been unconscious for 2 days, said the dragon relieved. Issei. What happened to me, why did my chest hurt? He said, looking at his whole body and going to the bathroom. Drake. Your soul couldn't handle so much power, but don't worry, Roberto and Great Red fixed it, but there were several changes in your body, said the dragon seriously. Issei. Which ones but what the buck, he said looking at his brown hair. Drake. That was one of them and the other was that you now have huge energy reserves, said the serious dragon. Drake. The other is that now you don't have 2 dragon wings, but 6 wings, and also now you have 2 armors, said the dragon excitedly. Issei. Which ones, he said with interest. Drake. It's the Black Emperor's armor, meaning you can now block your opponent's powers, and the other is the blood armor, meaning you can control your opponent's blood to your liking, he said with a smile. Issei. Great, he said excitedly. Drake. Yes, but you'll have to train more since you have to become strong, said the dragon seriously. Issei. I will do it, I will be the strongest Red Emperor of all, he said raising his arm. Drake. What did I do to have the most perfect carrier, he said crying comically. Issei only had a drop of sweat on his forehead, so he goes to the kitchen to ask Susanna to make him something to eat. With Roberto. He was doing his paperwork with Israel and Leonardo, but then a soldier arrived. Soldier. Sir, the prisoner Lucy Loud is in the interrogation room, he said seriously while saluting in a military manner. Roberto. Thank you soldier, you can rest, he said seriously. Soldier. Thank you sir, he said as he left. Roberto. Okay, guys, you can do my paperwork for me. I have to interrogate her, he said, standing up. Israel. Of course, but why are you going to interrogate her? They are already suffering their punishment, he said seriously. Roberto. I have the theory that she was responsible for stealing Lincoln's soul, he said seriously. That surprises Israel and Leonardo, so they nod as he goes to the interrogation room. 10 minutes later. He arrived at the room and saw 11-year-old Lucy, who was now a changed young lady. Lucy had several bruises on her body and a tattoo on her right cheek in the shape of a star. Roberto. I never thought I'd see you again, he said seriously. Lucy. Rot, she said very annoyed. Roberto. Ouch, you hurt me, he said mockingly. Then she was quickly tied to a chair and she didn't move. Lucy. Let me go, she said trying to remove the ties. Roberto. No, now tell me what you did to Lincoln's soul, he said very seriously. Lucy. Go to hell, she said very angry. Roberto. I'll be there on Friday. I have a meeting with Lucifer himself. But enough of this game. You answer by fair means or foul. He said seriously. Lucy. Never, she said spitting in his face. That was Lucy's mistake as Roberto pushed Lucy to the ground while her feet were in the air. So Roberto took off his shoes and socks. Roberto. You know those who were here would have told you that you made a serious mistake, but I won't kill you, he said, summoning a wooden board. Lucy. You're going to hurt me, she said with fear since her enemies told her what she was capable of. Roberto, without saying anything, began to hit the tips of Lucy's feet. Roberto. "What did you do to Lincoln's soul?" he said, hitting the. "Lucy, it hurts," she said, screaming while starting to cry. "Roberto. Tell me, damn witch," he said, continuing with the punishment. 1 hour later. Roberto had hit Lucy on the feet with the board to such an extent that the board broke in two. "Lucy. Please stop," she said, crying. Roberto saw Lucy's fingertips bleeding and dripping blood, meaning he broke her fingertips. "Roberto. Are you going to confess?" "I have all day," he said seriously. "Lucy. I have no idea," she said, lying. Roberto knew when people were lying, so he summoned some battery clamps, a basin of water and a sponge. So Roberto untied her and tied her hands up so she was hanging. "Roberto. I believe you," he said, stroking her head, "but I know when people are lying," he said while putting her feet in the basin and tearing her shirt and bra, revealing her breasts. "Lucy. You will grape me just like your guards," she said, scared. Roberto. "No, I'm not a lolicon like my guards, and I already have girlfriends to do that with," he said while wetting Lucy's piece with a sponge. So Roberto with the battery clamps began to electrocute Lucy by putting the clamps on Lucy's nipples. "Lucy, enough," she screamed while she felt all the electricity in her body. So Roberto took it away and saw Lucy. "Roberto. You'll talk later," he said seriously. "Lucy. Never," she said while spitting out a little blood. Roberto continued to electrocute Lucy mercilessly until the battery ran out of power. "Roberto. Wow, you are one of the few people who has made it this far. I congratulate you, but tell me why suffer if only I will know," he said seriously. Lucy had foam in her mouth, meaning she suffered a lot. "Lucy. Fine, I'll tell you, but no more torture," she said as she begins to cry. Roberto unties Lucy with a knife and sits her down. Roberto. "Well, speak, I have all eternity to listen literally," he said while sitting down. "Lucy. If I stole a part of Lincoln's soul for a ritual," she said, "it would be." Roberto was stunned to hear that. Roberto. "What kind of ritual is it?" he said seriously. Lucy. "It was so I could communicate with a demon, but the price was a part of a relative's soul," she said seriously. Roberto. "And why did you communicate with a demon and who was it?" he said seriously. Roberto knew that the demons who did that were executed because they could not sacrifice the lives of others for a talk. Lucy. "His name was Diodora Astaroth. He told me about demons and angels, as well as the fallen, and I was surprised to hear all that," she said with a smile, but Roberto hit the table. Roberto. "You know that doing that is illegal in the demonic world, and doing that means a declaration of war on Hades, the god of death," he said angrily. Lucy. "I had no idea," she said, scared. Roberto. "Besides, it wasn't necessary to use a part of Lincoln's soul, without that part he wouldn't have ended up in heaven or hell, he just disappears," he said seriously. Lucy. "It would have been better for me and the others to suffer such bad luck," she said, annoyed. Roberto. "I'm tired of you and this will cost you dearly, you and your whole family will get even more punishment, plus now you'll be woken up at 3 a.m. every day, and finally this is special," he said, snapping his fingers. At that 4 ogres with loincloths appear and Roberto says. Roberto. "Have fun guys, it's no use to me anymore," he said as he leaves. Then that the ogres graped Lucy while she was screaming and crying while begging Roberto, who did not look back. Roberto. "Give the ogres 10 hours of fun, and once you're done take her back to prison," he said seriously. Soldiers. "Sir, yes sir," they said seriously. Lucy. "I hope your girlfriends are graped by your brother, hahaha, I know." Roberto. "It's better if it's 20 hours, he said seriously. He left while the soldiers waited for the ogres to finish off Lucy. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.